Because if they skip over a Packer on the TV, we'll be right here.
That's right. And they very much will. Joseph, how you doing? Justice Mosqueda of Acme Packing. Great article on Smorgasbord of Day 3 talent left. Oh, I haven't seen that one yet. With Packer-specific players at end of article. Let Goody cook. Wheel and deal today. Move up. Get 2025 extra. Woot. I will note, too, Goot talked in his late-night presser last night. Talked about potentially getting more ammo in 2025 today. He did acknowledge, in spite of wanting to leave this draft with like 13, 14 picks, like he talked about the other day, he did acknowledge that if they use every single selection today, that does diminish how many UDFAs they can bring in. Because the roster pre-draft is at like 72. Yep. You figure 13 picks, you're up to 85 of your 90 once you actually sign the class, because they don't really count till they sign. And then the Packers are most definitely going to do more than 5 UDFAs. So we could see some cuts. We could see some delayed signings on purpose to buy some time. We might see them just try to get rid of some picks to get some 2025 ammo. Like, regardless, there's going to be some movement today and then probably some transactions coming pretty quick hereafter. So,
I never seen the word smorgasbord spelled out before. So that was the first for me.
And I do believe that's spelled correctly. Well done, Joseph.
Yeah, I think so.
Janelle, hello. 4th round has been magical for the Packers picking O-line. Yeah, it has. And the Packers only have one 4th rounder as of right now, but I could see another O-lineman pretty quick off the board for Green Bay. That would not be shocking in the least. Joseph also saying, hope Goody finds a way to get to in round 4 again, or at the very least move up from 126 and get an early 5th. Somehow. Totally possible. Totally could see it. Scott. Hi, John Clark. Hello, Scott. Gotta get a kicker tonight. Scott. Maybe. Maybe. But I don't know. Like I was saying on the live yesterday afternoon, like even Jack Paletzky's still on the roster. Like they're carrying 3 kickers right now. So we'll see. Whoa, Tyler. Thank you for the super chat, man. It means the world. Thank you, Tyler. What's your opinion on how much the Packers value versatility? There's a saying, jack of all trades, master of none. Sometimes it's best to get that Bakhtiari who has just set it and forget it for a decade, right? So first of all, incredibly thankful. Yes, thank you, Tyler. Yes, like sometimes that is valuable, right? And Bakhtiari is a great example. Because Bakhtiari was very much a left tackle, going to stay a left tackle. Sometimes, too, like I believe the pick of Tyron Hopper to be last night, sometimes you pick a guy with a role in mind, too. Now, the way Goody talked last night, Hopper sounds like he's very much going to be one of the 3 linebackers, for sure. But at the same time, I got to believe with where they got him, what his traits are, they're looking at a guy that they believe can do a function that they might not have yet had on the roster. In which case, let him do the function and then see if he can do other stuff. I think Goot's approach, just overall, is almost like we've seen in the NBA, positionless basketball. Get guys who can do it all, and then you're not pigeonholed, which does make it ultimately tougher for defenses to figure you out. And I think that that's what Green Bay wants, especially when you're looking at skill positions like wide receiver. By marching out all of these different guys who have different skill sets, but are also incredibly versatile, they can do anything at any time, and defenses can't prep. Same thing when you're trotting out, like a 4-2-5 defense, and both of your linebackers are clones. Which one is going to do what? You don't know on any given play. And the more specialized you get, the more they may be able to anticipate what a guy is going to do. And I think that that's what the Packers are actively looking to counteract. But to your point, yes, some positions, some guys, it is incredibly important. Simon, you got any thoughts on that?
I kind of agree with everything you say. Going back to Bakhtiari, though, there was, if I remember right, he was a very light guy. Like they were talking about kicking him inside on a lot of like scouting reports and stuff. So it wasn't like he played left tackle at Colorado.
Yep.
But it wasn't like he was stuck in that position. And if I remember the 2014 season, I can't remember who it was got hurt. And so Bakhtiari stepped in at left tackle, and that's just kind of how it worked out. And then it became like, well, we're not going to move Bakhtiari because he turned into, you know, an all-pro, Pro Bowl type of player. And I think that's part of it too, is like with a little bit of versatility, if guys get hurt, you're able to set other guys in there where if you drafted them for one position, then that's the only position they can play.
Well,
and I
and
think
that's
that's what Green Bay value with their offensive linemen a lot too.
Yeah, I mean, even look at Zach Tom. Like Zach
Yeah.
Tom, they were basically readying up just to be a sixth offensive lineman. Wherever they needed him is where he was going to go.
Yeah.
And you're right about Bakhtiari. He was under 300 when he was drafted. But almost like Jordan Morgan, like there were some profiles about him kicking in, but when he was picked, the Packers were like, he's a tackle.
Yeah.
Leave it alone. And then that's what they did. So yeah, Tyler, it's versatility is extremely important to the Packers for good reason. But there are still specialists in mind for sure.
Yeah.
Scott saying, what holes are, oh, I'm sorry, David. Whoop, read that wrong. What holes are left? Let's see. They seem really happy with their like corner collective, but to me, it seems like they could use some depth reinforcement there. Other holes, offensive line for sure. The kind of screams is the biggest one where they still need more bodies. As for the rest, it's not so much holes, so much as you're looking at rounding out position groups. You know, maybe one last D lineman to be the sixth one, or DT, I should say. Maybe one more edge to be the fourth or fifth one. Maybe one more safety to be the fourth one. Like, that's what we're looking for today, is just like plug in the very last spots on the depth chart and hope that they can ascend.
Yep.
Jatavian Sanders, the tight end, goes to Carolina.
Bye, Jatavian. One of the top players left on the board. Scott, I'm just kidding. I'm not done with Carlson yet. Good, Scott. Keep the faith. Keep the faith. Late night alum. I really like Kyrie Jackson. Here's hoping he's one of Green Bay's picks in the 4th round. If not, in Goot we trust. That's the perfect attitude.
True.
Love a player, but trust the team. Yeah, I love it. And Kyrie being 6'4" would fit in. We talked last night about TJ Tampa, who's still on the board. He's their size. I was looking at Cam Hart this morning, refreshing my memory on him. He absolutely could fit their size thresholds at the very least. Plus, he's got some versatility. So there's some corners they could hone in on pretty soon. Joseph replying to David saying the holes left are offensive line, DL, safety, edge would be my aim. Then tight end, halfback, running back, wide receiver, quarterback in play too. Yeah, certainly. I would say too, Simon and I were just talking about this morning. Maybe they pick an H-back. Maybe they just go with, like, there's been some speculation that A.J. Dillon starts playing a little bit of H-back, that's his role now. That's what he re-signed for. So we'll find out real soon once guys actually get on the field. David says, agree on OL. I should have said, where do they need better depth? Yeah, for sure. OL is definitely their biggest need in terms of depth. Other places like they could use, I could see them adding a wide receiver to the mix. I don't know about the chances of them making the roster, especially if they're later today, but could see them adding in H-back, unless they've got a plan we don't know about. Defensive tackle probably could use one more. Defensive end, one more. Linebacker, maybe one more. And then corner safety, like maybe 2 to 3 could get inserted into that mix. I think that's what we're looking at, because after that, you are getting close to capping out some roster spots.
Yeah,
for sure. Joseph S., I agree. Also, Cam Hart is a taller corner. Yeah, I believe he was 6'3", just over 200 pounds, like almost a safety body in Green Bay. So someone that they might pick to just be a defensive back, and whatever that means. Broncos now picking at 102. There he goes.
Roy Franklin.
Really smart pick for Denver. They need wide receivers.
There he goes. I was wondering when he was going to drop off.
Yeah.
He was kind of like the top guy I had left.
And great speed for them.
Yeah.
Scott, I wonder if they take another running back, like when they took Williams and Jones. Maybe. I'm not going to rule it out. But just looking at the running back position, they still seem really high in Emmanuel Wilson. They've got Ellis Merriweather, who's basically a practice squatter. And then they've got Jacobs, now Lloyd, and then whatever they do with Dillon, be it true running back, H-back, or just not make the team. So it's possible, but I'm teetering on unlikely because I think that that's one room that they're pretty happy with.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if they took another running back.
Yeah. Tyler, odds Packers take a quarterback today. Who's on your short list? I think pretty high because Goots talked about wanting to get back into drafting one every year. I think that this guy would come in and realistically compete with Alex Magoo to be the scout team quarterback, maybe compete with Clifford for 2, although I think that's pretty unlikely. But I think it's pretty high. We're going to see 1. And then they would be like the third stringer, scout team QB, maybe knock off Magoo. Like that's what we're realistically looking at. In terms of who, I know Peter from France, if he's on, he wants Joe Milton.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
so.
it would be really fun. I'll give him that. But like beyond Milton, I would go. He had a really rough Senior Bowl, but I still like Sam Hartman from Notre Dame. I think he was underrated at Notre Dame. I know he did not test the best, but hey, look, like he's accurate. He does have a better deep ball than I think his reputation says. He was known as a leader at Notre Dame. He'll fit right in with LaFleur. They can go over hair care regimens together. And I think, like, for a 7th round QB, cool, high character, accurate. I'm good with that. A Matt Flynn-esque, if you will. I also would look at like Keaton Slovis from BYU, really good mobility, nice short range type accuracy. A guy that was very successful collegiately. Like he's one that I could see into that mix as well. They also did for their local pro day, they brought in Ricky Lombardi, who's a very little name quarterback, but a name that matters so much in Green Bay. And they obviously brought him in for a reason. So
they also brought in that QB from UTEP on a top 30.
Yes.
And the guy I was kind of looking at was Michael Pratt.
Mm-hmm.
I think he would be an interesting guy from Tulane.
Yeah, I saw NFL Network's talking about Pratt a little bit ago. First, he's got a tremendous story, but 2, they're kind of expecting Pratt and Rattler to be the next 2 QBs coming off soon. And then for that one quarterback, it was Gavin Hardison from UTEP, a guy who's had some struggles over the last year. I think there might have been some injuries there mixed in with some stuff. But a guy that before this year was considered a much higher draft pick potential player than what we're seeing this year. And that's got Goot written all over it. Because he did that with a bunch of guys last year, had very strong 2021s, off 22s, and he got them at value picks. Dontavian Wicks is the perfect example of that.
You know, I think I was looking at Tyron Hopper a lot last night because I think all 3 of us were kind of like, all 4 of us, excuse me, 5. I can't count. We're kind of like a little perplexed by the pick. I think he's another guy that if you go back to his 2022 tape and compare it to his 2023, he was a lot better. Yeah. And that Goot might be trying to play on that high a little more than what you saw last year. This is a good pick too. I like Layden Robinson.
Yeah, definitely a good guard value at this point. Potential starter. Chris Hayes, what's up, Chris? Saying love the Bullard pick, but I think we need a box safety, a corner, and depth in areas. Thoughts? Yeah, I'm with you. I don't know about the box safety thing so much because Goot has talked about how while those are the more traditional labels, he wants them both to be incredibly interchangeable. McKinney can do both post and box. So he wants someone else to match that can do poster box. When he was asked last night in his presser, what role is Bullard playing for you as of right now? Good said he's our other starting safety. So I think they may go box safety for depth purposes, maybe like an Keaton Oladapo. Jaden Hicks is still on the board even. Like there's some real good box safeties coming up. Yeah. But I wouldn't get so pigeonholed into like box versus just another safety into the room. And then in terms of corner and depth, yeah, I think we're going to see corner addressed today for sure. Pack fan Iowa, what's up, man? Hey, what's up? Excited for day 3? Let's go. Go Pack, go. Scott saying I'm hoping Oladapo. He's one of my favorite players, and I still can't get that in my mouth right. But yeah, you know how I am in him, Scott. Steve Sup, my friends? How's everyone doing? I'm loving this draft so far. What's up, Steve? And hey, I saw Maggie Loney on Twitter, who does That's What Packs What She Said podcast. She was talking about how Washington is one of her favorite crushes left in the draft. So, Steve, you might have a kindred spirit there. Joseph, who do you like at tight end, H-back? Yahaim Bell intrigues me. Of tight ends who might play H-back, I was really high on Tip, even though he was kind of questionable at H-back. Bell is probably the purest one in the draft to play H-back in the NFL. Beyond that, you're maybe looking at, although he's undersized, you're probably looking at Eric All from Iowa, but there's some major medical red flags there. There's some other guys who could do it. It just wouldn't necessarily be as natural. But I think you're spot on with Bell probably being top of the list. Thomas, what did I miss? I've been fighting my 3D printer. I got to get a 3D printer. I really want to.
I'm jealous of you.
But I also know it's a battle. So maybe I'm just saving myself some stress and some hair. Yeah, not much. We just got rolling. Picks are just going. We're 4 picks in. And the names that we expected came off. Steve, Cam Hart would be a great pick for us. I'm a Notre Dame fan, so I know a lot about Cam Hart. Oh, sweet. Yeah, good. I will rely on you for some insider intel. Cody, chemistry pick there for Denver. Oh, with Franklin.
Yep.
Steve, if we draft Spencer Rattler, I'm making John and Claudia some awesome wings.
I'll take him.
I don't think they're getting Rattler, Steve. Sorry. Go Pack, go.
Amen. Fun though.
Oh, he would be fun, no doubt. They'd get a gunslinger back, but no. Reggie, Packers low key have the sexiest draft I've ever seen. Hey man, I know you probably mean that in terms of on the football field, but Jordan Morgan's eyes just get lost in them.
I was just gonna ask, did he mean by looks or because I haven't
either way.
Either way.
that's bright blue eyes he's got. Damn. Scott, a fast wide receiver in case Watson is out. I could see it, but even if they're fast, they're going to be big. I would be very, very surprised if they went with a little speedster. So if they're going to be fast, it's going to still be someone big, maybe like a Johnny Wilson would qualify, although he's monstrous. Other big fast receivers, Cornelius Johnson out of Michigan, he may qualify, although he's not as fast. Hayden Hatton from, I believe, Idaho was really intriguing, but wasn't completely Packersy from what I recall, and he's very much round 7, it appears. So we'll see about that. Tyler, are you content with Ben Sims at tight end 3, or is there someone that piques your interest for us to take today? I think it really depends, because I have a hard time believing that they're going to abandon H-back entirely. And Sims does not profile completely as an H-back. Maybe Davis does it. Maybe DeGuara does it. I don't know. Ultimately, though, as a pure tight end, I would say I am ultimately content if Sims is tight end 3.
There goes DTD.
Oh, man, Tyler's going to be upset, but it also makes a world of sense for Arizona. Yeah. Ultimately content. Yeah. As just a pure tight end 3. Yeah. But he is very much just that, I think. Steve saying, let's go get Malik Washington now. I want Claudia to announce the Malik Washington pick. All right, she can announce the picks. She'll do all of them just for you, Steve. Joseph Goody said they had Hopper 0.1 second faster than they reported 4.6840. I saw that. They had him in the high 5s, which would increase his RAS dramatically. So makes a lot of sense. Tyler saying, how do you feel about edge? Preston's likely gone next year, and Agbari is coming off the ACL. That just leaves LVN and Gary. And Brenton Cox Jr. So I think it's right now, heading into this year, they are realistically 4 deep. On the roster, the whole roster right now, they have 10 under their employ currently. When you factor in Aaron Mosby, the International Pathways Program, Amugulu, I just butchered that. I'm sorry. But then they're up to 10. Dumagu, thank you. Up to 10 edge rushers right now on the roster. That's not to say that they won't draft one and boot one of the practice squad guys. But maybe part of the reason we haven't seen it yet is because they're higher on someone that we have not seen play a lot yet. But I think in terms of like future proofing the position, in all likelihood, like the time of Preston is going to come to an end sometime. We've been saying it for years. I'm glad he's still there, but like the end is nigh. And you're right. Then you got Gary and LVN. I wouldn't be shocked if they address it early next year. That wouldn't surprise me at all.
I think Miles Cole is an interesting edge prospect coming up that's still available.
Yeah.
Fits all their measurables at least.
I think my favorite today is probably Cedric Johnson.
I was just going to say him too.
Yeah, I like it. I look at Cedric Johnson like a ball of athleticism that kind of has no idea what he's doing from a pass rushing standpoint because his sequence is what's really pretty rough. But if he can be coached up, the athletic traits that are there, he could become a very effective spot pass rusher really quick. And then, Steve saying, I hope we draft the tight end from Ohio State, and John knows why. Yeah, because he said he looks like me. I'm gonna look this up. I'm gonna share his picture or something soon. We'll see, Steve. Bob, will we pick a kicker? Is there anyone on the board? There's a couple kickers in this draft. Like Cam Little is up there. He's one of the top ones. I'm really not sure that we will. I think that they're ready to walk into training camp with Carlson and Joseph and let them duke it out. Maybe a different free agent acquisition later. But ultimately, like, maybe. Like, I wouldn't be surprised either way. I'm leaning towards no, just because they are going to walk in with what they got.
Yeah.
And maybe since Thomas is here, maybe they will do a long snapper. We'll find out. And then Titan saying the Titans are Pittsburgh. I'm very sorry to hear that, Titan. So, all right. I want to look up that tight end from Ohio State, Steve. I think he's Cade Stover.
Are they saying they don't like the Titans draft?
Or is Titan? I feel like I've seen your name before. You are a Titans fan, aren't you? I mean, a little. Just because he's got a beard, Steve. Like, here, let me. I'll get this up there. All right, where are we at? Pick.
We're at pick
105?
106. Okay.
With the Titans there on the clock. 3 minutes.
So we do still have a good amount of time unless Goot trades here, but Packers do not go until 126, 20 picks until they're
got a little bit.
Yeah. And this is who Steve says I look like, which is like this way.
No.
I mean, just because he's got a beard, don't be beardist.
Beardist.
Oh, a little bit. He doesn't have the poof in the front though, and he doesn't have my hairline. So, all right, I can go with Steve. Thanks, hon. All right.
And somebody who knows a little bit of the, of the area, I disagree.
All right, so Simon, who is your absolute like crush right now that sometime today you want the Packers to wind up with on the team?
All right. There are if you're holding me to one person.
We'll start with one. One absolute crush.
One absolute crush. Hold on, let me pull up my other. I have like 5 Excel spreadsheets because I'm a weirdo. So just give me a sec. I like if you're holding me to one guy.
JH, what's up, JH from Arizona? Hello to you.
I really like Christian Mahogany.
Okay.
I think you'd be able to slide him in at right guard pretty easily.
Yeah. Yeah. Or even on the same mold, McCormick.
Yeah.
My clear cut number one is Oladapo. I have just loved that guy forever. But like to go with some backups.
Jaden Hicks.
I mean, yeah.
I can't believe he's still there.
I've got some concerns about Hicks.
I mean, he's not a perfect prospect by any means, but at this point,
I'll tell you what I'm really concerned about with Hicks,
Mhm.
just like a lot of the pure box safeties, like even Mustafa, like others that are pure box that never went to free safety at least that often in college, or like a true free safety, I should say, is we've seen before in the league that not all of those guys who post high RAS or who test really well, once they get in the box in the NFL, their reaction speed is slower. They're up against other big, fast guys. They wind up getting bowled over, and their athleticism just doesn't always translate.
Mhm.
Same thing with a lot of these guys who maybe are little speedsters, center fielders in college. Then they get up to the NFL, and suddenly their speed doesn't stand out as much anymore, and they get burned. Like I'm concerned about going too far one way or the other in the safety category. And Hicks, to me, I think is a very, very good safety, stands a really good chance to be very good in the NFL. But if I had to name a concern with him, it's does that athleticism truly carry into the NFL where he can be as effective as he was collegiately? I am a little skeptical of that. Whereas I'm not so much with a guy like Bullard, who has shown he easily has the range to do either job.
Yeah, there goes Cedric Gray. Yeah, I could see that.
I know someone last night in the chat was clamoring for him, so I'm sorry for your loss, and I'm sorry I don't remember who. Let's see. Joseph saying his crushes for today. Austin Booker. Okay, yeah, fair. Austin Booker should be noted. He did come in for a top 30 visit. He was in the category, from what I recall, with Edrin Cooper, where they wanted to like see what kind of jerk he is. Like that's what they, at least according to Mosqueda, that's what they were aiming to feel out. Does he play well with others, or is he going to disrupt the locker room? Ray Davis, another top 30 visit for Green Bay. Oladapo, Christian Boyd, another top 30 visit. Christian Mahogany, Tanner Bortolini, Nick Gargiulo, Brandon Dorless. Dorless is becoming a real value at this point. Gabriel Murphy, the edge, and then Ulo Paschio, players Justice Mosquito highlights. Ulo Paschio, I think, does make a lot of sense if they're going to go with another linebacker. He's got some injury red flags in his past, but he is a pretty steady tackler. He was really kind of one of the commanders of the Washington defense, known as a leader there. I think he does make a lot of sense. He's going to be steady, maybe not spectacular. And depending on where he falls to, hey, in our community mock, he went undrafted. So let's do that. I'm good for that plan, even though PFF's day 3 grades were terrible. So yeah, I could see him making a lot of sense if they go with another linebacker. JH, would they have taken Tyrion Arnold if he was there at 25? Simon, what do you think?
I don't know. This stuff's always hard to say. It's hard dealing with hypotheticals. I don't know. It seemed like Goo was kind of like stuck on his guy. I don't know that they would have taken Arnold if he was there.
I think what's clear is, I mean, Goot has mentioned in the pressers both days now, like that for the most part, the draft fell how they thought, but he left a little something there to be interpreted.
Theo Johnson, tight end, goes to the Giants.
Thank you. Theo Johnson off. I know a lot of people really liked him. Comps very similarly to Musgrave from an athletic standpoint as well. But I will say, like, it is very possible that Arnold was as highly graded as Morgan. And I can't say with any type of certainty. I also would say it's not surprising that Detroit might have jumped Green Bay on purpose too. So like Green Bay might have done either one, but I think Morgan was very, very high on their board.
Yeah.
So let's see. My mouse died. What's going on? There we go. Tyler. Mine's Trey Taylor, safety from the Air Force, nephew of Ed Reed. Yeah, he's a really fun player. Like him a lot. Cody wouldn't have an edge pick in, or wouldn't hate an edge pick in the 4th. I could see it for sure. For sure. Scott saying, I like Oladapo's intensity. The other thing, like a little contrasting from Jaden Hicks, I think Oladapo might be better on the back end than Hicks projects to be true, like as a center fielder, which kind of leans me in the Oladapo direction. Joseph saying long snapper to watch is Peter Bowden from the UW Badgers. Yeah, I can get a list up of long snappers here soon. And then Steve, Ty Summers spent years in Green Bay. Ulopashio is definitely more polished. Yeah, more polished, a little bit less athletic. I think is where because Ty Summers was like a freak athletically.
I remember watching him in like training camp and preseason. I'm like, wow, this guy's got some sideline to sideline speed.
Right. Like it's just like athletic freak. I remember looking up his RAS. I want to say off the top of my head it was like 9.8.
Yeah.
It's a shame it never fully translated. Like he was never able to fully put it together. So Tyler saying cousin, not nephew. Oh, so he's Ed Reed's cousin. Gotcha.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There goes Kyrie Jackson.
Yep.
Goodbye, Kyrie. Sorry to those that have mentioned him. The 6'4" corner. It was really funny. Speaking of height, if you didn't catch last night's Goot presser, he was asked about Marshawn Lloyd being shorter than Green Bay generally picks their running backs at. And then the reporter said at 5'7" and 3/4. And Goot just kind of looked at the reporter and went 5'8" and 3/4. And the reporter's like, "Oh, I was just going off of what was reported." And Goot's like, "Yeah, we have him at 5'8" and 3/4.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Which makes him a lot closer to the Packers line of things. And then he also talked about how like Marshawn Lloyd is he didn't use this word, but is thick at that 5'8" and 3/4, being 220 pounds. Like that is a very, very well-built man that the Packers drafted last night.
I think one of your commenters last night said thick when he got taken.
Right? Like thick with 3 C's. Like, that is Marshawn Lloyd. And yet he still has the elusiveness and the breakaway that we talked so much about last night. And JH, like you're saying it now, Lloyd seems a lot like Josh Jacobs. I've seen that comp done before. Like it makes sense. I think he's a little different in like because Jacobs does so much bowling over of guys. Like I don't want to call him a power back because he's not a true power back, but like you see more missed tackles in terms of like forcing the missed tackle. Lloyd may be a little bit more agile to avoid the tackle. I think that's one of like the only real differences watching them go. Should be noted too, like Goot talked about the receiving ability because that was a question that came up last night, was with only 13 catches last year, how did the Packers know he can catch the ball? Goot acknowledged that in the presser and basically talked about how like the combine is crucial for that they watch that very closely for these running backs, and they determined Lloyd can absolutely be a receiving weapon.
Yeah. He said he kind of mentioned that he has good hands.
Yeah, exactly. And that he's shown them when they've gotten to see him closer up. Thomas saying, yeah, long snapper. Look, I know y'all know I discount it, okay? But they still got to get better. And Orzik was supposed to fix it, and he didn't. And it's sad.
Brandon Dorless, tackle to the Falcons.
Dorless. I mean, he was due to go sooner rather than later. So if you were hoping for D-line help for Green Bay, there goes one of the better ones left, although he probably would be a D-end in Green Bay. So
he's kind of would be like an interesting tweener player because he's a little lighter a little heavier on the end and a little lighter in the middle.
Yeah, almost like we spent time talking about like Michael Hall Jr. Like a little bit more tweener. Dorless to me at least is like kind of in that mold. If you got to pick one of the two, I'd probably kick him out more D end than DT.
I agree.
But a good penetrator for sure. Steve saying Marshawn is compared to DeAndre Swift too. Love the shorter backs that are harder to see. Oh, I haven't seen that comp at all, but I could see it. It makes sense. I think he's probably a little less quick, a little stockier off the top of my head, but I could see it. Lloyd is going to be Aaron Jones 2.0 from Pac Fan Iowa. Okay. Statement, and I really hope it's true.
Yeah, I would not mind.
But I see the similarities for sure. The like we read on the profile last night, the patience, the burst, the reading the line, all very, very Aaron Jones-esque. Patrice, are the Packers planning on drafting a wide receiver? Planning on? I don't know about that. Might they, if the board falls a certain way? Totally could see it.
Yep.
Tyler, who actually went to the Senior Bowl last night, he talked last night about how like he asked Packers scouts at the Senior Bowl and they were watching Brendan Rice from USC. He's expected to come off the board fairly soon. Other receivers that like make some kind of sense would be like Johnny Wilson.
Javon Baker, wide receiver, just went to the Patriots.
Bye, Javon Baker. Cornelius Johnson can make some sense. I know Luke McCaffrey went last night. Simon, do you have a list of wide receivers you want to talk about?
I didn't do a ton. I'll be honest, I didn't do like a ton of research on wide receivers because I was kind of in the same boat as you. Is like, if the Packers take a wide receiver, it's probably going to be early because other than that, otherwise you're just sticking them in the back of the roster and they're just competing with guys that already have established play a little bit.
Peter, to answer your question, as of right now, unless they trade,
I think they might have just traded.
They did. Green Bay traded.
Yep.
Ah!
We are picking now.
Peter, you brought my attention to it. Thank you, Peter.
I have the ESPN draft cast up here, and I'm like, wait, we're not the next pick. We are.
We are.
With the Jets.
We traded.
Yeah.
Would you mind just looking up the trade comp if you can? Twitter's probably best bet. Steve, Johnny Wilson is another skill set. I love Johnny Wilson. We will get back to the comments in just a second. Let's see what's going on here as the Packers have traded up. Simon, any guesses on who they just traded up for?
No, not a clue. I'm going to be 100% with you. I have no clue who they could be looking at. I mean, I can't believe TJ Tampa is still there, too.
TJ Tampa, Cam Hart can make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Leonard David
Taylor.
Saying to trade up.
I like Leonard Taylor a lot.
Okay, the pick is in for Green Bay.
Johnny Wilson.
Yeah, give me Johnny Wilson. That would just be fun.
It'd be so fun watching him.
Like to just put a big old tight end in there, basically.
Yeah, Bo Braid would be an interesting pick here.
So
I like Bo Limmer a lot.
JH saying audio just dropped. Could people comment? Let me know. Is audio still good? Are we good? Let me know if you got any problems out there. Pick is in. Just waiting on it.
Are you guys watching on YouTube?
YouTube TV, yeah.
Yeah. I always like to enjoy the Zen and it shows like whatever.
Yeah.
Yep.
I love that.
Okay, audio good. All right, thank you guys. Thank you. Thanks everybody. Come on, get to the pick. I mean, I could see a few different things here. Like edge would not shock me. Maybe they want to go with a Kamara because he's still on the board. If they want to grab another safety, like Jaden Hicks immediately comes to mind as the top one. Cam Hart, maybe.
Yeah.
If they want to get into the category of like Mahogany or Mason McCormick, that can make sense here. If they want to add that in terms of like big edge bodies that fit their more typical approach, maybe a Brennan Jackson.
Yep.
That would make some sense too. So,
I think Gabriel Murphy is kind of an interesting edge guy too.
Thank you, Wisco. Packers traded 126 and 190 for 111. Okay. So,
okay.
Yeah.
So gave up a fifth or a sixth?
190. That's their
round 6 is 190.
Yeah, that's their.
Wow.
That was their earliest 6.
Okay.
So they trade. They trade their 4th, 126, and their earliest 6th to get up 15 spots to 111.
I like it.
The 6th they got from New Orleans. Perfect. Thank you, Whisker. Come on. They're taking forever with this.
We're in commercial.
I always hate the commercial right before our picks.
And they seem to always do it. Always the Green Bay. Always.
All right, here we go.
Pick is in. Pick 111 for the Green Bay Packers. All right. Is LaFleur in a sling today? He's not.
Look like it.
he's not in a sling, but that arm is
No, he just doesn't move his left arm.
that arm is hampered somehow.
Yeah.
It's like he's not moving it at all. And he's in some kind of brace under his shirt, it looks like.
Yeah, a shoulder brace or something.
Yeah. Yeah. Something's going on there with LaFleur.
Mm.
Come on.
We got the
All right, here's the selection. Claudia, it's up to you.
All right. Do you want to remove the pick is in so that they can see our reactions?
Oh, sure. So proud of that, though. All right. Two. Man, let's get to it. Oh, they are really focusing on that girl on NFL Network.
All right. Go, Pet, go.
All right, Claudia, it's up to you.
If he says it, I'll tell you.
No spoilers out there if you see it already.
Packers select Evan Williams.
Oh,
there's the next another safety.
interesting.
Okay.
Evan Williams, the safety from Oregon. You see on NFL Network right there, 5'11 and a quarter, 200 pounds, two-time first-team all-conference, 4.5 sacks in 2023, which was tied second amongst all DBs. Are you looking him up on the profile?
Yeah.
Sweet, thank you. But Evan Williams, another addition. So if he's true safety, he's going to join Xavier McKinney, Javon Bullard, Anthony Johnson Jr., and Benny Sapp in the back of the safety room. That could make for a very fun collective back there.
All right. I got the summary here from the Beast from The Athletic. It says, a one-year starter at Oregon, Williams was a versatile safety in head coach Dan Lanning's balanced scheme. After 4 years at Fresno State, he transferred to Eugene for the 2023 season and led the Ducks in tackles, finishing his college career with 45 starts. Although he has the size of a free safety, Williams has the mentality of a box safety, with his disciplined run support and eagerness to drop the hammer. Though he reacts well to front-facing throws, he has a tough time locating the ball downfield, and his coverage busts lead to big plays for the offense. Overall, Williams doesn't have playmaking instincts in the deep half of the field, but he is an energetic field presence with a trigger and toughness that are easy to appreciate. He projects as a backup strong safety and core special teamer in the mold of Alohi Gilman.
Okay. So, I mean, there you go. If you were clamoring for someone who's certainly tilting more in the box safety side of things while being a special teamer, Evan Williams is your man. The profile noted about how, like, he's going to give up some bigger plays, that there are coverage busts present, but he's a little bit more in the disruptor type. He's athletic. I can see it making some sense. Simon, you got something you want to say?
I was just kind of looking. I don't have a whole lot of notes on him, but his vertical, he had a 40.5-inch vertical and a 10.08 broad. That's Packers really value their explosive athletes.
Oh, for sure. Do you happen to have his 40 time right in front of you?
I do. He ran a 4.6.
4.6. Okay, so like right on the threshold for how the Packers like their safeties. This is certainly, from the sounds of it, I'm not going to lie, like this is one player I don't know super well off the top of my head. This is not, but overall an 8.20 RAS. Shuttle was running 4.08, which is a very prioritized test for the Packers safeties. So, I mean, I could say making some sense. Certainly, though, he adds into the room of Benny Sapp, Anthony Johnson Jr., Xavier McKinney, and Javon Bullard. This is probably your biggest true box safety of the bunch.
Yes.
So, let's see. Just wanted to catch up on a couple of comments here from before. Now that pick is in, and the Green Bay Packers don't pick next now until just 168.
Okay, so we got a little bit.
Everybody buckle up. We're here for 50 picks unless we make some more moves. Taylor, do we know what picks we traded? Yep, it was 126 and 190, which is the 6 that they got from the Saints last night. So as of right now, coming up yet, they've got 168 and 169 in the 5th, 202 and 215 in the 6th, and then 245 and 255 in the 7th. And as always, the bottom rolling ticker there is updated. We do that as quick as we can, showing you who they picked and when they pick next.
Well, that certainly shores up the second or the safety room.
I mean, realistically, now they've got what? Sapp, they've got McKinney, Bullard, Anthony Johnson Jr., and now Evan Williams. So you're at 5 safeties right now. And I still gotta believe there's gonna be one more there. I'm still bring Rudy Ford back. I'm not gonna get off of that, but I could see, because it's led by McKinney, who's like the elder statesman of that group. That is an incredibly young group of safeties.
One guy that I think they brought Zane Anderson back too, right?
Oh, they did. I'm sorry. Thank you. I forgot about Zane.
I did too.
Honestly, it's hard to even think of him as a safety, considering his role is so just like Levitt. He's not there to play safety. No. He is there for teams. And so, but Cody saying, man, I love the competition back there now. It's going to be extremely competitive on the back end of the roster at safety. I agree. 1,000%. Peter saying Evan Williams over Des Walker or TJ Tampa. Seriously, I don't know what's going on with Tampa. Tampa is falling for a reason. I will say that. Maybe something medical that we don't know about, but like a fall this much, something is going on there. And so I can't say that's that surprising. I would say it's more so surprising that they go with this guy over Jaden Hicks. Like if they're thinking that they want a box safety, go get the best of them that was in this draft. But the Packers obviously felt differently. And so we'll see. I want to look into him a little bit more.
TJ Tampa has to have some personal issue or something that teams are shying away from.
Some medical red flag. There's got to be something.
Yeah. Because he has good size. I mean, I had him as I think my 8th or 7th corner.
Yeah, I saw NFL Network had him as 8th earlier.
Yeah.
So there's got to be some. I'm not privy to it.
Yeah.
David saying Evans sounds like a traditional Packers safety in the strong safety mold. Yeah, the athleticism matches for sure. Special teams type. Yeah, give it that. Giving up big plays. Also true. Scott, what pick did the Pack give up at the trade? 190. So they moved up 190 there earlier of the 6s. Walker to Baltimore. Yes, Devontae Walker went right after Green Bay to Baltimore. So if you were hoping for him, he's gone. Tyler saying Evan Williams was the 20th safety on the Packer Report draft guide and a 7th round grade. This is the second time now in this draft and back-to-back picks that Green Bay has gone far beyond consensus rankings and gone with Hopper and now Williams. Both guys were Hopper was 5th, 6th. They picked him in the 3rd. Williams, yeah, that matches a lot of what I've seen. 7th. They picked him in the 4th. When asked about that last night, at least in regards to Hopper, Gutekunst said that from who he was talking to around the league, because GMs and they're more so they're disciples, their scouts, are constantly talking to other teams about what other teams are going to do. And Gutekunst acknowledged in his presser last night that they felt as though Hopper was going to go soon. And if they were going to get him, they needed to get him. Sure, in our world, from what we know, it's a reach. But if Green Bay really wants Hopper to do a specific thing and they hear somewhere down the line that he's going to go in 10 picks, then you got to get your guy. And that's why teams reach. Evan Williams maybe is the same mold and would be super interested to hear what they say about him. Simon, you got anything else to add about Hopper? Or, sorry, Williams?
Evan Williams?
Yeah.
No, I mean, I'm not really surprised by the safety pick. I think we all knew that they had to do something in the draft to shore up the back end outside of grabbing McKinney in free agency. They picked their guys, and I'm not mad at it.
Yeah, I mean, it's they've gone overboard before, and it seems to generally work out. So let's see. Evan Williams will still be wearing green. That is a fact, right? Slightly darker shade. And go Pack Go. Always go Pack Go. What are you doing?
I was gonna say, who's that?
I was trying to get it.
Let's see. It's Peter saying Hopper over Gray and Wilson yesterday. Evan Williams over Jaden Hicks today. Well, I mean, Goot is a true mystery to me. I think it's just indicative of that these guys have something they want.
Yep.
And I am not one. I have never been one to trash a pick, because ultimately we just don't know. And I don't want to sound like an idiot in 2 years when the dude is good. I'll fall in love with guys, but it's very hard for me to hate picks because I don't know what they're thinking. And it's hard for me to judge thinking when I don't know it.
Javon Foster. Wow.
So Javon Foster, very much a Packers tackle type.
I kind of wanted him.
Yeah.
I like him.
Yeah, he was one that really met everything they would want. Joseph, wow, yesterday you guys said 126 plus 168 to 110. So with only taking 126 plus 190, we beat the chart. Yeah, we were using the Rich Hill trade chart last night, and this does come in like the math. Goody won, at least per the chart anyway. Kamikaze Goot loves his UDFAs. Now he's drafting them. Hey, consensus was 7th round, not quite UDFA. Tyler, I like Wilson, but I can see the injury history being a concern. It's Wilson. Which Wilson? Which one are you talking about, Tyler? And then, are you saying Johnny Wilson?
Wilson from Florida State.
Could be. David, John, they traded up to select Williams. Yeah, they did. Which again, to me, indicative of he has something they want.
Yes.
Or knew that they needed to go up to get him. Keep in mind, folks, too, Peyton Wilson. Yeah. Keep in mind, too, the farther you get into the draft, and granted, we are only in round 4, so it is early, the more the board doesn't matter.
Yep.
The more teams don't care about value. That's round 1 talk. That's round 2 talk. Still kind of there in round 4, but you're getting to the point now where teams, we see it with every single team, they're just going to start picking guys that they want, that they like. It's not so much about the value anymore in day 3. Yeah. So it's you can feel about it how you feel about it. It is just the reality of how this works. And it looks like Evan Williams has got something that Goot loved. I'm not going to tell you what it was because I don't know. Peter, I'm going to send tape of Jaden Hicks highlights to Goot. He must have lost it before the beginning of the draft. Or he just hates Jaden Hicks. Maybe he doesn't like him. Maybe Jaden Hicks slept with his wife. I don't know. But, we don't know these things. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, what if Jaden Hicks walked in the office and gave Goot the bird?
Right? No, in reality, we just don't know. And so I'm very eager to hear the presser. Yeah, Peyton Wilson, Tyler, I very much agree with you. The fact that Peyton Wilson is still there, I have to believe is pretty exclusively because of his medical history.
Peyton Wilson got taken by the Steelers.
Someone is... Oh, did he? Yeah, he did last night. Thank you. I forgot about that. He was the very end last night.
Yep, he was at the end of round 3.
Thank you. Yeah, and probably slipped because of those medical issues.
Yeah.
But
Peyton Wilson was pick 98 this year.
Yeah, so the third to last pick last night.
And that just goes to show that all it takes is one team to like what you have, or they're willing to take a chance on you. Because everyone pretty much acknowledged that the reason why he fell was probably his medical history, like you've been saying. And all it takes is for one team to be like, I think the risk is worth the reward.
Yep. And then they go. Yeah. Look at Tavondre Sweat, right? Perfect example. Yeah. There was talk before the draft of he was already a partier. He went on top 30 visits to prove to teams that he's not a partier. And then he got a DUI 3 weeks before the draft. And so the talk was, now he's going to slide. Now he's going to be early day 3. He's not going to be round 2 anymore. Obviously, the Titans yesterday took a look at Tavondre Sweat and just said, we don't care. We believe in him. We're picking him. And they still took him in round 2. The perfect way to say it, all it takes is one team to say, we don't care about the red flags. We're taking it.
And I think, sorry, you can read your comments.
Oh, no, you're good. Go ahead.
I was going to say, And I think in Green Bay, it's like we acknowledge that these guys have these flaws in their game. Are they fixable? And they're probably looking at Evan Williams and saying the same thing. Like, we acknowledge that there are flaws in this guy's game, but we like everything else, and we think it's possible to fix those flaws. So we're going to choose him here.
Yeah. And certain teams have to project forward to and say, well, if we fix his flaws, then he's like a round 2 guy. And that's super easy for us to fix because we just dealt with that guy from that guy down the street like last week. Like, teams do look at it that way as well, for sure. Let's see, catching up on a few. Peter saying wasted picks in drafting future UDFAs is typical Goot, and I hate it. Dude, the team's pretty good, right? So, like, the last couple of years have been pretty good drafts. And he also has found some UDFAs like that have contributed. So I think at some point he's got to earn a little bit of faith, even if it goes against the consensus board, which is wrong a lot. David saying this is where they draft the guys that visited. A lot of times, yeah. Like I noted last night, like 10 of the 60 drafts that they conducted in the prior 2 years wound up as Packers. Almost all of them were day 3 picks. So yeah, for sure.
And
also,
this
is a good time. I'm sorry, Simon. I want to say this is a reminder to anyone out there, and I'm not scolding anyone. It is very important to me on this channel, as well as Wisco Fanatics, if you're joining us from their channel, since they're broadcasting it, that we do stay respectful, not only to the people on the screen, but to the people out there as well, to other podcasts, etc. We are all in this together to root for the team. Don't forget that. Okay. I just want to say that.
Yeah. 100%.
JH Peyton Wilson is old at 24.
That too.
I mean, for draft prospects, yeah. Which is really like
really
sobering sometimes. Yeah.
Just in all ages in the NFL, just in general.
Yeah.
Like, oh, the guy's 30, should retire.
Right.
He's
right.
30.
Dude's 33. He's getting to the end of the road. You're like, shit, put me in a grave. Let's see. Joseph, I recall Peter had it. No, I'm not going to do that. Rocket Knees, yo, this is Halfley input all the way. It's possible. We saw it when they added Bisaccia, that like they started doing Bisaccia-esque picks, especially in day 3. Maybe they never did it for Joe Barry, but maybe with Halfley, yeah, maybe they are giving him some input about what they want. Maybe. Let's see. Jason Jr., probably Cooper or Buller. Not sure what that's in reference to. JH saying in Brian Gutekunst's tweet, trust. That's as right. It should be. As it should be.
He's a GM for a reason.
And you like look, in 2020, 2021, let's be honest about it. Those drafts pretty much sucked. It's true. He had a down few years. 2022, 2023, you can't really say that. Drafts are really good. They've been really strong, like really strong. And that's not like being overly flowery or homey or whatever. Like, they were good from a football perspective. Gotta give credit where it's due. Rocket Knees, PFF getting picks wrong. They had Packers selecting quarterback from Iowa State instead of Evan Williams. Threw me for a loop for a second. Yeah. You know, I did see it. It was really funny because the Niners in round 1, when they picked Ricky Pearsall, there was apparently like NFL insiders were split. Some of them tweeted out that they were picking Cooper DeJean. Others tweeted out that they were picking Pearsall. And it was like this big thing. Apparently on another Packers show, a couple of guys that I've actually interacted with before, but like Paul Noonan and Tyler Brook, they just like expounded that like maybe this is like Game of Thrones where John Lynch like told different scouts different things and then saw where the leaks were coming from. And that got picked up by aggregator sites and they were like quoting it as fact. Like, guys, if you follow aggregators, stop. That's all I got to say. Scott saying shoot Bortolini gone. Yep, just went off the board. Who did he wind up going to?
Bortolini went to Indy.
I missed that pick totally.
Yeah, it was like 2 picks ago. Indy is in their draft style has some traits similar to Green Bay. Yeah. So that is not a surprising selection at all.
Can't have any pasta on our team.
So
yeah, go ahead.
if I can going back to talking about Evan Williams, and I'm not I'm not crapping on the person's comment. I mean, you don't know if Evan Williams is going to be a UDFA either.
Cool. This is very true. Yeah.
I'm sure he had much interest from other teams. And looking at, so I like the Packers report draft guide because they specifically talk about Packers thresholds and stuff.
Yes.
And Evan Williams fits their thresholds on height, weight, and he has over 80% broad jump, and he has over an 8 RAS. Like it makes sense as far as the player themselves. And so I'm like, it's hard. You don't know who's going to be a UDFA, and there are guys that people are like, oh, why didn't they draft this guy that ends up being a UDFA that was 140 on the consensus big board? Like we just don't know. And that's like Brenton Cox last year. They were talking about like, well, if he didn't have all those school issues, he would have been like a midday 2-3 pick. Maybe not 2, but like 3 day
3-4, I think is where he was going to go.
Yeah, 3rd, 4th round pick. So we just don't know.
Well, and there is a certain element too. Like there does have to be a little bit of faith for every GM, even the terrible ones, about how like Goot isn't sitting in his chair going, I know I can get him in the 7th. I'm going to take him now. Like, no, it means that he heard something from someone that says, hey man, you want him, you got to get him. And like, they're not ignorant.
Mason McCormick to the Steelers.
Goodbye. That's probably an instant starter for the Steelers on their line. So the Steelers now,
that line.
I think that's their second offensive lineman now, right?
Yeah, they took someone else.
They got Zach Frazier.
That's right.
So there you go. They got a bulky duo in the middle of their line now. Let's see. Anna saying, I saw a post about 2 players that said that one was very difficult and coaches reported that they hated working with him. He had issues, but he had a phenomenal 40 time. Another player was difficult.
Yeah.
And we see that all the time. And Brian Gutekunst did talk a little bit last night in his presser about how the Packers feel right now like they have an incredibly strong locker room culture. However, locker room culture is very fragile. And all it takes is a couple of guys that can wreck a room for 50 guys. We've all been there in work environments, in classrooms, right? You need one piece of crap kid or like one jerk coworker that just ruins the whole experience for everybody. And so Brian Gutekunst acknowledged last night that he is trying to be very aware of that and maintain the, as we called them last night, the immaculate vibes of the room. And I think that makes a lot of sense. Connor saying, in my opinion, it's too early to judge drafts. You have to wait and see how they play in the NFL. Right. Yeah, the rule of thumb is always like 3 years, right? I mean, you can talk about early returns. You can talk about trends, but like to finally say like a conclusive, like this dude will be good or bad, generally rule of thumb is like 3 years. Joseph is saying in response to that, no doubt 2 to 3 years before judging a draft, and we will see grades 2 to 3 days everywhere later. Yeah, the grades right now are rough. Like they're always. Thomas saying no. Their channel's podcast. Thanks, Thomas. Saying, I don't remember what players there were and the details of the other player, but they were either wide receiver, safety, or cornerback, something like that. It happens all the time, Anna. Like I don't know who specifically you're talking about, but
in those positions,
those generally can have some tougher personalities to handle. Yeah, that's a fair assessment.
Like a wide receiver at corner.
Bryant, any centers left worth taking? Y'all like Limmer? There's still some interior players that I like Mahogany and Cohen. If they go with a true center, I know in our community mock we took him like Andrew Rame, who's been a Packer fan his entire life. He's one that supposedly the Packers have looked at based upon some reporting. So I wouldn't be shocked to see him a little bit later. That's the one that comes to mind. Simon, you got any?
I like Hunter Norzad a little bit.
Oh, yeah, good one. Yeah.
I had Bo Limmer is like kind of my other guy.
And Nourzad, even though he didn't do any testing, is projected to be one guy that might even have a little bit of guard versatility to him, which is not the case for all these day 3 centers.
He's got good size too, 6'3", 317.
Yeah.
So, big boy.
Yeah, I could see Nourzad. Keep in mind, though, like we talked about last night, though, like the Packers do want, I mean, unless they're picking like a true center who they're going to stick at center, they want guys who have at least experienced tackle somewhere in their college career. That's really important to them. If they don't pick that, it's kind of an exception, not the rule. Let's see. Joseph saying, did Bortolini ever block for Jonathan Taylor at UW Wisconsin? If not, he can now. True. Yeah.
True.
They can reminisce about Culver's cheese curds together.
Yeah. Jason Chickert, Indy likes Wisconsin players. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. Steve, just watched video on Evan Williams. My takeaway, Packers got a downhill enforcer, and the D will be coming downhill this year. Fair. And maybe that's, like someone mentioned earlier, the Hafley influence. Very well could have led to that pick, for sure. Let's see. Wisco Fanatic saying, I don't think Van Pran had been gone.
He's still available.
Wow. So he's slipping as well.
Yeah.
He's a little on the lighter side.
He is
298.
Just under 300. And from what I recall reading about him, a little bit more run blocker than pass blocker. And there were some concerns about like lateral agility, overall speed when it came to him, especially as related to nimbleness in the pass game.
Yeah.
And I remember reading that and going, okay, sounds like a really good center. I don't know about for Green Bay, though, because they want guys who snap the ball and get up, not snap the ball and then push forward. Rocket Knee saying, John, did you talk about what the Packers had to give to the Jets to move up already? Yeah, a little bit. They gave up 190, which is the 6th that they got from the Saints last night. So just continuing to catch up here. Joseph saying, Rob Domofsky talked about how GMs and their staff have had so many back channels and intel sharing about players likely get drafted and by which teams. One reason we see targeted draft pick trade-ups. That's exactly spot on. And that's what I mean. Like Brian Gutekunst, from my understanding, Brian Gutekunst is generally on the phone if another GM is on the phone.
Ooh, that's a good pick by Miami.
Right, running back.
Oh, he's so Miami-ish. Oh, yeah. That's such a good match.
That's kind of crazy because they just re-signed Raheem Mostert. They took a chain last year.
Yeah,
like they're gonna have, that backfield's gonna be crazy.
Oh, they're so fast. Oh, my.
Do they have Jeff Wilson still, or I don't know?
Which Wilson?
Jeff Wilson. They signed him a couple years ago from San Francisco.
I want to say he signed elsewhere this offseason, but don't quote me on that.
I don't remember. Either way, that backfield's crazy.
Crazy fast. Oh, man. That's what a good spot for Jalen Wright to wind up in. But you're right. So to my understanding, like Brian Gutekunst is on the phone if another GM is on the phone. And that likely means that we are deep in negotiations or something's getting finalized. His team of front office personnel, they talk to other scouts about who's doing what, spreading the rumor mill, using their network connections, right? A lot of trade negotiations also start with the lower scouts. And then as it becomes more serious, then it elevates up to the GM level. It kind of works its way down the phone line. And then the deal would be consummated GM to GM. From my understanding, that's the way that the war rooms generally work. So Joseph, I think your comment is spot on that like scouts are constantly on the phone working who's doing what are you hearing? Let's work together to piece together what Frisco's doing, whatever, what have you, work in the rumor mill. Joe saying the Steelers also got Troy.
Yeah, that was our first round pick.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, they really both slaying in that line.
Of which they needed it, so makes sense. Wisco saying, give me players who act like Cooper and Bullard when they get picked. Yeah, right. Yeah. Thankful ones. The Rashawn Gary types. I want to see criers. Redevelop pretty much their whole line. Yep. Steve saying Limmer has positional versatility and great athlete, played in the SEC. Sign me up. Packer type. More talks about the Steeler O-line. Solar Miners. So what have I missed? The Packers traded up from 126 to 110 or 111. 111. Thank you. They traded up from 126 up to 111. It cost them 190, which was the round 6 pick that they got from the Saints. They beat the trade chart on that move. In doing so, they grabbed Evan Williams, back safety from Oregon. Projected like by the consensus board to be a 7th round pick. Packers took him in the 4th, which means they must have known something. And from a lot of the profiles that we've read, what people have said, very, very downhill safety type, an enforcer type, not a coverage type. Also someone to be expected to contribute on special teams right away. So
Another tight end gone.
Bears last pick.
AJ Barner.
Yep.
So the Michigan tight end goes to the Seahawks. 111. Oh, thanks, Raganese. And then Joseph saying, yep, the Georgia center, Van Prenger, would be fun to create chaos in the uniform sewing room. Man, the uniform sewing room's a bunch of old ladies. Be kind to them.
Right?
But yeah.
Wasn't the equipment manager just retired, didn't he?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes. Red Batty, who has been there for
forever
in Green Bay alone over 30 years, in football over 40 years. And I have not yet met him, but I've heard that he is one of the nicest human beings on the face of the earth.
Yeah.
And it's
everything
if you've ever
I've read
gone to
from,
training
like,
camp, like for those of you who've gone to training camp, he is always the guy who's got a balding head, yet is tall and thin, who by himself moves around the end zone goalposts for training camp.
Taylor.
wow, they took a punter for how many punts they're gonna have this year.
I love it for the Bears.
It's good. They should really prepare.
Nice. I love it. I love it. I know he's a really good punter, but yes, Bears, use up your last capital on that. I'm just fine with it.
I mean, I like Torrey Taylor, but yeah, that's kind of surprising.
Yeah. Yeah. Rocket Knees saying, what do you think about our new running back? Reminds me of, funny enough, Jacobs and a little bit of Kenneth Walker.
Ooh.
Oh, that's fair. I hadn't thought about that comp either, just like DeAndre Swift earlier. But I could see that. And then he says he fumbled every 36 touch in college. Fumbling is an issue. Yes. Of which Goot was asked about that last night. Goot said ultimately that, like, I don't want to say Goot brushed it off, but he said that they're really not concerned. That's probably indicative of them believing that they know what the problem is and that they can fix it.
Yes.
So overall, I really like it. I loved when I read about and could see patience, timing, vision. All of that is very Aaron Jones-esque. And then you dive into some of the deep stats about his yards after contact being over 4 per carry. His elusiveness score from PFF being one of the highest in all of college football last year. Jacobs, I think, is a pretty good comp, except I said earlier, Jacobs seems to want contact a little bit more. That's one of the only differences, whereas Lloyd looks to make guys miss by avoiding them. But I do really like that. We will have to see if fumbling is a bit of a problem, though.
Wow.
So, and then the other thing I should note too.
Go, hun. You just got drafted.
Yeah, I'm not rich like him. The other thing that I should note about Marshawn Lloyd that has not been talked about on this channel, at least, the man does struggle in pass pro. So if you're looking for an Aaron Jones comp, at least early career Aaron Jones, there it is, because Jones got way better towards the end of his time.
Oh, yeah.
But that is something that they are going to have to work with Lloyd on, like, no doubt about it. He does need to improve from a pass protection standpoint, because that is so important in Green Bay. Chris saying, isn't Johnny Wilson from FSU like 9 feet tall? That would be a fun pick, I think. I think he's like 6'8" or like 6'7", 3/4.
I can't remember. I had him at, I think, 6'6".
Gigantor for a wide receiver at a minimum.
Oh,
and
sorry,
also
6'7".
Wilson, yeah,
6'7".
Oh, okay.
ESPN
has him as 6'6".
Okay. He run blocks like a monster.
Yeah.
There's some people even saying he should switch to tight end in the NFL and be like a Travis Kelce receiving tight end-esque who only goes in line sometimes. I like him from the standpoint of, imagine an Alan Lazard who's a superior receiver, yet is bigger and that good of a run blocker. That would be a welcome addition to the offense in my mind, for sure. Joseph saying, wow, might have to listen to some Chicago sports radio after that punter pick.
It would be some nice entertainment for you.
Wisco saying, Ariza was more of a punting phenom, was a 6th round pick. I like Taylor, but a 4th round pick. The only thing that I can think of is, unless the Bears make a trade, that was the Bears' last pick, as Steve notes here. So
but they don't
the
have a lot of
Bears,
picks next year either.
right? So the Bears might have looked at that and said, I don't care if it's 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. No one's trading back with us. We need a punter. I want this punter. Just pick him. Like I could see the Bears just kind of putting their hands up and going, we're done for the day. Who cares if it's round 5 or round 6 or round 7? Pick what we need and let's be out of here.
Yeah, Ryan Pohl's future is really nested in in Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze working out.
Yeah, very much so. Which they stand a good chance of it working.
So too.
I think the Bears have gotten better.
100%. They've gotten better.
But the Bears, I don't know. The talk of too many wins is just nuts. Joseph saying, my guy, 6'6" with a 4'5", 240 and a great blocker. Taller, faster Lazard, Goon wide receiver. Hey, Joseph, like mines. Blaine saying, Goot said the new running backs fumbling can be addressed by training. Yeah, yep. Thank you for having the exact quote. That's why I don't want to say like Goot wasn't dismissive, but you could tell in Goot's mind this was not a huge deal. Certainly not a deal breaker. Angelo saying, have any kickers gone yet? And will they try to get one? We talked about kicker a little bit earlier. No kickers have gone yet. I wouldn't be shocked either way, but I'm leaning towards no, just because they've got 3 kickers on the roster already. They certainly could cut one to take one on, but I think they're ready to walk into training camp with Joseph and Carlson competing. But if they pick one and have it be a 3-man, I would not be shocked at all. I think they want to give Carlson a longer leash, even though Goots talked about, Carlson really needs to earn the job this year. I still think they want to give him a longer leash than a 3-man competition. Steve, damn it, Stover's gone. Yes, he is. And he's now much wealthier than me. Steve, it's malpractice to invest your last pick on a 4th-round punter when you are one of the worst teams in football. Trade back and get more picks to fill out the roster. Thank God we have Goody. Just remember, Steve, and this is the only thing I'll say about it, is it takes 2 to tango. Yep. If the Bears tried to get back into the 5th to take the punter, and no one said they would do it. Like maybe everyone knew they were going to take a punter and said, oh, you could take him in the 4th. So I'm not saying you're wrong at all. I'm just saying, keep that in mind. And you're thinking, these trades always take 2 to tango. It's a lot more complicated than PFF and PFN. Rocket Knee is saying, so far needs are met while adding some potential stars, maybe 2 reaches, but this draft looking good so far. Yeah. And I think that's ultimately where I'm at. Am I bold over saying that this is the greatest draft of all time? No, I'm not. But I'm also not really upset with anything they've done either. Hopper, Williams, yeah, they look like reaches on the consensus board. I'm very interested to hear what they have to say about Williams. I might look that up in a little bit, see if they've done that presser yet. But ultimately, they're picking these guys for a reason. And we'll see. Hopper, I fully believe, after even reading more about Hopper last night, I just believe that they have got
Mustafa to the 49ers.
Goodbye, Mustafa. I just believe fully that they have a role in mind for Hopper.
Oh, they doubled up on safety too.
So that's what I gotta believe in terms of why they picked Hopper. I think they've got a role in mind that they.
I think you can really look at this draft, even if you don't like the players as your own personal opinion. You can look and see the vision.
Yeah, and plus too. I mean, last year they were entering. Yes, they believed in Jordan Love, but they were entering year 1 with a young quarterback. And I think last year was a lot more open. They had more spots that they needed to address. And so it was a lot more let's move around. Let's get the guys we want. Let's or just be more open to the freaks that might pan out, etc. Whereas this year, you're on the cusp of a contending window. So you're doing a little bit more, you are doing some best player available, but they might be a little bit more selective with hey, we do not have XYZ on the roster. I want this dude for X, this dude for Y, this dude for Z. Go get him. And they go get him. And you do see that shift between rebuilding teams and contending teams that are generally a little bit more discerning, generally a little bit more purposeful in their selections, even if they go contrary to board. Jaden Hicks sliding? Mm-hmm. Far sliding far, no doubt about it. Steve saying, I hope we get Mahogany from Boston College in round 5. We get back-to-back 168, 169. Malik Washington and Mahogany. You've got your favorite, Steve. Simon, I know you're really high on Mahogany. You want to talk about him for a minute?
Yeah, let me pull up.
Oh, there goes Bucky Irvin.
Yeah, notes. I was just.
Bye, Bucky.
Bye, Bucky.
A new muscle hamster for the Bucks.
Okay, yeah. So he's 6'3", 314. He had a 32.5 vert, almost 11-foot broad, 9.64 RAS. He has a ton of football played.
Yeah.
He played over 2,300 snaps. He only allowed 4 sacks, 5 QB hits, and 20 QB hurries. Yeah, I think in pass protection, he's like kind of an immovable guy. Like he's really in there. He has kind of heavy feet, so he struggles a little bit with the quicker interior guys, but I really like him.
Yeah, and obviously Hafley's going to know him incredibly well.
Oh, and sorry, I was going to say he could slide in that right guard spot, I think.
Mm-hmm. I think it's I know I said it earlier, but it would just be anomalous from the standpoint of they want their guys to have tackle experience in college. Mahogany does not. And so from that angle, not that it would be a bad pick by any stretch. I'm just saying in that one way, it would be fairly unpackersy to go with a guy like Mahogany.
I think this is like we've kind of said a few times, this is where you start getting away from those things that you like and start taking guys that might have those one or two things that you don't love.
Yeah, for sure. To JH, maybe simplistic, but this one has seemed more need than BPA. Goot was asked about that last night too, and Goot was like, well, we've been in a position to pick the best player available. And that was kind of like, have you thou? Or is it like best player available of the ones that you're circling because you want? Like that's, I would agree. I think this draft is targeted. Let's say that they're doing it for the guys that they want is where I would go. Ray saying Green Bay is the youngest team in the league and is on the rise. Every Packers draft pick now is fitting specific needs for the team, the schemes, and special teams. I agree. I think that's a fair assessment. Martain, is TJ's Tampa still on the board? Time to trade up again? Feels like the quality is really dropping now.
He's been sliding
hard. He got some play as like a late round 1 pick early in the draft cycle, and now here we are at where exactly are we now?
On pick
126.
Yeah.
Oh, this would have been the Packers pick.
Yep, and then it got traded to the Jets, who traded it to the Lions.
All right, Jets moving around.
Yep, they have plenty of picks to do it.
The Lions moving around.
Yeah,
because they moved up in the first too.
Yeah, they did to get in front of Green Bay.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm not going to pretend to know what's going on with TJ Tampa, but I think it's pretty clear at this point something is going on with TJ Tampa, be it personality thing we're not privy to, a medical flag. Like, I don't think TJ Tampa's play on the field alone is warranting this slide. That would be very surprising. It's just got to be something that we just don't know. So Rocket Knees, come on, we know this. It doesn't matter where these players get drafted. It's all about how they compete and show that they belong in the NFL. For John's sake, 2 7th-round picks made the team last year. Yeah, that's the thing. And like, I'm not going to tell anyone like what to do, but our role in this is to hope that they pan out. It's all we have control over. So, and this is, we talked about it at the very top. Day 3, Goot's shown to be certainly well above the league average in his day 3 selections. So we'll just gotta let him cook, let it pan out, and we'll see how it goes. But so far, I think they're really targeting. It's a very intentional draft thus far for Green Bay, in my opinion. All right, so we are still at 126, waiting on the Lions pick. Few players that are best overall left on the board, just to update everybody. Miles Cole is at least ESPN's top-ranked player left on the board. Mustafa
He's gone.
is
Gone.
gone. I obviously got to refresh the page. Bucky just went as well.
Yep, all those asterisks.
Mustafa's gone as well. I'm sorry. Bo Braid is now their top player left on the board, at least on the tab that I'm looking at. So,
just from my end, TJ Tampa, Leonard Taylor, Jaden Hicks, Kalen Carson, Braylon Allen, Johnny Wilson, Cedric Gay's gone. I forgot to mark him off. Sorry. Spencer Rattler, Josh Newton, Brennan Rice, Makai Wingo, kind of run out about 10 or so prospects.
Yeah. I will say I'm looking right now. I'm trying to look into TJ Tampa, see if there's anything out there.
I just looked, and a lot of people are like kind of perplexed at how he's fallen this far, even out of day 2.
And especially like for Green Bay, TJ Tampa would have made sense for Green Bay. Like they could use the additional.
He makes a lot of sense.
He's big, like they like their corners too. I think the speed's a little under where they ideally would like it, but like you're in day 3, you got to bend a little.
He ran a 4.59 at his pro day.
So like right on the border.
Yeah.
Because I think they're willing to go up to 4.6. 4.6 plus is a deal breaker at the corner position. But yeah, from what I'm seeing too, it's just the world is confused by the TJ Tampa slide right now. And I don't believe Hicks has gone yet either.
He has not. Hicks is still available.
So there you go. Jaden Hicks, the other one that people are confused by, and rightfully so at this juncture. You know, we're getting close to round 5, and these are guys. Tampa had gotten some round 1 play. Hicks was certainly 2 or 3. Now we're getting to 5. Bryant saying, seems these D picks can separate opponents from their limbs on impact and bring down QBs. Time to hunt bears. Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
Not a bear hunt.
And I did talk about it, I think it was Thursday. Something that has been prioritized tremendously in the last couple drafts for Green Bay has been guys who maybe have got some concerns other places, but if they're on the line, look for an elite first step defensively. Yeah. If they're in the secondary, that's early. Bye, Manu. If they're in the secondary, look for guys or linebacker with elite closing speed. That seems to be a trait over the last 2-3 years that Green Bay has severely prioritized. They want guys who, when they get close to the ball carrier, snap at them and don't just like flow into a tackle. Edgerrin Cooper is extremely reminiscent of that, but we see that a lot the last couple of years. Seems to be a real priority in their drafting, and Evan Williams probably fits that bill.
I'm going to be honest with you. This is the first guy I have no idea who it is.
Oh, Giovanni Magno?
I'm not even talking trash. Like I literally have no idea who this is.
So super interesting story. It was actually a top 30 visit by Green Bay. Big guy. Off the top of my head, I want to say like 6'8",
6'8" and 350 pounds.
Big.
This was the BC dude.
Yes, coming from Canada. Started playing football late, from what I recall.
Good pick.
Was considered very developmental, but if it pans out, you got to steal. And so for the Lions and their uber bulky O-line, it makes all the sense in the world as a depth pick for sure. All right. Now that I'm nearly caught up on comments, I'm going to ask for a favor, everyone. Hit the like button. Help us out. Hit like or a heart or whatever. And subscribe if you haven't yet. Why aren't you doing that? Yeah. So, hit like, please. Help us out. Get more people in here. Wisco Fanatics, Carrington Valentine was a 4th or 5th value and fell to the 7th last year. Yeah. Even Wicks had been talked about as like a potential 4 to 6. They nabbed him in 5.
And you'll see that too. Start getting the 6th and 7th round. Guys that you had in the 4th and 5th round will still be there, and Green Bay will probably pick them up.
Or in the case of Hicks and Tampa, 1 and 2 guys might still be hanging out as well. Yeah. Cody, so next year at the 2025 draft, are we going to chant Bears still suck every time they're up to pick? I think it's a requisite. Like, I think it's going to happen. I do believe.
I like Ray Davis a lot.
I was going to say another running back.
And that was a top 30 visit too.
Yes, he was. Again, he's going to go with James Cook in Buffalo. I can see that making some sense. But Ray Davis now off the board. J.H. Morgan value diminished if he's a right guard. Okay, so I have two trains of thought on that. If he pans out, no, not really. And the thinking there is, okay, let's say this year they put him at right guard and he starts at right guard. And then they like him an awful lot at right guard, so they just leave him there. And he's the starter at right guard for a decade. Would you be upset about that being a draft pick for the Packers? Like, yeah, right guard is still the least important offensive line position in most schemes. Still was a first-round pick on a guard. I get it. But if he's a decade starter, I think you're good with it still.
Goodness.
Or year one, he starts at guard. And then year two, he winds up playing tackle and kicks out because Tom goes inside to continue his Hall of Fame career arc at center. So, like, in that case, then you've got a starting tackle that you picked in round one, and that's not really problematic from a value standpoint. So as long as one of those two things happens, I don't think you can be upset about the round one valuation. I think if we get into year two, year three, year four, and Morgan never sees the field, or he sucks, or he's Royce Newman's incarnate, then, yeah, then it's a bust. And I think we could just say, like, no matter what direction it would have taken, then the dude isn't a great offensive lineman and wasn't getting the return that they expected from a first-round pick. So as long as one of the two paths to starting take place for him, I don't think you're going to be upset about a value on it. If he's a bust, he's going to be a bust regardless.
Yep.
And I think that's the two worlds we're living in with the Jordan Morgan pick, and it's kind of similar to many others. So, Kurt, George Halani is better than Ray Davis. Kurt, I know from other comments you're very high on George Halani, and I mean, like from a consensus standpoint, I know Halani is coming up, but like I told you, I like Halani a lot, and I almost included him in my day 3 mock. We'll see where he goes. It'll be very. I hope he goes to the right system to really thrive, but I think it'll be a little bit before we see his name called yet. And then Bryant saying Jets just keep trading their pick.
They just traded one to the 49ers, but they have a lot to trade. I'm just looking through the draft schedule. So they have one left in the 7th round, 2 in the 6th, 2 in the 5th, and then they still have one pick in the 4th. So they can give them away. Apparently they just don't want to add to their team.
Rogers is sitting there with his glass of scotch going, could you please give me some players?
Yeah, where's the what do they always say for Rogers? Give him some
weapons.
Yeah. Rogers gonna be crying. Give him some weapons.
No, he's happy now.
I know.
Maybe he's on FaceTime with Joe Douglas.
Right.
And then JH saying Guerrero just went to the Niners. Did he indeed? Yeah.
Did he?
Haven't seen anything yet.
No. They haven't picked yet.
Yeah, they're still on the
TV.
The pick is in. We're just waiting for the announcement. But
unless they saw it on Twitter or something.
Yeah.
Could be. Okay. I mean, he's a one-cut runner, home run capable speed, high raz.
Did you see?
Someone saying yes. Okay.
Did you see what the Lions gave up to the Jets?
No, I didn't.
They gave up a 2025 third.
To pick Manu.
So that's going to be a late third. They basically gave up a late third.
Yeah.
To move up to grab
Manu.
Technically early 5th.
Yeah.
I mean,
late 4th.
Yeah, because I mean, generally, if you go a year into the future, you devalue the round by 1. So
more
that's not. Yeah, right. That's the rough conversion. So it's pricey, but no, you're good, JH.
Right now we're just
question.
watching Kevin O'Connell talk because we care so much. Instead of just hearing the pick.
Here, I'll flip it back to NFL on this one. Let's see. And then Ray saying when it gets around to this point in the draft, the scouts really earn their money. That's true.
Yeah.
Lots of tape to go over for many players. The Evan Williams pick is a draft pick for need, depth, and competition. Yeah, and I think the only, like, I very much agree with that assessment. I think the question, and it's a fairly valid question, is if you were going box safety, why Evan Williams over other box safeties that were available, such as Jaden Hicks? And I don't think that it's an unfair question at all.
Correndo did go.
Yep, to the Niners. That's a very Niners running back. I hate that pick because it's a good pick for them. Steve saying TJ Tampa to the Ravens. Steve, you're not spoiling stuff, are you? Are you predicting or are you spoiling? The spoilers in the comments, y'all. Captain Kebble's saying, we here. Hello, Captain Kebbles. We are back. I'm going to be here all the way to Mr. Irrelevant.
Analysis.
So, hey, while we're caught up on comments, I do want to say, don't leave. This is going to take 1 minute. Don't be that guy. I just want to say that we have officially launched a Patreon page at Lombardi Time Brews. So if you are at all interested, if you like Claudia and I and our occasional guests, the Wisco Fanatics, you can join their Patreon as well. But we now officially have a Patreon. You can head to Patreon, just search Lombardi Time Brews. I'm going to announce it on the channel later on today as well in the community selection. If you don't have anything to spare, our stuff will still always be free on YouTube. Please don't give it to us if you don't need to. But if you really like what we do, if you believe in what we do, you like seeing my face.
There he goes.
It's there for you to contribute if you want. We are also going to be launching a merch store in August. So please, like, I'm not going to oversell this. I'll probably talk a little bit about it on Monday, and then you'll hear me shut up for a while. So, but it's there. So please consider it if you would, to help out and support Claudia and I as we continue to grow and do more and more stuff for you all people. So thank you for being here, everybody.
And TJ Tampa finally is off the board.
Goodbye, TJ.
130. What a fall.
Yeah.
God.
Yep. And I gotta believe for the
leaped.
Ravens, that's just a value pick. Like, they were just looking at him and going, all right, we'll take him.
Are you watching these basketball highlights? Those were dope.
Oh, yeah. Woo. Yeah, okay. So he's fairly athletic. Captain Kebble's saying Goody saw him forcing the Caleb Williams fumble and said, haha, happy day. In terms of Williams. Yeah. I get that.
Jared Wiley, tight end, goes to the Chiefs.
All right, goodbye, Jared Wiley. Probably the top tight end left on the board, or at least close to it. Going to the Chiefs. And that's actually a good pick for the Chiefs. I mean, he can definitely be a down the field receiving type. So to go pair him with Kelsey, I get it. I get it for sure. So, all right, we are all caught up. So we're currently sitting on.
And the Lions moved again. They with Philly to get another pick. Down at pick 132.
ESPN seems to be moving a lot quicker than than NFL Network and the keeping up with the picks.
Except for their online resources. Those are falling behind.
Yeah. So did Shipley go? Did I miss that one? Where did Shipley go?
I don't remember. I just saw his name on the screen.
To Philadelphia.
Oh, that's all right. To pair him with Saquon?
Yeah.
That makes some sense.
Pick number 127.
Wow. Okay. Let's see what else we got here. So let me ask you this, Simon. Right now, surveying the Packers roster, what is the, let's say, specific position rather than trait, specific position that you are not worried about, but you are most skeptical of it working, that you have some reservations about? What position are you a little tentative about being complete right now?
For me, it's right guard. I think Sean Ryan definitely made some what's the word? He made some steps forward, progress in his development.
Yes.
And he showed he can play a little bit. Very inconsistent though, and I'm not 100% sold on him being the right guard of the future.
Yeah.
And it turned, at the end of the year, John Runyon was outplaying him. And I know they had like that weird 50-50 game, 8-game stretch near the end of the year where they were trading back and forth drives and stuff. So I think that's probably the position, that at least starting position, that I'm most skeptical of going into the year, at how it's going to work out.
Yeah, I think that's like, I mean, that's a really good answer. I see Scott saying center and right guard. Makes sense with how inconsistent Myers has been, no doubt about it. JH saying, plus Royce is a free agent next year. Like, we got to replace Royce, right? But I think that that's a really good answer. And I think you're right. Like, Ryan should not be in a position that he's just going to get handed the job. Like, there's no way.
Yeah.
My personal opinion still is that Morgan winds up starting at right guard this year, and then transitions if they shuffle guys, don't re-sign Myers, et cetera, in the future. Of course, subject to change based upon how some of these picks go. But so I think that's a really good answer. I think my answer overall, as much as I like the cornerback room, probably that's the one that I'm concerned about. Martin, I'm with you. Because right now you've got Jair, who, let's be honest, when he's on, is still one of the best. When he's not on, it can get rough. And he's not the guy that he was a couple years ago. That shoulder injury, I think, changed the game for him mentally. He doesn't get involved in the run like he used to. So we at least have to acknowledge that, even if he's still really good at coverage. But then opposite Jair, you've got Carrington Valentine, who was super impressive as a rookie, posted some advanced stats that were amongst the best in the NFL, especially for guys under 3 years experience. But you're banking on him doing it again. And that is a gamble to some degree. And then you've also got Eric Stokes, who is Valentine's greatest competition. And Stokes has been up and down in his performance. Plus, he has the injury history, which makes him a bit of a question mark.
Yeah.
Then you've got Nixon, who, like, maybe he's got potential to be better. He was better at the end of the year than he was at the beginning, but still was in like the bottom half of the NFL in terms of slot corners. And then after that, you've got Valentine. And then you're like, you're done. Like, that's like, that to me is a fragile corner room that could sink really fast.
Yes.
If things go poorly. And that's why I'm a little surprised, even if they like the position, which Goot's been very public about, I'm a little surprised that they have yet to truly address it in this draft. And that's, I got to see them do that real soon.
I think my answer doesn't change, but I'm with you on, I think I'm most surprised that that position hasn't been addressed.
Yeah. And I mean, like, I'm a little surprised that edge, like, we haven't seen edge yet either, although edge is a lot more secure than corner, but that's probably like my one I'm surprised we haven't seen. But just that corner position, I really like Valentine.
Yeah.
I'm still a Stokes believer, but to not acknowledge that there could be significant downside with both of them, put yourself in a very risky proposition.
Yeah.
Like, it feels like right now at corner, they are banking on things going well and Hafley making sure that things won't go bad. But it's kind of an injury-riddled group. It's like, to me, for me to feel comfortable, I got to see like a couple more bodies there, or guys that I know can come in and play.
So that was interesting. Sayon Vaki, they call him a running back.
Yeah.
I know he had played some running back last year due to injuries and stuff. But
well, I know
he played more safety than he did.
Well, and if you go read, I think it was like in the PFF mock draft database, I think it was PFF at least, they still had him listed as a safety. But when you'd click on him, his entire write-up was about running back. Yeah. So like, we'll see what they do with him. Who knows?
I think he said, like, he did his like interview or whatever, and he said, I want to play safety.
Okay. I mean, that would make sense. Let's see. JH saying maybe a bit early to ponder 2025, but needs related to Stokes or Ja. Kenny, maybe edge. Yeah, we'll see what happens with some of these contracts.
Good pick.
Hicks goes to the Chiefs. Yeah, okay. Very Chiefsy. I think Kenny's entering the last year of his deal. We'll see if he gets an extension, because if he does, then the need for D-line next year does go down. Stokes entering what is probably the last year of his deal, although they could see them doing like a 1-year J-Love style in lieu of picking up your option. Here's a cheaper 5th year based on incentives. I could see them doing that for Stokes. But and then edge, like we talked about a little bit earlier, like Preston eventually is going to not be able to perform to the level that he has. So eventually that's going to get moved up the priority list for sure. Joe saying run stopper. Because I'm still not seeing, like, even the switch to Hafley, I'm still not seeing a clear-cut solution to this defense becoming really good at stopping the run. Like, they're going to be much better tackling this year than they were last year, with McKinney and Bullard being back there instead of Owens. Like, Ford was really good at tackling last year, but they eventually did not put him in the lineup. Savage, who was better last year, but still not great at tackling. So that's the one area where I'm like, oh, they could be better at tackling this year at one position. But I agree. Like, I still don't see a path to where this team's suddenly going to be a great run stopping team. And I'm just not sure that they care that much.
Wisco's going.
Wait, what?
Ooh.
Bye, Braylon Allen.
Bye, Braylon. Oh, to the Jets. So
They just really like what we have.
well,
First, they draft or they trade and sign, the Packers, and then they're like, oh, hey, we can't get enough of Green Bay. We can't get anything.
Take them from
more.
Madison.
So why don't we just go next door and get Braylon Allen?
I think I mean, there's your power back to go along with Breece Hall, really. So I can see it making sense.
He's young too. I don't know if that was said, but he's like 20 years old.
Yeah, the youngest player in the draft actually is Braylon Allen. So,
and he's a tough man to bring down.
Yeah, Bryant noting that the Lions traded next year's 4th now too. They're just scared to walk out into the stage in Green Bay. Bryant, we might be the only team in the NFC North with picks next year. It's shaping up that way.
That's true. Bears don't have a ton of picks.
Vikings traded away a few of theirs.
Vikings traded away a lot of their picks.
Yep, and Green Bay has not touched theirs yet.
I think
Big Al.
we will end up with less picks than this year based off count picks and stuff.
Probably because we signed McKinney. That's going to hurt our comp formula a ton.
Yeah.
Same with Jacobs.
Yeah.
I like right now they just have their standard 7, like wherever they fall in the order of teams, hopefully 32.
Yep.
And then they've got that pick for each round. They don't have any trades that I recall that are affecting their 2025. So I think they just have the 7 as of right now. So Big Al, what's up, man? Good afternoon, y'all. If the Packers don't address the cornerback room, the Packers got to draft cornerback or sign cornerback or maybe move Anthony Johnson to cornerback. I've wondered about Anthony Johnson because now they've got another safety in the mix in Evan Williams. Anthony Johnson spent 4 of his 5 years collegiately as a corner, granted a little bit more zone than man, but nonetheless. I've wondered if he may transition back to being a corner in Green Bay for this coming year. I wouldn't mind it. And maybe they like that prospect better than they like a lot of the draft prospects right now. So that's keep picking the safeties because they know they got Johnson moving over. Totally possible for sure.
Jacob Cowing.
Yep.
Interesting.
Wide receiver.
Jeff saying Stokes will have a career year, contract year. Watch. Just hoping for health.
I hope so.
If he's healthy, completely could see it. But I was very, very critical of the Packers last year when Stokes came out. Like, he finally had worked his way back from a very traumatic leg injury that I think we still don't know the full details to. They were warming him up in practice for a couple weeks, right? The dude had also battled a hamstring injury earlier in the year. And then what do? They put him at gunner on teams, which the sole job of gunner is go out and sprint at full speed and then hit something, which feels like basically the least intelligent thing you can do for a guy who's fragile from the waist under. And I thought that was such, like, granted, we don't know everything they know, but from the outside looking in, that was so horrifically irresponsible. And then in that game, he re-pulled his hamstring, and it was like, well, that's logical that would occur. Like, so I don't know. Maybe he's healthier than what we know of, because the foot thing is truly resolved and it was just hamstring this year. But if he's healthy, I do like him a lot. We just have to see that he's healthy week in and week out. So we'll see.
We're rooting for it, though.
Yeah, for sure. Martain, I do like Hart. Ed Joseph, it's almost 8 p.m. here.
Have
A little far ahead of me.
light in front of you.
Yes, you do. Stay with us to the end. It's going to be a long night. Joseph saying, Martain, time for evening glass of wine, lunchtime here. Logan was about to ask why Allen was still available, but never mind.
Yep,
I think he was like pretty commonly around the 4s. So like a little bit of a slide. I think the fact that he didn't do all of his testing really hurt him.
Yeah.
Because I know he was dealing with an injury, but like, I think teams might have looked at that with a fair amount of skepticism of like, well, you've done some testing. Why aren't you showing us how fast you are? And wondering why that might have been. So then we've got Tom saying, most worried about edge depth. Rashawn hopefully lasts longer this year, but don't want to overuse him. And he should be able to play more in year 2 coming off the ACL he needed last year. Kingsley out for the season. Wooden now definitely interior, and Preston not getting younger. I think that's fair. Corner concerns me more, but edge is like, you've got Preston, who you acknowledge isn't getting younger. Rashawn should be full go now again this year, coming out of like now being year 2 in the injury. LVN should be full go for sure, and I think we'll see a step forward from LVN. And then you've got Brenton Cox Jr., who admittedly is a little bit of a question mark, certainly still a developmental type project. Question mark at D end versus 3-4 edge. So, and Egbari, we'll see if he's out for the full season. Certainly he's not coming back early, but we'll see if maybe he can make a mid-year return coming back from that ACL. But again, what condition is he going to be in, even if he makes that return? So like, fair question. I think edge, like I noted earlier, they've got 10 on the payroll right now when you count in all their practice squad guys. So, like, it's fair to be very skeptical of edge. It's just they're at least 3 deep there, and they're 3 that I'm very confident about. So they at least got that going. JH saying, Jeff Janis, Kumaro, or Jared Aberderis.
Nehemiah Pritchett, cornerback to Seattle.
Pick your favorite cult receiver is basically what this says to be, like your favorite, like that people loved. I think Jeff Janis had the highest potential. He had the highest ceiling just based on pure athleticism. So I'd have to go Janis being the top there for me. Daryl saying, do you think we would draft Christian Boyd, DT that visited the Packers? I think he's on their board for sure. Because I talked about it last night too. Like when he did his pro day, he was asked like, what did the Packers do here and stuff? And he goes, yeah, I think they're interested. The Packers like position coaches ran my pro day. So that's generally fairly indicative. Plus they brought him in for a 30 visit. So I think he's a little undersized, if I'm remembering correctly off the top of my head, as to what they like there. But the interest is probably very real. I think he's definitely on their board. Jeff saying, I can see Van Ness playing more DT than DE. I think on passing downs, they may kick him inside like they used to do with Zedarius. Although I think Rashawn Gary might be more likely for that. Maybe. But I could see it on some very specific pass down situations. Overall, though, especially in a 4-3 or 4-2-5, he's much more defensive end than DT, just given his body structure and skill set to come around the edge. But I think we will see it on some specialty passing downs. We got some agreement for Janice. El Rico saying we need to grab Ryan Watts and develop him. Oh, that's a name that I'm not remembering off the top of my head. Ryan Watts. Simon, you got anything on Ryan Watts handy?
Not handy. I have to look.
Yeah, I want to readdress that comment in a minute. He's one that I'm not remembering off the top of my head. Rocket Knee saying I miss Sam Kangad. That is Dr. Sam Kangado. Now is he's actually a practicing physician. But yeah, he was a fun flash in the pan for a little bit, wasn't he? And then Jeff asking, is Josh Newton still available? I believe so. I have not seen.
Yeah, Josh Newton still.
And
still
that
up.
that would be a good selection for Green Bay coming up. Certainly collegiately had shades of someone who could do man or zone, had shades of someone who could be a shutdown development. I could get with that. I could get with Josh Newton for sure and fit most of their thresholds. Not quite every single one from what I recall off the top of my head, but most. And El Gran Rico, I'm still coming back to you. I just want to gather some info on Watts because I'm not remembering that name super front of mind. Big Al saying, remember when everybody wanted Jeff Janis over Devontae? This is why we don't make the decisions. Josh Ring saying Van Ness is too much top end speed to not use him at edge. Yeah, that's why I kind of think like some passing downs he may kick in, like Za'Darius back in the day. But ultimately, like he's edge. He's edge. He's got the traits, like you mentioned, the top end speed, the ability to get around laterally as opposed to just straight on. Like he's best utilized there for sure. Josh, I think we need to grab Tyler Davis out of Clemson. All right, so another one. Daryl, I hope we draft Leandro. Man, you guys are pulling out the names on me right now. And then Josh Ring need to shore up that interior D line. Well, the one thing that I'll say there, Josh, is they've got like 5 DTs right now. I agree they need to shore it up. I'm just saying in terms of numerically, how many DTs are you going to carry in a 4-3 defense? And I think they've got a little bit of room. I'm just saying how many, right? Because they've got Kenny Clark, TJ Slayton, Kobe Wooden's going to be interior, Carl Brooks, and Devontae Wyatt. I think all 5 of those are probably roster locks. So you're already 5 deep at defensive tackle. So maybe they carry 6 on the roster, in which case you just don't have a lot of room to chuck numbers at the spot. Because I really think all 5 of those guys are probably roster locks, in which case you're already 5 deep and you're only going to play 2 sub packages. You might wind up playing 4. So like and that's like goal line packages tops. So we'll see. Jeff, yes, Slayton and Clark are free agents next year. That is a part of the equation. I still wouldn't be shocked at all if we see a Kenny extension sooner rather than later.
I don't think there's anyone that necessarily fits the Slayton type role left in this draft. Like they have a lot of like weird 3-tech guys, or a lot of 3-tech guys, not necessarily like a Slayton type guy.
Yeah. Yeah, because Slayton of their collective, Slayton is the truest 1-tech nose tackle. Mm-hmm. Kenny Clark can do it. But then beyond that, like their other guys are much more 3-tech or even 5. Yeah. So if you don't know tech, and I'm not trying to be condescending, I'm just for the couple viewers I'm sure that don't know, 1-3-5 tech is basically where you line up on the line. The higher the number gets, the more away from the center you are. Yes. 1-tech, you're basically right on top of the center. So that's what that means. TJ Slayton could play a true 3-4 nose tackle, which is heads up over the center. Kenny could. There's others who, like the other guys in the team, are more get them out a little bit to like a true 4-3 D-tech. So, ultimately, they could use more like true beef in that way, sure. And I also I don't know if Slayton's in line for a second contract or not.
Yeah, he'd be an interesting re-sign.
Yeah.
Okay, so going back, he said Ryan Watts, right?
Yeah.
Okay, because there's also Eric Watts. So Ryan Watts, I don't remember looking at him much, so I had to kind of dig a little bit. He's a cornerback / safety from Texas, 6'3", 208. He tested like pretty well. A little slow at 4.53. He had a 40-inch vertical. 6'8", 3-cone, 10-foot broad, so 10.5-foot broad. And there's a lot of projections as a UDFA. It's kind of all I got. I'd have to look into. I didn't watch any tape or anything on this guy, but if you like him, I'm for it.
Who are we to say no?
Yeah, who are we to say no?
I
I just can't give my opinion on him because I didn't watch any of him.
Yeah. I do want to clarify this too for viewers for move on. Edge is a position regardless of 4-3 or 3-4.
Yes.
In modern NFL nomenclature, edge is either outside linebacker in a 3-4 or defensive end in a 4-3. No matter what, because most of the time they have similar function. Yeah. So, and we are seeing more like NFL websites kind of adapt to that nomenclature as well. But like edge is very much still a definitive position. It's just in 3-4, you call them outside backers. 4-3, you call them defensive ends. The Packers official roster does not acknowledge edge yet. They just converted all those guys, I think, last week from linebacker to defensive end. But like for true purposes, they are edge still. I just want to clarify that. Catching up, where were we? Christian Boyd could replace Slayton. I don't think Boyd is as big as Slayton.
He's not as big, but he does have a little more size where they could. Let me look up his official size real quick.
I think he's not.
He's 6'2", 320. So he's a little more size than like a traditional 3-tech.
Yeah.
And he was a top 30 visit too.
Yes, he was. Gran Rico, we need to draft a rangy corner. Yeah. Ryan Watts best fit. I'm with you on a rangy corner. I was talking earlier about corner. I want to see him. I want corners in. Let's see. Manhattan saying Johnny Wilson, please. If they're going to go with a receiver at this juncture, sign me up. Johnny Wilson's the top one I got left.
He definitely offers something different than what the wide receiver room has that we don't.
Yes. And I mean, Christian Watson, realistically, right now is probably their best run blocking receiver. There's others who are good at it, but Christian Watson is probably their best one on roster right now.
I don't know. I saw Wicks put a couple people in the dirt last year.
And then I was going to say, like, I consider Wicks and Heath to be like right under.
Yeah.
I think Watson is probably the most technically proficient. Wicks and Heath are also very good. Johnny Wilson would walk in and probably be the best of the bunch.
Yeah.
Like he's a mauler as a run blocker. Plus then, like I was talking about on night one, like if I look over the receiving core and I say, what is the one element that they are missing from having a perfectly well-rounded receiving core? It's a guy who is taller than everybody, who can jump higher than everybody, and has hands strong enough to just run goal line fades. Like that could be Johnny Wilson. So I'm with you. Rico say Jeff Heffley can make Ryan a demon. Oh, Ryan, you're talking Ryan Watts again? Yeah. Okay. Big Al saying any Packers players who are going to break out in the offense and defense. Ooh, I like that. Breakout candidates. Simon, you want to go first?
I feel like I've gone first every time. Take your use questions. Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. All right, it's fine. You take your time, Simon. Let's see. Breakout candidates. Let's see. I got to go offensively. I think someone that we are going to continue to see more prominently in the offense is, I kind of got two, and I'm just going to say both. Dontavian Wicks, I think, is one that we're going to see play more and more, assuming remaining injury-free. There is something to adore about his clutch receiving gene and his route running. I think that's going to get him on the field more and more. The other one offensively, though, and kind of sometimes I feel like the forgotten man in all of the weaponry is Luke Musgrave. Like Musgrave missed the part of the season where all of a sudden the offense went from like struggling, not quite there. Then all of a sudden he got hurt and the offense like lit up, and it didn't just get better because he was out. Yeah. It's just like the timing. And then all of a sudden he came back and he did add a wrinkle to the offense that they didn't have when he was out. I think in the grand scheme of playmakers offensively, Musgrave is the one who's gotten a little forgotten about And we're going to see a lot of play designs specific for Musgrave this year. And I very much agree with that. And there you go, hon.
Stay on feet.
If you've seen any of our watch parties, you know that Claudia's largest peeve is the fact that Musgrave cannot stay on his feet.
No.
So, yeah.
I didn't even know that was a thing until I saw that after the end of the game where Matt LaFleur's like, and Musgrave stayed on his feet.
It's a thing.
So the
I didn't know that
was
was a thing. I was like,
LaFleur's
is it
reaction
really?
was identical to hers of the watch party. It was really good.
Yeah.
But and then defensively, in terms of a breakout candidate defensively, it's hard. Like, I don't want to say anyone who's new is going to be a breakout. So a returning player who's going to break out, give me Wyatt. I'm going to go with Devontae Wyatt because Devontae Wyatt's pressure rate on a per snap basis was amongst the top, I think it was top 10 for interior defensive linemen in the entire NFL last year. The problem with Wyatt is he can't finish a freaking play to save his life. So if he can start finishing. If he actually starts hitting the quarterback instead of running past them or the running back, Wyatt he can really take off. And in a more aggressive style of defense could go a long way for him. So, all right, Simon, your turn. Who are your breakouts each side of the ball?
Yeah, I think those are pretty popular answers. One guy I like too, and I feel like neither of the tight ends that we drafted last year are ever going to be like, 800, 900, 1,000 yard guy, because there's just so many mouths to feed in this offense now. And I feel like Matt LaFleur does a good job of distributing the ball to these guys, and so does Jordan Love. Like, they don't discriminate. But I think that Tucker Kraft, when Luke Musgrave went out, was like kind of forced to accelerate his step in the right direction. I like him as a good breakout candidate next year for the offense. Defensively, I feel like Carl Brooks is a very popular answer too on that defensive line.
And he's one, just to butt in here quick.
Go ahead.
I think we're talking about edge depth. Carl Brooks collegiately played a lot of edge, and on plays that we're concerned about edge depth, right? On plays that are more run down focused, I would not be shocked at all to see Brooks slide out to an edge spot, one, to get him on the field, but two, as further reinforcement for the edge position, because he did it in college and he can do it even though he's big for being an edge.
And the guy I was going to pick those, I mean, this might be a little cheesy, but like LVN, I thought at the end of the year, he started coming off super strong. Yeah, there you go. Perfect timing. He came off a strong end of the year for him.
Yeah. And I think the only reason why I didn't really kind of go with LVN was he's going to be, from a play amount standpoint, much like Rashawn Gary was in year 2, where we'll see him. He'll absolutely see the field, but he's not going to be there, down in, down out. He's going to be a rotational edge this year. And it's that's the way that they like him anyway. So, but I think he's going to contribute a lot more this year. I very much agree. So, all right, catching up here. I totally agree. Musgrave, awesome. Joseph, Dobbs is a reliable and possession type receiver, though not a wide receiver that scares other teams into double teaming him. Very good, but not a true number one. It's interesting how Dobbs has fallen into that, because coming out of college, Dobbs had a rep of he doesn't have the best top end speed, but he's a deep ball guy. And then he's now the Packers' top possession guy with the strongest hands in their receiving room, the most reliable to come down with the ball in a crucial situation. It's just interesting how that's transformed in his 2 years professionally. But I do agree with the assessment of Dobbs. Very, very good. Very much a vital part of the wide receiver room. But is he your definitive X receiver, alpha, number one that other teams are going to rewrite their defensive game plan for? No, probably not. The one most likely to still be that on the team is still most likely Christian Watson if he plays.
Yep. And you see that on tape a lot too, is Christian Watson might not end up with more than like 2 or 3 catches a game, but like you can see defenders sliding and shading towards him, and that allows other guys to get open.
Exactly.
Even when he wasn't fully healthy last year, like they trotted him out as a decoy at times.
Yes.
And you still saw it. The fact that like safeties would
the coverage.
If Watson was on the field versus Watson not on the field, the safeties are lining up deeper. The coverages are more cover 3 versus cover 2. Like defenses respect the heck out of Christian Watson. No doubt about it. Josh saying, oh, okay, that was in response to, I think Dobbs will prove this year that he can be a shutdown easily one-on-one. Or can't be shut down, I'm sorry.
Cedric Van Pren Granger.
Ah, there he goes.
Okay.
Went to the Bills.
Oh, yeah. Okay. To the Bills.
Cam Hart went too.
And then to continue there.
Yep, Cam Hart went to the Chargers.
Yes. Dobbs has great ball skills, great body control, solid separation, and finds the ball well in the air. To me, I think he becomes a true number 1 this year. I very much get it. I understand the assessment. I don't disagree with anything you say there, except I just don't feel like he's someone that a defense is going to build a game plan around.
Yeah.
I think that he's not that they're the same style player. I'm just saying in terms of defensive attention. Let's say someone like a Jarvis Landry was. A pain in the butt who you need to know where he is. But are you going to completely rewrite your game plan for him like you might a Calvin Johnson? No. And that's like, obviously those are huge names that I just brought up, but like that's in my mind. That's the example I'm trying to get to. Josh was saying Kraft is a solid traditional tight end. I think Musgrave has a very high ceiling.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, they're very different roles in spite of playing the same position. Captain Cabbles is back. Gary here to replace Preston Smith as starter by mid-year, as Smith was having a down year. Funny parallels. Preston is the ultimate, unbelievably solid, not spectacular. And yet he still gets 8 to 10 sacks a year. I think we will see more LVN for Preston this year, but yeah. Scott, when Dobbs' contract is up, they will let him go. Maybe I could see a world where that's possible. I think they are going to have to make some decisions. I think, though, if Watson continues to be hampered by injuries, then maybe they retain the reliable one in Dobbs.
Yeah.
If Watson comes out here for the next 2 years and reaches his ceiling, becomes everything like everyone dreams he can be, yeah, then choices might have to be made, and Dobbs might go because Watson will be a priority retain. So I think it's probably just early to say that, but I can see a world where it's possible.
Yeah.
Jeff would love to see Hayden Hatter, wide receiver, Idaho in green and gold. Okay. He's one of my top, if you're looking like a 7th round type wide receivers. He's probably in that category, my favorite of the bunch. But at this juncture, I'd have to go Johnny Wilson by a mile over Manhattan. Whiskey 61, what's up? Wicks won 55% of snaps when he faced single coverage last year. And that's that route running. I know there were clips earlier in the year, but like just so reminiscent of a young Devontae and route running skills. Devontae did other things at this juncture, probably stronger than Wicks, but yeah. Josh saying, I'll be shocked if Dobbs is not their leading receiver in targets at a minimum. If Jaden Reed plays every game, I could see Jaden Reed above him. Because I think it actually wound up that way this year, that when both were on the field, Reed was out targeting him. So, but I very much respect your opinion. I do feel a little differently about Dobbs. Rockin' knees, my bad, Joseph. Not a single quarterback selected since first round.
The record for the longest quarterback drought in the draft is in jeopardy. I don't remember exactly how many picks, but yeah.
Wow.
I forget what year it's from too, but yeah, we're getting close to breaking the record for the longest drought between quarterback picks.
I think Rattler's got to go soon.
Yeah.
We're getting to the point where he's just a straight up value. Josh Rick saying, we don't pay wide receivers, so probably. Potentially, yeah. Joseph, that QB fact is amazing. Oh, did that get slipped in somewhere? Sorry if I missed that one.
Ooh,
usually they are sprinkled throughout the draft. I'm getting eager for Goody to trade up from 168. So KC Chiefs GM saw something in Jaden Hicks that Goot did not. but Good is way smarter than Brett Veach. I didn't say he was way smarter than Brett Veach. I mean, but like, different strokes for different folks. But like, I don't know. Like, they like Evan Williams. Okay, let's see him on the field.
Yep.
I don't know, Peter. Like, there's not much more to say beyond that, unless you just want to be angsty.
It's
Go for
just an imperfect science.
Yeah, I mean, like, Goot obviously felt the way that he did about Evan Williams for a reason. We'll see. I also question it, but to be angry about it is like, I don't know. What's the point? I didn't do it. Danny Joe Heron saying our division is very top end wide receiver heavy now. So why not invest in corner? I don't trust Stokes and Valentine. Nixon can't cover a bed. Nixon was better at the end of the year than he was beginning. I'll say that. But I talked about corner a bunch, maybe like 20 minutes ago. In just that, like, corner is probably the number one position for me right now that is fragile.
Yep.
Like, and so corner and then probably O-line. So I'm with you. The one thing about our division being top end wide receiver heavy, Goot did talk about that earlier in the draft process. He was asked deliberately about, like, Chicago's got 3 receivers now. Are you going to pick a cornerback? And Goot's answer, to paraphrase, was basically like, I don't care what the rest of the division does. Like, I'm just trying to field the best team that we possibly can, because I'm not going to worry about going up against them a couple times a year, which I think is the right approach for a general manager to have.
We actually might have broken the record this year.
For the quarterback?
Yeah.
Drought?
Yep. The record is 126 picks between quarterbacks in 1972. And wow.
I think we're over that.
Yeah, because Bo Nix was picked at number 12. So I believe the record is broken.
There we go. Yeah. All right. New record.
We did it.
Big Al saying, you think Jayden Reed could be wide receiver 1 because his stats last year would say he is wide receiver 1 when it comes to yards and touchdowns. If it's not Watson, I think it's Reed. I think, personal opinion, with the way that the year went last year, my money number 1 would be on Watson if he could stay healthy. If he can't, then I'm probably looking at Reed then Wicks. Like, that's my take on it.
I don't really get caught up in the wide receiver 1 deal.
Sure. As long as we win.
Yeah, that's fine.
Especially with our wide receiver room, it doesn't really make a lot of difference. Like you said, we have so many mouths to feed. There isn't a solid number 1 guy. And I mean, last year that played to our benefit because you can't cover more than one person. They tried by taking all of their defenders over to Christian Watson, which opened up all of our other wide receivers that are more than capable.
That's true.
Of getting the catches and turning that into touchdowns.
Yeah, I mean, that's incredibly valid. And I think, like I was talking about last night, just like the NBA has shifted to positionless basketball, I do think Goot's trying to do a little something with that in certain areas, O-line, wide receiver, and defensive back. Yeah. And there's something to be said for that. It's an experiment at work, I think is what we can call it. Jeff saying Pratt would be a solid number 3. Yep. I very much agree. It's him and Rattler are probably the next 2 QBs off the board. Just to stick on quarterbacks, J.H. Keaton Slovis. He's one of my favorite late quarterbacks.
Yeah.
A little bit more mobile than what they've got, but a leader type of BYU, accurate in the short space. That to me is day 3 Packer quarterback. Like, that's, in the Matt Flynn mold, even if a little bit more mobile.
Chicago traded. They had traded Buffalo, so they do have another pick in the draft.
All right,
what?
That I don't know.
It's got to be stuff next year.
Can only see them next.
Got to be stuff next year. But
200
back in the draft.
2027.
Let's see. Josh saying, I was underwhelmed by the Morgan pick, but after watching his Senior Bowl tape, I'm cool. He owned Latu. Yeah, I saw the highlight reel going around against Latu. It was very good. I don't think he gave up a single sack in 3 years at Arizona. He gave up in 800 pass blocking snaps. He gave up 3 sacks, according to PFF, gave up 3 sacks and 30 pressures across over 800 pass blocking snaps. And then 1 year he had a 97.2 pass blocking efficiency rating, and then the other was like 98.4. So he good. Like he was a good pass blocker for sure. He does have his flaws. But
I really want to see. I'm waiting for the graphic to show what they traded.
All right, so yeah, Bears are in at 144. So we still, goodness gracious, unless Green Bay trades, we still have 24 picks before Green Bay's on again.
We're sitting through.
I'd love.
And the pace should pick up though.
Huh?
The pace will pick up because we have 6 picks over the.
Because then they start rattling them off. Yeah. Josh saying, "I'd love if we took Joe Milton." There you go, Peter.
Right
there, you go.
You and Josh can be buddies.
I'm totally down for Joe Milton.
You know how fun Joe Milton would be in preseason?
Oh,
He'd be so fun to watch.
I think it was someone mentioned earlier on my channel. I think it was in the community mock. Maybe it was Peter. He's Taysom Hill. Like, just give us Taysom Hill again. Like, have him do some fun kind of outside the box stuff. And then every so often give him the ball so he can just show off his cannon. But I think like he'd be a world of fun. I'm very skeptical he'll last till 7, and that might be where they see the Packers do a quarterback. We'll see. Captain Kevel saying the Bears are focused chasing the Packers.
2025 4th round pick.
So they gave a 4th to get into the mid 5th this year. Yeah, okay. And Buffalo's continuing their competitive rebuild.
So what does that leave with the Bears?
See, and Captain Kebles, this goes to Goot's point of like, if you chase other teams in the division, you wind up like the Bears, not the Packers. And Packers focus on chasing another championship. There you go. Josh saying it definitely helped Love's growth to not have a wide receiver with the cashed outright demand the ball a la Diggs. I very much agree. Yeah, they can go multiple now instead of like a Devontae who like was getting the ball so much prior to that. Yes.
Interesting. Okay, so the Bears actually have a decent amount of picks next year because they have the 2nd round pick from the Panthers for the number 1 pick, and then they also have a 6th round pick for the Dolphins and then they have the 6th round pick that could turn into a 4th for the Fields trade. Okay. So they're giving up their only 4th round next year to move up in the 5th round this year.
Okay, that makes sense. Just catching up on a couple comments. Blaine saying, I've always liked their offenses when we've had the passes spread between 8, 9, or 10 guys. Means defenses can't plan as well. Yes.
100%.
Yes, very much in agreement. Jeff saying, knowing the Bears, they traded DJ Moore to Buffalo. We just fine with that. Aaron Rodgers, let's see, Big Al. Aaron Rodgers looking at the Packers wide receiver room being like, now the Packers have wide receiver once I leave. Just imagine Rodgers with this wide receiver room. I mean, I'm not going to go that far down the Rodgers room. And I see that's where the conversation is shifting. I'm not going that far down this rabbit hole. I will say, though.
Wait, who did the Bears pick?
Oh, I didn't see it.
Austin Booker, defensive lineman from Kansas.
The edge from Kansas, pretty visit for Green Bay. I think I will just say the Aaron Rodgers that we saw in 2022 might not have been the best fit for the offensive evolution that we saw from Green Bay in 2023. I talked about that a bunch throughout the course of the season. And I know Rodgers was probably overcompensating for things in 2022. Maybe he would have been different in 2023. But if it would have been that Rodgers again, the offense might have stayed stale longer than it did. Let's see. Joseph Bears gave a future 4th. Okay, yep, just catching us up on the trade. Josh Milton could be a huge hedge play against any potential that Love will have a major sophomore season regression. I mean, yes and no, but like Jordan Love's not losing his starting job anytime soon, especially considering in like 2 weeks he's going to get $50 million a year. I mean, yeah, kind of, in that he plays the same position, or if he gets hurt, but like Jordan Love's job is not going anywhere at all.
I don't think there's a way.
Let's see, more conversation about Rodgers.
Another corner off the board. Chris Abrams drain to Denver.
Okay. Yeah. A light guy from Missouri. He was Ennis Rakestraw Jr.'s running mate at Missouri. it was kind of interesting because some people liked him better than Ennis Rakestraw in the draft process. And yet here we have the big gap in drafting. The big knock for him from the Packers' perspective is he's itty bitty compared to how they like their corners from a weight standpoint. He's light. So Rocket Knees. Oh man, more Rodgers talk. All right, I'll take this one. Rodgers not willing to try his risky passes, what killed our chances at a Super Bowl later in his career. I'm a Rodgers fan, but that's the way I look at it. I'm happy that Jordan Love at least attempts to throw risky passes. I'll fill it in for you, Rocket Knees. That's part of what I was saying. Yeah. All right. Tom, the QB drought makes sense in that nobody wants just okay one. I think what we're seeing this year is in the first, like everyone basically threw down their hammer and said, I am picking this guy because he will start for me now or 2 years from now or 3 years from now, like whatever. This guy is a starter. And they picked all those guys in round one. And now what we're seeing is teams are going, I need a backup quarterback. I'm not going to spend a fourth on a backup quarterback who I don't want to see the field anyway because I've got a starter. And if the starter goes down, we're screwed. So let's pick him, late day 3. I think that's the thinking that we're seeing in NFL circles right now to explain this gigantic divide. Whereas other years, we might see a quarterback in round 3, and it's with the understanding of like, we have an okay quarterback, and if we take this guy in round 3 who develops, he could be a starter. Teams, I think, are being more deliberate about like, we got a starter versus we got a backup right now. Captain Campbell saying, for better or worse, former QB said by mid-year he was in retirement mode. Also, his playstyle was becoming outdated. See Jets offense, sometimes a temporary backwards change leads to a better future. Yeah, all right. I'm going to be done with the Rodgers conversation. Just because, look, this is my thing, okay? And it's been this way all year. My personal standing on the thing is it's a very valid talking point, but it is very difficult to have that conversation and have it stay on the up and up. And it's been very rare I see this conversation not devolve into just straight up toxicness. And this is draft day and I don't want to go there. So
I also would just like looking towards the Packers' future, not
also perfectly fair. Yeah.
Hypotheticals on things that will never happen.
Yeah. So I know we all have our opinions. I know we're all well informed on the topic. I've been here. I've done this. Like I've talked about it on other lives before in the past. I don't know. I don't want to do it today. So let's see. Captain Campbell says here, fave pick so far for Green Bay for any reason. There you go. Simon, I'm taking a drink. It's your turn.
All right. Take your drink. Take your time. I really, because I always do this, after Green Bay picks, I'll go back and take a look at some of their tape and do a little more research than I might have leading up to the draft. I really like, the more I look at it, the more I like the Bullard pick. I had some other safeties rated a little higher than him, but he's so good. Yeah. I think he'll slide right in next to Xavier McKinney, no problems. Yep.
I mean, the monumental upgrade that we're going to have from safety, even though Darnell was better last year than he had been in previous years, even though like Owens did some okay stuff, Ford I really liked, but then didn't play. The upgrade at safety this year is going to be notable. Like we're going to feel it. We're going to see it. And that's really exciting. I guess, I don't know if this totally fits the mold of like the pick that I just adore right now, but I really like the close followers of my channel will know that the number one thing that I didn't want in round 1 was a tackle that was going to redshirt and not play. I wanted someone who was versatile enough to learn all the spots, basically be like O-line 6, plug him in wherever he was, just like Zach Tom was as a rookie, or start at right guard. Like that's what I had been rooting for, right? And so I'm very relieved. Bullard might be my favorite, but I'm very relieved to give a different answer that we didn't go with a developmental tackle who was going to sit. We got someone who I think is going to see because of injury, because of he's going to win the right guard job. We're going to see Jordan Morgan. And the more that I have watched him, the more I've actually enjoyed. So I think I would just give that rationale to give a different answer.
I'm excited for our running back, Lloyd.
There you go.
Yeah.
His elusiveness, I'm really excited by. I loved Aaron Jones. A little pipsqueak, especially next to everybody else on the team. He looks so short, but then he goes out on the field and he just goes right by people. So I'm excited to see what aspects of Aaron Jones that he has.
Yeah.
And then what are different and how that plays with our offense.
I think too, like, I don't know. The more I've read specs about Marshawn Lloyd, and just the fact that he's 5'8" 3/4,
yes,
as Goot will insist,
not 5'7".
And like, it's stupid and superficial, but like Tampa used to have Doug Martin, and they called him the muscle hamster because he was short and just rock solid, and like. Reading the profile of a dude who's 5'8" 3/4, 220 pounds, like dude's basically Gimli from Lord of the Rings. Like, let's trot that at a running back and just watch him go, and while still being elusive. It's crazy.
Did you see he did 25 bench press reps? That's like unheard of for like that's like O lineman.
That's like reps. he's 220 pounds of just like muscle.
Yeah.
At 5'8" 3/4, he's like he's gonna be a little bowling ball while being elusive. That's a very fun thing. He's going to add, I know some people really think he's very similar to Jacobs, and I definitely see it. He's comp to Jacobs. I still think it's going to be like, he's going to be something a little different than Jacobs. And it's going to be fun to watch that balance for sure. Wisconsin vet saying we need more O-line. We lost 3. Yeah.
Agreed.
I think they got a pick in their final picks here, of which they've got, 6 of them yet? We're going to see, I'll put the over under at 2 linemen. That's where I think they're going to go 2 linemen in their final 6, if not 3. Joseph saying Joe Milton or any QB redraft is developed to be good backups, maybe become number 2, then Clifford or draft pick get traded later. Also Hessebeck. Yeah. And that's what I was talking about last night. Like Clifford, I think if we see a really, really strong preseason from Clifford this year, maybe we're talking about a trade for Clifford next year. I think whoever they pick this year is maybe they'll beat Clifford, maybe, but they love Clifford at 2. I think they're going to come in, compete with Magoo to be the scout team quarterback, number 3, if they want to carry him on the roster, et cetera, et cetera. So there goes Estime, a running back that a lot of people love. I'm talking about a bowling ball. And probably one of the best pass blocking backs in this draft. So let's see. Rocket Knees, watch Packers select the Rattler.
Wouldn't be mad.
7. Yeah. Richard saying Bo Melton will take a big leap after how he finished last season.
Yes.
Bo knows.
I love Bo.
Bo knows. I love Bo. I'm hoping for huge things for him.
Yes.
Tom, exactly. If your QB1 goes down, you don't want your backup to turn a 2-win season into 4-win one. I think I know what you're saying there, and it's basically just like you don't want your backup to sink your ship, which is for sure. Let's see here. I fell behind. Okay, people are saying Bullard. Bullard certainly seems like the popular pick right now. I know a lot of people really like the LVN, but like it kind of reminds me like people are really excited for Bullard and Coop right now, and not so much round 1. And it reminds me of Jaden Reed being picked in round 2 last year, which people were really excited for, and not so much like people were stoked for LVN, but it's just different. It's kind of reminds me of that so far. Big Al saying the Falcons selected Michael Penix and trying to copy the Green Bay model, but it doesn't make sense. First off, the Falcons just signed Cousins, and Penix will be 27 years old if he starts.
That's a lot. It was an interesting pick.
Yeah, and I think that was kind of my point when I picked him and not understanding, because like I think Jake tried to rationalize it that way too, and I could see it if Penix was like 3 years younger, but it just doesn't fit.
And too, I mean, Atlanta straight up said, like, we're doing the Green Bay model. It's worked out for them, which is good. More teams should do the Green Bay model if they don't want to suck at quarterback. But in the instance of Jordan Love and picking him when Aaron Rodgers was there, Jordan Love was 20 years old, toolsy as hell. He needed refinement. A lot of people were saying, I think it was Todd McShay who said, if he goes to the right situation where he can sit, he might be the best quarterback in this class, but he needs to go to the right situation where he can sit. And then Green Bay gave it to him. Choosing a guy like Penix, who does have a big arm, but is already 24, has 2 torn ACLs. You just wonder, what is the ceiling there? You pick Jordan Love to develop to get up to his ceiling because it's sky high. Picking Penix, who might be approaching already, it's a spin on the Green Bay model, not a copy.
Yeah, and I'm not here crapping on Penix. I really like him as a player. I think he has a really nice arm, and brings a lot of traits to a team. To me, sitting 2 years doesn't really do much for him, in my opinion.
Right, and that's what I mean. Like by the ceiling, like isn't he already kind of getting real close? In which case, like, what you doing? Let's see. A couple more comments here. Josh saying I've been dying to replace Nick Collins since 2011. They've been trying to replace Nick Collins since 2011. Captain Kebbles for defense. My favorite traits are speed, play recognition, and shiftiness. Seems Goot mostly agrees. Knew I liked him. Yeah. Jeff saying Dillard at right guard, Morgan at right tackle with Tom at center. Maybe. I just don't think this year. I think Myers still has the center job this year. I think the Packers are a lot higher on Myers than we are. And I will say, I think Myers' reputation has gotten worse than his actual play, especially at the end of the year. I was talking about it last night. Don't forget the value of the communication aspect at center. The Packers seem to adore that with Myers because he's gotten so much better at it. So I think the center job is still Myers this year. There is a very interesting conversation to be had if they retain Myers after this year. I think that's when you see the switch from Tom into center, and then other personnel moving around.
Yeah.
Logan asking the same thing. So yeah, I think that's year 2. I do. Whiskey, a tag team wrestling team of him and Jaden Reed would be electric.
Oh,
tiny and feisty. That's for sure. Josh, he reminds me a lot of a shorter Tevin Coleman, his run style, his top end speed. Yeah, I could say that for sure. Captain Kebble, supposedly Lloyd needs better vision between the tackles. Lloyd seems to be what they wanted Dylan to be, a Williams replacement. Yeah, but Lloyd is a lot more willing to kick it outside. And I think that's where Lloyd's very good vision comes into play. So I guess I would differ with you a little bit on that one. I view Lloyd as a much more wants to get out rather than go up the middle like a Jacobs, a Dillon, a Williams, etc. Thomas, having Jacobs and Lloyd flanking Love and Reed in motion sounds dangerous with a solid offensive line. I'm inclined to agree. Very, very much so.
Josh Newton to the Bengals.
And then throw Musgrave in there in the slot and just say, good luck, everybody. Yeah. To Captain Kebbles, with the new return rules, I'd really like a shifty running back for some return options. Yeah, maybe as like the returner in front of Nixon, or like the lead guy for Nixon. I could see that. See that might be Lloyd, honestly. David, only 20 more picks. Only. Yeah, I could see him. He fits some of the Packer way, former tackle. I don't have a ton of other thoughts on him, but like he's one standing out in my mind is like, yeah, that would make sense. Captain Kebbles, I thought Reed would be a Jag, so ignore my draft takes, but I was hyped for Tucker and LVN. Yeah, last year was a fun draft. Like last year, you just get playmaker after playmaker. Yeah. And this year's what I called it last night, the eat your vegetables draft. Jamie, what's up, Jamie? We need a defensive line run stopper. Yeah, I think we need it. I'm not sure Green Bay is going to get it because I just don't know as if they care that much. I really do. I think it was definitely the case under Barry. Won't be shocked if it continues to be the case under Hafley, that Green Bay just doesn't care all that much about stopping the run. They'd much rather be uber aggressive against, unless at least under Hafley, be uber aggressive against the pass, force turnovers, make plays, get sacks, etc. And if they happen to get 5 yards of carry, okay, we just won't let them do that too much. I think it's like, but from a traditional standpoint, you're spot on, and they still don't have one. Joseph, how far can pick 168 in a round 6 pick get us? Let me take a look. So, at least per the draft chart, okay, which we know Goody already beat once with his trade earlier, but at least per the Rich Hill draft chart, you'd be looking, if you were to deal 168 and then their 202, their earlier 6, you could get up to, at least per the trade chart, go from 168 to late 140s. That kind of area-ish. It gets fuzzier the more you go on. But at least per the Rich Hill trade chart, that's ballpark
There
what
goes
you're looking
Rattler.
at. Rattler, went to the Saints.
Mhm.
Oh wow, that's a good pick for them.
That makes sense. Whiskey saying it sucks waiting, but getting to pick 2 times in a row will be worth the wait. I mean, that's going to be really nice. It'll give us plenty to talk about for a while.
Oh, yeah.
Josh saying the only real parallel between the ATL and Green Bay situation is Rodgers was still under contract for 4 years, but the age difference makes it apples and oranges. Yeah, see, that's what I mean.
Yep.
Like, Cousins did just sign. Rodgers was still well under contract. Like you acknowledge, Rodgers was getting paid what he was getting paid when they picked Love. Like, in that way, it's similar, just monetarily, but free agent versus like Rodgers, they're both locked up long term. But yeah, Love and Penix are just so wildly different of candidates at quarterback to develop into your future.
Yeah.
Tom is saying, I think when talking about quarterbacks, we need to remember the rules are protecting them more, and we might see more late 30-year-olds playing as long as the skills is there, of course. Yeah. Yeah. Logically, it makes a lot of sense. I've got nothing to really rebuke on that. Yeah, don't let them get annihilated and they stand a better chance to keep playing. Yeah, totally fair. I don't want to fall too far behind. Captain Kebbles, GB also picked Love because they felt they could move Love and keep unnamed QB if they needed to, which they did. They kept him until Love was ready. News was J Love was bad until last offseason, then fire. Yeah, and I think Green Bay kind of expected that to occur. I think a lot of people did. That like Love was definitively a project, which is why McShay and others said like he's got to go somewhere and sit. He's got to learn how to play. And then Green Bay handed him literally the perfect scenario to come learn from Rodgers about the refinement needed in being a quarterback, because that's what Rodgers did best. Yeah, it's just such different situations. Rocket Knees, I like how in the NFL, either sitting a QB is the Green Bay model. It took, 22 years to prove the thesis. Well, you got to get through multiple generations, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do it once and it's lucky. Favre to Rodgers was lucky. Now all of a sudden you did it with Love. If Love ascends to the level his ceiling may indicate he may get to, okay, well now it's purposeful. Like, yeah. Joseph Mike Spofford came up with the apples for orangutans for an exact. I like that. Awesome stream. Appreciate positivity. Thanks, GH. Really appreciate it. Or JH, I'm sorry. Damn those Bengals. Oh, did the Bengals do something?
They took Josh Newton.
There you go. So probably one of the top corners off the board.
Jalen Carlisle was a top 30 visit too.
Yeah, another guy picked well ahead of consensus, proving that day 3 is GMs just picking who they want. Go get who you want. He was another guy. He was a top 30 visit for Green Bay. Did fit a lot of their mold that they looked for in safety, but they obviously like that one was better. Let's see. Catching up on a couple. Captain Kebbles, I like that Good seems to care less and less about college scheme and usage as years go on, and more about traits and upside and or intelligence testing that they have in-house. Yes, with the exception of Goot talking last night. When Goot was asked about picking a Georgia Bulldog, Goot was, he brought up a few things. One, he said that it is really cool to explain to players that they get to keep the G on their helmet. But he did mention that he doesn't purposefully pick Georgia players, but he really appreciates them because the defense that Kirby Smart runs at Georgia is probably, he called it the most pro-ready in collegiate ball. Yep. So while it's not a heavy emphasis, Goot is absolutely aware and does tend to know which systems are pro-ready systems versus which ones are more college only. And that is a part of his consideration for sure, especially if he's looking to play a guy right away, like they're looking to do with Bullard. Captain Kebbles, I still watch Brett Coleman lose his mind when he took Butler. The Bears from EJ saying, well, that's not going to be fun to throw against twice a year, referring to our safeties. Good. That's the whole idea. And they talk plenty. Anna, I love that the Washington Commanders and the Cowgirls were trying to trade up for Jordan Morgan, but we got him before they were able to trade for him. Yeah, I didn't say that last night. I wasn't aware of that at the time. I did see it late last night, though. Cowboys had talked about getting Morgan. Jerry Jones even said it. Supposedly, though, the rumor mill says that Washington was circling Morgan. They wanted him bad. And Washington picked before Green Bay at 41 twice. So for the people thinking that like Morgan was a reach, they could have had him at 41. There seems to be plenty of evidence out there that that was not going to happen. Josh saying that the funny thing is the Green Bay model used to be the league norm. It's only been the last 15, 20 years the trend flipped to starting quarterbacks immediately. Yes, that is a fact. I personally believe that the reasoning is because the lifespan or the leash given to GMs and coaches is shorter now than it was 15, 20 years ago. You could take a quarterback and you could groom him because you knew you could suck for 2 years and still have a job. Now, if you're a GM, you probably want a guy to play right away because you've got to show your owner signs that the future is here. We might suck now, but we're going to be okay. Keep me employed. Whereas before it used to be like you got longer leeway. And I think that is what has most led to the change, in my opinion. Chris, Mr. 9 feet tall, is still available. It would be crazy fun with everything else we have on offense. Please, please, please. Johnny Wilson. Give me Johnny Wilson in 16 picks. I'm down with it for sure. Give me Johnny Wilson or a corner. That's where I'm going to plant my flag. Solar Miner saying 5'9", 217, ran 4.57. His name is Frank Gore. Oh, yeah, for Marshawn Lloyd comp. Yeah. Yeah, I think you were the one that brought that up earlier, too.
I think Lloyd ran like a 4.46, excuse me, right? He's a little faster.
Lloyd was the one that the Packers had clocked faster in the high 4.5s. So pretty close exactly to what Gore was. Because Goot mentioned they had different timing for him than like his Raz card would.
I thought that was Hopper.
I'm an idiot. You're right. It was Hopper. My bad. I mixed up the round 3.
You're good.
Ignore me the last 30 seconds.
Marshawn Lloyd 4.4640.
Okay, thank you. I'm so close to perfect. I try.
Yeah, you're good, man.
Hey. Wisco, what's up? Jim Nagy, director of the Senior Bowl, said a lot of teams were quietly hoping Evan Williams would fall to them. We'll see. There you go. Like this happens every draft, right? Like Hopper, we talked about. Morgan, we talked about. I don't think Goot picked Evan Williams because Goot assumed he would be in round 7. Goot heard something, and maybe Jim Nagy heard the same thing. The teams were sitting there hoping that Evan Williams would be there for them to take. So Goot knew he had to take him earlier. But they do make these picks based on info that we don't have. They don't just like throw a dart and hope for the best. Let's see. Yeah, the Bears might. Big Al. Nick Collins would have had a Hall of Fame career. I 1,000% agree with that. If it wasn't for that injury and replacing wasn't easy, the best 2 safeties ever since Collins was Amos and Burnett. Burnett was so steady for years. And then Amos too. Steady, not spectacular. But man, he could do his job well. And he did it for a couple of years. I remember I adored him because his missed tackle rate was under 10% multiple years. But it was apparent in that last year, 2022, that like Amos had begun to slip athletically. Like he was getting older. And the missed tackles along with that went up. And that was kind of a shame to see that. But Packers probably made the right call. Maybe Amos would have been steadier than what they had last year overall, especially in coverage. But Packers get out 1 year early rather than late. Hatton saying, well, we still got Tenuta and Jones, who they really like on an O-line. You think we wait till draft over to grab some O-linemen? I don't. With 6 picks upcoming, I think 2 of them might be O-linemen. Just because even factoring in Caleb Jones and Luke Tenuta, they still don't have many O-linemen. Like you might consider Kadeem Telford, who was a practice squatter last year, into the equation. But in the interior, you've got if they do move Dillard in, okay, you got Dillard, who
I'd be surprised if they moved Dillard in.
I don't know.
He's only played tackle, and I think he had a small stint at right guard with Philly. I mean, I guess I shouldn't say it's not out of the possibility.
The reason why I say it is because supposedly Green Bay was very high on Dillard when he was chosen in round 1 by Philly. And looking back at like the draft info, the profile on Dillard at the time, he looked very much like someone the Packers would want to kick inside.
Okay.
So that's why I'm kind of saying like maybe they will, maybe they won't. But if they do, it would just kind of be like true to form that like, yeah, right, that came true just X years later. So, but even then, like whether he's on the interior or not, you're still looking at your depth on the interior currently being Royce Newman.
Yep.
And then maybe Sean Ryan, since he probably like might not start, who knows? But like, that's it. So I think we're going to see something before UDFA at the offensive line.
Training camp will be a huge indicator of how they think they want to use
wait.
these guys. Yeah.
I can't wait. By the way, if you don't normally watch Lombardi Time Brews or you're over here from Wisco Fanatics, I will say training camp, I go to last year. I think I went to every single public practice except for 2. I go there, I watch the practice and immediately put out a video informing you on what occurred that day, answer questions. I'm probably going to do it every day live this year to answer questions rather than put out pre-recorded content. So if you think she's cute or if you enjoy training camp content, I got to use it if I got it. Then hit sub, join our Patreon too. I'll plug that one more time. But training camp, I can't wait. It's going to be a very exciting time. Gran Rico, we can take Ryan Watts, Galen King, or Kamar Hutton. If good do, this is an A+ draft. Yeah, Ryan Watts talked about earlier. Kalen King, I know some out there, some analysts are very high on King. Some believe that he can be a shutdown corner in the league. The only reservation I have about him is he's small. Like compared to how Green Bay generally likes their corners, he's little. And in Green Bay, realistically, would be slot. Now, that's just following their tendencies. We don't actually know. That's a projection. But yeah, that's kind of where I see King coming into play. And Haddon, I think there was something athletic, which you're getting to the point where a draft where it doesn't matter. But yeah, they need corner help. I want to see him.
Draft update. Jacksonville picked DeAndre Prince, the cornerback from Myth. And Rams picked Brennan Jackson.
Okay, so if you were hoping for Green Bay to get an edge, Brennan Jackson was probably one of 2 off the top of my head that fits the Packer mold at edge of being a bigger guy. Brennan Jackson in the mid 260s, which is where Cedric Johnson is as well. If we get there, one of a couple that are left. There are not many edges left that fit that big body type that the Packers really like 260 plus. That Goots said in his pre-draft interview they would continue doing so. Maybe that was subterfuge. Maybe it was lying because the dude lies a lot on purpose. But it's Brennan Jackson's one of those edges left that would have fit the mold.
And the Eagles traded for the Colts.
155. All right, so 13 picks until Green Bay's on the clock as it stands. Let's see. Captain Keppel saying there are not reaches for good O-linemen in the NFL. You either have one or you don't. Yeah, I like the logic train. You could say that for every single pick ever. It's not a reach if they're good.
Yep.
Right? Josh saying the biggest difference is the rookie pay scale was put in place. Okay. I can get with that. That's why Rodgers slipped so far. You could afford to draft a quarterback in the first if you already had a highly paid starter. I can mold with that. Like I can follow that logic train. You know, back in the day, like the Sam Bradford era, when if you were drafting number 1, you were going to pay them like the best quarterback in the league right away. I'm glad Green Bay was never at the front of the draft in those years.
Yeah.
Joseph, Green Bay mistake with Hyde was not converting him to safety. At corner, he was a bit slow. He was pretty good in the slot for a few years there when they employed him. But I would agree overall that was a mistake to let Hyde walk. The other one that I look at as an example of in that era being a defensive back that they let walk that they probably shouldn't have, and I know there were a lot of injury problems, was Cam Hayward.
Yeah.
He was a corner that would have, if they would have maintained him, would have kept solving like problems at the cornerback position that they had thereafter. But hindsight 50-50. Captain Kibble saying, if you don't have one, good luck with getting one because there's a lot of bad play in the trenches right now. True. So get as many as you can. Mike Wall. Yeah. Overall, the trend of the league right now has been that the offensive line play has been dipping. It has not been as good. That's why even Green Bay last year, at stretches when Green Bay's O-line wasn't as good as it had been, it still was in the top third of the NFL. Because league-wide O-line sucks right now. It just does. Catching up. Jamie, okay, that's fine on defensive line idea. I just have a major problem still when AP ran for 200 million yards. Beat us in the playoffs a few years back.
Jeremiah Trotter
Wow,
Jr.
there goes Trotter.
Wow. Yeah, that's a
The
slip
Eagles.
for him.
Yeah.
But he's finally off the board. I know we have a few people who follow the channel who are high on Trotter, but away he goes. So Jamie, yeah, that's my rationalization, at least. Like, that's the reason I can come up with for why is Green Bay not pursuing run stoppers? Because at the end of the day, I just don't think they care that much. I think they're willing to sacrifice it in order to be superior other places.
Yeah, they want a good pass rush. Anything run defense wise is a plus.
Yeah, right. It's a luxury, not something they
That's
feel
a good
they
way
need to
put
build
it.
for. Yeah. And I can't say that for certain. It's just that's how they seem to operate with who they get. Rocket Knees saying every year there are late round picks that ball out. Can't wait for the Packers to select some with their next picks. Let's go. We're
I
almost
like that dude's name, Rocket Knees.
Yeah.
We're almost there. 11 picks till Green Bay's on the board. Hey, Bill, did you see what Christian Watson's dad said about the Packers' defensive picks this year? Good, tough players. I hadn't seen it specifically. I'm not going to lie to you. I have not dove on to the Twittersphere much in the draft days.
I wouldn't.
Right. That's why I don't. What I do generally as a day of the draft concludes is I watch Green Bay's press conference about the guys. I reread, perhaps even watch them play, and then, or I reread their profiles. And then I look forward to the next days, identify some targets, remind myself as to who's on the board, kind of bring all that stuff back top of mind. I don't go out seeking other opinions, I should say. And I'm not discounting his at all. I'm just saying, like, during the 3 days of the draft, I stick to publications, to others, because we're a little busy these days. Josh saying, I would love it so much if we got a huge year 3 out of Wyatt. That was my breakout candidate earlier, and boy, would it help. Yeah. Let's see. I don't want to fall too far behind. Big Al saying there was 2 safeties who had the most potential, or the 2 safeties who had the most potential but didn't work out was Clinton Dix and Darnell Savage. Man, truer words have never been spoken. Was good for like a couple years, and then it just, it just didn't work eventually. Like, it just, I don't want to say he got reckless, but like the tackling got worse.
Yeah.
Coverage got worse. It's just like there was this regression with and to this day, it's still kind of baffling. And then you've got Darnell, who, man, could have been a defensive spark plug if it would have worked. And he had one brilliant year there. I think it was year 2 with Pettin.
2020.
Yeah, where like he was a playmaker. And then Barry came in. And if you want to pin it on Barry, like, I get it. But also Darnell's decision-making was not as sound. The gambles Darnell was taking were not working. I would not be shocked if Darnell went on and still had a successful NFL career.
Yes.
But what that would be indicative of, 1, him being in probably a more advantageous spot. And 2, the gambles, because he's definitely a gambler, just started working. And sometimes that's all it really takes. Yes, Joseph acknowledging that in round 7, that's where we got Mark Tauscher, Donald Driver. Round 7 still matters. That's why we're still here. Not to bash on other people, especially for Scope Fanatics. The rest of them are still here. But other channels, they don't go all the way to round 7. These dudes matter. They deserve attention. We'll be here. We'll talk about them when they're picked.
We'll talk about them even when the TV telecasters don't.
Prosper saying, what is the picks we have left? So we have 168 coming up in still 11 picks. Good Lord, move on.
Well, technically.
close. We've got Green Bay at 168 and 169, back-to-back picks there. Then they're off until 202. Then they got 219. Then they've got a layoff until 245 and 255. So 2 in round 5, 2 in round 6, 2 in round 7. If you hang out, the ticker on the bottom lists all the picks thus far, as well as what picks they have left. So Josh saying, I don't think you can sacrifice run defense. It's an Achilles heel. Look at the best defenses in the league. Huge up front. Chris Jones, Dexter Lawrence, etc. We have to solve that problem.
Jamari Thrash.
Ooh, Jamari Thrash.
Goodbye, Jamari.
Cleveland.
I have thoughts, but like I'm trying to think of how to say it. Like overall, yes, you are right. Simon, you got a thought? I'm trying to gather words.
I think we're in a weird spot with our defensive line where we have young guys, and it's like, is there anyone in the draft right now that's worth replacing those guys over? And I would probably argue the answer is probably a no at this point. We'll see what Goot thinks. I don't think it's out of the realm of the possibility that we choose a defensive lineman in the draft that fits that profile. But I mean, who are you willing to cut at this point for, a round 5, 6, 7 guy? That's just my thoughts. But I do agree that run defense has to improve. I agree with that portion.
And I will point out Kenny Clark's usage, because like you list Dexter Lawrence, Chris Jones, the last couple of years, they have very much emphasized Kenny Clark being on the field when he can at most be a disruptor. So put him in on passing downs and let him go get him. It's why he set a career high in sacks this last year. Maybe with Hafley, we see that change and kind of a natural emphasis more on run just by playing your better guys on earlier downs. Maybe that's one potential solution-ish. But, because I know Kenny is used a little differently than Jones or Lawrence, etc. But, I mean, like when I look at the Chiefs defense specifically, they were a good run defense. But part of the reason, like when you look at some teams that are good run defenders, it's almost a byproduct of being a good pass defense. And same thing can be said for occasionally good pass defenses. It's because they're really good run defenses. And then naturally it's a cohesive unit. So maybe sacrifice isn't the right word. I think like overall Green Bay prioritizes pass defense over run defense.
That's a good way to put it, I think. Yeah.
And maybe over the last couple of years, they've over prioritized one direction. And that's how we've gotten into this.
Those beers look really good.
Paired with Joe Barry's like usage. Maybe that was the combo that led us to where we are. But that's better words for it, I guess.
Yeah, and I think it'll be interesting to see the employment of Jeff Hafley's defense and how, when you start getting into like gap schemes and what players are asked to do, rather than coming out of Joe Barry's defense, that could just be an automatic improvement there.
Yeah.
And it'll put the players in more advantageous spots to play a better run defense.
Yep. And I'll go back to it. Run defense looks a lot better when you actually finish plays and tackle.
Yeah. 100%.
Like specifically the Chargers, the Steelers. Like think of some of those big run defense games
another corner off the board. How Smith Wade to the Panthers.
If you think of some of those huge run games this year, Steelers, Chargers, there were a couple others. Then look at how many missed tackles did they have in that game. Generally speaking, their worst run defense games were also their highest missed tackle rates.
Yep.
I don't think that's a coinky dink. So shore that up and we will see an automatic improvement in that regard. And maybe that's what we're hoping for, is just some things by default. Like get better by adjusting back to the norm. I think McKinney being in the secondary will help that a lot, considering he does not miss. I think that's going to help that alone a lot.
And there were plays last year where you could absolutely see that like a run or a catch went further than it should have, and the player was put in a good enough spot where they should have made the tackle, and it allowed a player to go way further downfield than they should have. And like not defending Joe Barry, but there were definitely times where it's like a player's fault more than I saw people be like, "Oh, Joe Barry's at it again." It's like, no, not on this specific play.
There's other plays.
Yeah, like there are other issues, but like you'd be like, "Oh, Jair's in a good enough spot to make a tackle on Josh Jacobs in the Raiders game," and it just didn't. Like that's not Joe Barry's fault.
Well, and that's the thing that I said a ton throughout the year was, I'm not saying Joe Barry was a good defensive coordinator. Please do not think that that's where I'm going with this. What I am saying is when you miss 17 to 20 tackles in a game, no defensive scheme is going to look good.
Yeah.
Now, Green Bay at times had a bad defensive scheme, and they did that.
They didn't tackle.
That's kind of where we're at.
Muhammad Kamara to the Miami Dolphins.
I thought he would have been an interesting Green Bay prospect.
And that's late for Kamara too.
Yeah, that's a good pick.
Yeah. And one that could have been interesting for Green Bay in a few picks here, because Kamara's not like, he's not small. They might have been willing to go there for edge.
Yep. And we're getting in the spot like Enikbare, where he's not a typical edge guy that Green Bay picks, but they liked his tape enough to take him.
Yeah. Well, and even like Carl Brooks fell woefully short of some of their athletic thresholds. Like his broad foot's a full foot shorter than they most of the time like their D linemen for broad jumps. Yet the rationale for Carl Brooks was go watch him play football. And how do you not want him on your team?
Yeah, they start throwing away those athletic thresholds, going back to like production and stuff.
Yeah. And round 6 is where you take the rule book and begin to burn it and go get some different types.
Yeah.
So I just want to catch up here. Solar Miners saying Hyde and Martinez were always around the ball. Unfortunately, he was 5 yards past line of scrimmage. Truth. That was my big gripe with Blake Martinez always. Was like, yeah, he can tackle when it comes to him, which is 6 yards down the field.
The Saints have 5. Oh, there goes Hunter Norzad. The Saints have 5 quarterbacks on their roster now
with Rattler. I mean, it'll probably be that they cut.
100%.
And maybe Hayner.
I can't believe Nathan Peterman's still around. I don't get it.
Well, I mean, keep in mind, I said this last year with Clifford when people were railing on the Clifford pick. When it comes to backup quarterback, sometimes, like, yes, you got to value their play on the field, but sometimes you just want that mind in the room. Maybe Peterman can't throw, but maybe the man can read a defense like a book.
Yeah.
And that will keep you employed for a very long time.
You can't read defense on the field either, so.
I know. I was an example. Prosper saying, are we going to do something about kicker? I talked about it before. I could see it going either way, but I kind of doubt it. I think they want to walk into training camp with Carlson and Joseph squaring off. Plus, they've already got Podleski as a third kicker on the roster.
They might grab a UDFA or something.
Maybe. I think they want to give Carlson a training camp to win the job. And the more bodies they add to that, the more just kind of ridiculous it gets. Plus, one of the big things with training camp, the way that the practices are structured is you only get 6-10 kicks in practice. That's it. And not even all of those are with a D line in front of you. So if you bring in a 3 kicker competition in training camp, suddenly each kicker is getting 4 maybe a day. Like, that's tough to base an evaluation off of. Yep. So like teams generally, even if they're trying to find a kicker, they keep it tighter for the competition because you just don't devote that much time to it in live like simulations. That was really apparent last year. And it was some of the rationale given for why didn't they bring in competition last year when Carlson was struggling, because they wanted Carlson to get every single rep he could. The more kickers you add, the worse it gets in that way.
Ulo Fushio went to the Bills.
Yep. Goodbye, Ulo. Round 5. Yeah. Okay. But in terms of like round 7, I would have liked them, or even now. Josh say maybe Wyatt finally takes the next step and begins to fill that role. Possible. I just want Wyatt to start finishing plays. That's what he's got to do. Rocket Knees, Bo Melton's brother, Max Melton, chose his position as cornerback, got drafted in the second round. Maybe we switch Bo to corner. Probably don't do another corner. I don't see that happening. I do think Bo is a wide receiver through and through. I'm just kidding. Good. Big Al. Actually, what was the problems and difference between Joe Barry's defense and Mike Pettine's defense? Granted, I did not follow as closely when Pettine's began to turn. But overall, Pettine was like, they were both very, very zone based. Pettine's ultimately, though, was a shade more aggressive than Barry's. His usage of guys was more, I think aggressive is the right word, than Barry would do. We did not see under Pettine it being 3rd and 4 and guys lined up 9 yards off. It wasn't nearly as common. Nor did we see an offense in goal line and the Packers in nickel. And part of that is not a schematic problem from Barry. It was in-game execution from Barry, which I believe was ultimately the downfall. I did not like the scheme, but we've seen that scheme be successful in other places. What it was the in-game calls, the in-game execution that really became the deal breaker, because what in the hell are you on the 2-yard line for? And we've got nickel. Well, the other team just walks into the end zone. We saw it again and again and again. And that was kind of the deal breaker from my stance.
Dominic Hampton to the command.
Rocket Knees, you watch yourself. Watch it. Jamie saying, okay, take what we got and send them to tackling school. I'm down. I'm just fine with that. Rodrigo saying Ryan Watts is the perfect prototype for Jeff. Like, man, you love Ryan Watts, don't you? That's awesome. Captain Kebbles, what's y'all favorite game in the last 4 years? Oof. Mine is either 2020 Dillon versus Tennessee. Oh, that was fun in the snow. Or last year's Cowboys game. Both games were where everything almost worked when we were nervous going in.
There's some good games, man.
Yeah, I think probably my absolute favorite, though, is the Dallas game, because it was just fun. Everything about that game was fun. Everything just clicked. And it was such an arrival for this generation too. Like, yeah, they got themselves into the playoffs, right? And then it was the Dallas game where it was like, oh, they could really do this. And that added to the fun. Simon, what do you think?
The Rams playoff game a few years back was pretty fun with Rodgers.
Yeah.
Oh, man, there's some good. Last year's Bears game at the end to get in the playoffs was fun.
You got a favorite from this year?
Does this count? Oh, this is a few years back. Never mind. I was gonna say the 2018 Packers Bears opener was fun, but that's a little further back.
Yeah, the Miami game.
Yeah. He just comes off the field and Rodgers is stoned out of his mind.
Right, or Aaron, what's different? Money. So good. I should point out too that Dominique Hampton, one of the most Packers-y safeties left, gone. He would have been a fireball on teams. Yeah. That would have been fun.
That would have been a good pick.
Did you have a favorite watch party this year?
Probably when we beat the Chiefs and proved everybody wrong.
Oh, the Chiefs game.
That was nice.
Yeah.
By the way,
if you're new here, if you're new here, we do watch parties for. I think we took 2 games off last year. Yes. So join us at a watch party.
We didn't play on Christmas last year, did we?
The Packers. What? Yeah, they did. Okay. Or it was Christmas Eve they played this year. I know they did New Year's Eve. I think it was Christmas Eve.
I think it was Christmas Eve this year.
Yes, it was Christmas Eve, and we did not do a watch party for that one.
Yeah, so we missed 3.
Major holidays are family. Sorry.
The year prior and the year prior to that was Miami and I think Cleveland.
And Green Bay could be on Christmas again this year, which
wow.
And I'm gonna have to broker some deals with the Familia if that happens.
I just tell my family, don't worry.
Scott saying, John, you could kick better than Carson. Come on, Scott.
Fine, John. Let's go.
I can't hit from 60 or 10. Captain Kebbles, if I may ask, feel free to skip it as a topic. Any topics or passions anyone got outside of our beloved Packers? Asking chat as well, since we still waiting on the pick. I'll probably let the chat answer that one, or maybe we'll get to that when we got a lull. Green Bay's coming up with just a few picks, so I want to stick to these comments. Plain just saying F.
F.
Either that was the
F
beginning
in
of a
chat.
sentence that didn't get finished,
No,
or he was upset about a pick.
no, it's the meme. F in chat.
Oh, okay. I got you. Josh saying, who's a player position you'd like to see us target post-draft that are still hanging out there in free agency? Tyler Boyd, Ogba, Carl Lawson.
Christian Jones has gone to the Cardinals.
Okay. Tackle from Texas. Not quite Packersy, but one of the bigger tackles left on the board for sure. Let's see.
I'm surprised you didn't automatically say Rudy Ford.
Well, yeah, come on, it's a given. I want Rudy back. I'm trying to think of external others. Crap, is Rudy Ford my best answer?
Yeah, it might be. Justin Simmons. Is it?
You know what?
It's too late.
I'll say this. I can't. Maybe I should pull it up to see who's out there because I don't remember it off the top of my head. I'm too draft thinking right now. But
yeah, I know. I'm in the same boat.
I would love to see, like I was talking about earlier, I want to see a reinforcement brought in a corner. So if they don't address corner with like the next pick or wind up with something very advantageous at corner, I want to see some insurance at corner. I'm too scared of that position being too fragile right now. It just feels like they're one injury away from the dam breaking. And that's nothing against Valentine or some of the depth corners. It's just reality of like, they don't have that many. And a couple that they got are injury prone.
One guy I would like, and he started off the season hot last year, but he tore his ACL in week 4, is Connor Williams from Miami.
Oh, yeah, for an interior lineman.
If he has if his medical history is good to go, I wouldn't mind seeing him.
I wouldn't mind that, certainly. One thing that I did read about him, at least earlier in free agency, is he was looking to get paid like he was getting paid when he got cut.
That would be also the other issue.
And if that's the case, nope.
Yeah.
Like Green Bay's never going to do that. Yeah. Which is kind of what I think why Simmons doesn't have a job. A lot of the reporting on Justin Simmons thus far is that he's basically looking to get paid what he did from Denver. And teams are not going to do that for the future. So
he'll end up. I think what's going to happen is you start seeing like guys fold and realize they're not going to get paid what they want.
Yep.
I think they're hoping that some team missed out. Green Bay traded up. Sorry.
Hey-oh. Buffalo Bills trade the pick to Green Bay. Hey-oh. That means
what do we get?
So the Packers, they must have jumped up from 168. And we got to okay, so they moved up from 168 to
163.
163. So that cost them a ham sandwich. I don't know. Maybe they threw him one of their 7s.
That's why if I had to guess, I haven't seen it yet. That'd be my guess.
Yeah.
All right. So look at Goody moving up and down the board.
Right. Hey, the Drew Cave is here. Hello, Drew Cave. By the way, Drew Cave, I saw you on all of the national networks. Congrats over the last couple of days. Cooper and Bullard are going to be instant impact players. Can't freaking wait. I agree 1,000% with you. They're going to change the defense. I'm very, very excited for it. It's one thing you could say is this defense is going to be fast and going to be aggressive. All right, so let's go with the pick. The pick is in. Let's see who we got. Now the Packers are at 163. If anyone finds the exact trade comp, let me know and I'll update accordingly. No spoilers in the chat. If you're one of those people that's already got it, don't you do it. Yep, no channels showing it yet.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything on Twitter or anything. There's the booze. All right.
All right. So with pick 163, Claudia, you going to read this off?
Sure. Once we get it.
It's all a waiting game.
And we select Jacob Monk, center from Duke.
Well, there's your center, everybody. An interior offensive lineman, Jacob Monk.
He does have right guard experience too.
Okay. I can get with that. Interior O-line is one of the top ones we were talking about reinforcing. With corner, I continue to wonder if we're going to see Anthony Johnson switch over to corner this year. We just don't know. It's possible. All right, so Jacob Monk, as we're pulling up the draft profiles. Anyone got the trade comp out there?
I'm still searching for it. This player I don't know anything about, I'll be honest.
And he's not a name I'm super familiar with either. And I studied a lot of the day 3 dudes. They're venturing off board for some of these.
Yes.
Right now it's showing he's played 3,500 snaps in his career, 500 plus at center, right guard, and right tackle. Starting 34 games at right tackle, 12 at center, and 12 at right guard. That's Packersy right there. You
want to know what else is Packersy?
What else?
974 Raz, 6'3", 308. Did 31 reps on the bench press. Golly.
All right. So super high res experience at center, guard, and tackle. That is an interior lineman, if ever there were one, for the Green Bay Packers.
All right. I have the summary here from the Beast. It says, a 5-year starter at Duke, Monk switched between right guard and center in former offensive coordinator Kevin John's scheme. The highest ranked recruit in the Blue Devils class 5 years ago, he earned a starting role from the get-go, played tackle for the first time as a true freshman, and then showed off his versatility between guard and center, depending on where he was needed. He earned all ACC honors in his final 3 seasons. Monk has graceful movements out of his stance, second best 10-yard split among centers at the combine, and processes his surroundings quickly. Coaches rave about him as a teammate and worker. His hands have moments where they are all over the place, and he gets himself in trouble when he lunges and attempts to answer power. Overall, Monk doesn't have elite size and strength, which puts more of a premium on his technique, but his foot quickness and football IQ belong on an NFL roster. He projects best as a backup center who can fill in at guard in a pinch.
And size-wise, Brugler from the Beast has him at 6'3", 308. So, certainly not bad. And he is just under 23 years of age. So, you wanted Graham Barton in round 1. Here is your wish.com, Graham Barton. He comes from Duke. He was a teammate of Barton's. Similar versatility, but not obviously as high tier, as refined, what have you. But obviously, in watching Graham Barton tape, they saw something that they liked in Jacob Monk. From the get-go, I like the sound of a lot of that. I also like hearing the tackle, guard, center versatility, knowing that he can at least kick to guard if need be. This is an IOL backup. It fits with a lot of what we were saying could be coming with some of these final selections. So, and then Whiskey saying Royce Newman will never play again. All right. So, there you go. There you go. A center who can kick to guard if need be. This is, as Whiskey said, this is kind of your Royce Newman replacement,
all of
IOL.
That.
Yeah.
All of that sounded just like the Packers type.
Yes. Incredibly so. Pair that with the high raz and this is
locker room guy, teammates love him. That's very much a Packers player, if I've ever heard one.
Yes. So there you go. I just want to catch up on where we were in comments, some reaction to this. Definitely. Richard asking what veterans get cut after the draft. Probably none, at least for a little while. I think.
Yeah, I mean, there might be some post free agency or post draft free agency guys, and we might. I don't know. That's such a tough thing to predict right now because we're
Well,
still at what 70, or we're gonna have it end up after the draft like 84 guys on the roster or something. So we still
yeah.
have to fill out those UDFAs. There's still a lot of football left in the off season before we start getting into cutting guys.
Well, and keep in mind as well, I mean, like coming into the draft, I think we were at 72 on the roster. Now we're going to be in the mid 80s. So that doesn't leave a lot of room for UDFAs. But at the same time, you don't have to sign the draft picks yet either. So they don't count yet until you sign them. And you can get a few more UDFAs, at least temporarily, for like the rookie workshop, stuff like that.
That's true.
It's a nice little loophole that suddenly is coming into play for Green Bay.
And a lot of those draft picks don't sign until like June.
Right. I mean, the other thing is too, like, I think if we see some movement, it's going to be like they're going to let go of some of their futures contracts, guys who were on the practice squad last year. I don't think we're going to see any vets. Like, I would be very surprised if Royce Newman doesn't at least get to training camp.
Yeah, same.
As a great example. I think anyone who's played a fair amount of snaps for Green Bay in the last couple of years probably at least gets to training camp, unless there's some financial thing that the Packers want to do and they want to open up Royce Newman's $3 million or whatever else. But just from a play standpoint, we probably get it to a lot of these guys with camp. And if we do see any fluctuations on the roster, it's with guys who are realistically under futures contracts, practice squad, etc.
Yeah.
Captain Kevel saying, how close to the clock does the team need to be during the draft to trade picks, or can they anytime? Also, center. Oh yeah, they loving guys. How close to the clock does the team need to be during the draft to trade picks?
I think you can trade him at any point.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing is, from my understanding, the clock does not reset if a new team were to acquire the pick. So if you trade it to, let's say, the Bills, and there's only 10 seconds left on the clock, the Bills have 10 seconds to sprint the card hit, which means they're not going to do it. Oftentimes, especially day 3, these trades are worked out picks in advance. Like Goot might have been talking about this trade 6 picks ago.
Yep.
Goot even acknowledged with the trade that we saw last night from 41 to 45. That trade was worked out not when the Packers got on the clock at 41. That trade was worked out, he said, a couple picks earlier. So the clock stays. Like pick 146 has X amount of time, no matter who owns 146 and how long they own it. But they're working this out behind the scenes before it actually comes up. Yep. Sometimes the reporters just won't say it until we get to the pick, because then it's relevant. Martin saying versatility again. Yes, indeed. David working on filling out the practice squad. Yeah. Or just interior offensive line in this case, I think. Captain Kebble's teams do not keep multiple centers. Also might be there for special teams blocking too. Could. I think they like that guard versatility a lot. They're probably going to give him a chance there, is my guess. Catching up on others. Oh, we missed a whole bunch. Got to get down there. I'm so sorry, Anna. On freaking commercial every time. I'm so sorry. Ray saying Jacob Mock is second team all ACC for Duke. I like this pickup. Yeah, I don't mind this at all. As a day 3 O lineman. Crazy awesome pick. I'm getting Jesus. Glad you enjoy it, Jamie. Captain Kebble's announced as a center by Green Bay. For sure, it seems they are not going to let Myers just have the job, or Sean. Goody, you king. I kind of look at this more like a potential Royce Newman replacement, just interior offensive lineman. Like this could wind up being shades of where Jake Hansen was, a center who could kick out if need be.
So real quick, the trade compensation, they gave up $219.
All right, thank you. So I will update that on the bottom line here. 219 is gone. So now we just have 202 in round 6. Do you want to take a look? Is the UK Packers? You want to look up what they say about Monk if he's in there? Please and thank you.
Oh, sure.
Let's see here. Just trying to get through. Spiritual center of our O-line. Okay, let's go. And they skipped it. Sorry, Peter trading up twice for supposed UDFAs. Goot is a genius. Peter, if the team is good, who cares? Like that's what I gotta say. Like, I mean, dang, Peter. is okay. This is day 3 picks. They're picking who they want.
Yep.
If they're good, who cares? It's
I'll say that for any pick in general.
I
If
don't
they're
know.
good, then that's all I care about.
Like, I get positional like value. I get like you want value on the board, but you're in round 5. Like, you're splitting such hairs between 5, 6, and 7. It's the value board here gets washed. Also, PFF's day 3 evaluations sucked this year. So I don't know. That's our Runyon replacement. I wouldn't go that far. I mean,
Maybe.
similar draft standing to Runyon, but Runyon I think was more true guard versus center who could play guard. Captain Keppel saying I met Newman and he asked if I wanted him to sign anything, and I'm too nice to turn down a guy who thinks I'm a fan, so he signed him a custom jersey that I wish he had not. But there he is.
I think I don't know. I always think like getting a player signature is cool. I don't really care about like who they are or whatever. Like they played for the team. I'm gonna root for them.
Yeah, like I said last night, it takes a lot for me to dispel a player, and Royce Newman is like the only one on the roster that I'm now just like willing to be dismissive of, because all I've seen is regression, and no progress. What's from Angelo? What's the outlook on next year's draft in terms of talent? I haven't looked ahead a lot. I think just based upon what little I have read, this is renowned as this year's draft is considered more talented overall, maybe not as top heavy as what 2025 could be. But of course, that's on a per position basis. That can be radically different. So,
and things could easily change.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, definitely. But that's at least like what I've kind of gathered of 2025 without really looking in. Joseph saying teams both have to call in the trade to the NFL and get it approved first while on the clock. Yes, that is true. Yes. Both teams have to confirm. Goot usually keeps his picks on roster. Generally, yes. Generally, they get at least 1 year. Simon, you know any Spanish?
A little bit.
Sorry, Christian. I'm unawares.
I'm not too good at Spanish. So tarde means like late. Something about late picks, not on day 3. Are they asking about like UDFAs and stuff? My girlfriend knows Spanish. I only pick up what I know from her.
All right, Christian, we're on it. We're gonna get this for you. We're looking into it. Janelle saying PFF's late evaluations always suck. I just feel like it's been worse this year than it has most. Also, Green Bay is on the clock. Like 167 is in right now. Green Bay picks at 169. So
nice.
We're coming up. Yeah. And then we'd be next at, because they gave away 219. We'd be next. We got 189, and then we've got 202 before a long layoff to 245.
Ooh, Keelan Robinson.
So good. I don't have to scroll. You can keep typing that in. Bill saying have faith in Goody and his staff. God bless everyone. Yes, thank you, Bill. And that's kind of where I'm at. Like day 3 is such.
Good afternoon. Who did Green Bay catch on the 3rd day?
I can give you the names. Thus far in day 3, actually, if you look at the bottom ticker, Christian, you're going to see all of their kind of spelled out for you. But in the 4th, they grabbed safety, Evan Williams out of Oregon. Let's see. And then in 5, they've grabbed Jacob Monk, the center / guard, interior offensive line out of Duke. And that has been the 2 selections thus far.
And then we're on the clock for another one.
Then they got 169, 202, 245, 255 all left. So, Connor saying, by the way, last year, Bo Melton was a 7th round pick. Yep, you hit and miss on day 3. Who knows? Some of these guys might be good. Some might fall, but who knows? Yep. Donald Driver, Mark Tauscher, Bo Melton, Dontavian Wicks was day 3. Carl Brooks was day 3. Some above consensus, some below consensus. Just get guys who can play football.
Valentine was a day 3 pick.
Yes, he was. He was another round 7. Yeah. So Anders Carlson was round 6. So you take the good, you take the bad. And I like Carlson. David saying defensive tackle Boyd at 169. Possible. I mean, Green Bay is supposed to have a lot of interest there. Still waiting on a corner. But yeah. Boyd is certainly an option. Cody, people pronouncing Oregon? Isn't that how you say it?
Usually people say Oregon. Like it's not Oregon. On, it's N.
I played the Oregon Trail growing up. All right. Oregon.
People always used to make fun of me because I used to say it the same way you did.
Oregon?
Yeah.
It's an O. Oregon. O don't go I. All right. Blaine. Last year alone should have been evidence enough to trust Goody's picks. I mean, Goody has not been infallible. 2020 was bad, except for love. 2021 was not great. He's not infallible, but I would agree. Right now, the trend is day 3 has been quite good.
No GM is infallible.
True. And we have a long way to go on day 3. We might wind up with 6 picks today. 4 of them have yet to be determined. So we're not even close to done here, folks.
That's a good pick.
Javon Solomon.
There we go. So the edge from Troy going to the Bills. Let's see. Welp, there it is. I'm liking the 2 picks made so far. And the next one is on the clock. Loving it. Yes, Green Bay is on right now. I'm not seeing a pick is in notification yet. But Green Bay is on the clock for 169 right now. And thus far, they've addressed a downhill safety and an interior offensive lineman. That's about what we know to this juncture. Let's see how it continues to go. Flat Smack, what's up? What's up, Cheeseheads? Josh saying Aaron Jones, another example of a day 3 guy. Yes, absolutely, unequivocally. He just didn't come to mind right away.
Now we got to pick us in.
Welp, there it is. Pretty sure Dobbs was the 7th round as well. No, I think he was 4th. Still day 3. But I'm pretty sure he was a 4th round pick. So pick is in for 169. That means we get to show this. Bam! 169 pick is in for Green Bay. And we got to see what we went.
Dobbs was a 4th round pick.
Okay, so he was 4th. Thank you.
Which is still day 3.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. I mean, just earlier versus later. Yep. Yeah. Bo Melton was the current receiver who was 7th.
Yeah, I think he was Seattle pick originally, and then we plucked him off
their practice squad. Yes.
Okay. Yep.
So he was originally supposedly Goot liked him, but Seattle got in front of Green Bay to get him. And then Seattle eventually put him on the practice squad, and Green Bay
plucked him.
And Green Bay just said, "All right, we'll take
they plucked him at the end of the 2022 season." Thank you.
Yep, because he spent a little bit of time, I believe, on the practice squad for Green Bay. I think like they elevated him once or something like that.
Yep.
And then that's how they got him for 2023 and beyond.
And I think Grant Dubose is still an interesting wide receiver.
Another 7th rounder, yes.
Yeah. He had some injury stuff, and then he got put on the practice squad.
Yeah, his injury last year in camp was really unfortunate.
Yep.
Like that took a lot of time from him, and in that time is when he fell behind.
Yep.
Bo Melton was a good example too. Like earlier on in training camp, Bo Melton caught everything, and then he got hurt, and that's when Malik Heath ascended. They did it! God.
They did it! Wow. Okay, tripling up on safeties.
Yes.
This
all right.
Another top 30 visit.
Yes. Oh, another safety, tripling up in safety. Keaton Oladapo. Frankly, I like this better than I like Evan Williams. Oladapo has versatility between nickel and box. Box is probably like his home. And then he can do like free range safety as well, being more like a center fielder style. Box is probably where he's best suited for. The thing that I really like about Oladapo is go watch anything he has done, and you immediately see fire. attitude, aggression, and he hits well. And not just like he actually brings down the guys. I am very, very high on Oladapo. He's probably my favorite day 3 pick, just like Anthony Johnson Jr. was last year. 2 years in a row. I love this. So, very, very happy that they netted Oladapo. It's an interesting mix in the safety room to have Evan Williams and Oladapo, both more box-ish. I think Oladapo is a more complete player than Evan Williams anyway, which is why I'm skeptical of the Williams pick. I see one comment, Anthony Johnson going to corner. It could very well happen now. Like, this is further evidence of that theory that it could be happening. Ultimately, we don't know. Well, hot dang. I'm happy. Do you have the profile ready?
I do. A 3-year starter at Oregon State, or Oregon State, whichever you prefer. Oladapo was a versatile safety and defensive coordinator Trent Bray's hybrid 3-3-5 stack. A former walk-on at cornerback, he transitioned to safety in Corvallis and earned All-Pac 12 honors each of the last 3 seasons.
Woo!
Oladapo confidently reads run pass and aggressively drives downhill with competitive urgency to make impactful tackles. His average twitch and build-up speed out of transitions will be more noticeable versus NFL receivers, but his route awareness helps keep him stay connected in coverage. Overall, Oladapo doesn't have ideal top-end speed or rangy ball skills for deep coverage, but he is a good-sized athlete who trusts his sightlines and enjoys making noise in the run game. He projects best as a down safety who can also earn his paycheck on special teams.
Hey, yes, I like this a lot. I think he's going to contribute on teams right away. And I think it's going to be very interesting to see how they roll out their D-backs now. Like Bullard, probably a little bit more box than nickel. Evan Williams, definitely box. And then Oladapo, again, probably more box than anywhere else. Although he does have some versatility, just like Bullard. I'm down with this, like hard. I mean, he's 6'2", 216 pounds. It's a little bit older, going to turn 24 years old soon.
In the he turns 24 about a month into the season.
Thank you. But he is a guy that, like I talked about Dominique Hampton being a fireball earlier, Oladapo is that much as well. I saw someone comment earlier, like, what a match for Jair.
Yeah.
Oladapo, like with Bullard, McKinney, Nixon, Valentine, Jair, and Oladapo, it is going to be the loudest secondary ever and so annoying for everyone else to go with. I need to gather words. I adore this pick. I'm very, very happy with the Packers right now.
I think one thing too is he could be like he has a little bit of size to him, so he could be like a sub-package linebacker.
Maybe Viper.
System. Yeah.
I mean, right now, like we talked about Viper a little bit last night for Hopper, but now they got Evan Williams, who's on the safety side, could be a Viper.
Yeah.
Or Oladapo could be a Viper, which is a unique role in Hafley's defense. That's like a hybrid linebacker safety guy-ish. It's really like a tweener that Hafley likes to put around as a weapon for aggression, really. So Hopper, Williams, Oladapo, I could see them each in different ways filling that role in Hafley's D. Pulling up his RAS card, it was a total score of 818, 6'2", 216, 15 bench reps, 40-yard dash of 4.58, which comes in just under their historical threshold for safety, which is generally 4.6, 4.63-ish. The 20-yard split at 2.66, 10-yard split 1.58, 36-inch vertical, and then a broad jump, which is a bit small for safety at 9 feet. Generally, I like them to be closer than 10, but this is a traits pick. He's got the traits. He's going to be fun. This defense is going to be reckless in a lot of different ways. And Oladapo, Cooper, Williams, Bullard all fit the mold. So, all right. Bruce saying finally like a pick again. It's a lot more name recognition with this pick for sure. Someone, if you're a regular at Lombardi Time Brews, someone that I've been talking about for quite a while. Josh, he was one of the top-rated best players available going into today.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Wow.
What do we got?
Jordan Travis.
All right. So I like Jordan Travis a lot. I mean, if he can come back fully from injury and Could be fun.
I think I just didn't expect him to quite come off the board yet, but I mean, he's a very interesting pick. He was on his way of becoming one of the best quarterbacks before he got hurt.
Yeah, very much agreed. And this could be a sneaky, like, if he develops like to a ceiling, could be a sneaky like heir apparent for the Jets. Flatsmack, he's hit it spot on. If you're here, hit the like button.
I like the emblem, liars, and it has the NASA logo. That's pretty funny.
All right, catching up here elsewhere. Rockany saying, I love this draft strategy, tripling up on a position. John, we talked about this a month ago. I wanted O-line, but safety, I'll take it. I still wouldn't be shocked if it is O-line with the number of picks they got left. They might triple up at both.
We got 4 left?
Well, we've got
3.
We've got 202. And then 245 and 255.
Okay, so 3. Yeah, that's right. They traded the second 6.
We do have a fairly sizable layoff here until 202. And I see I got to update the banner, so I was too excited. I'll get there. Peter's happy. I'll adopt the safety than Williams. I love this kid. Welp, there it is. One of the things the Green Bay Scouts said on a live stream earlier. Thank you for cluing me in on this. I haven't been able to watch those. I look for athleticism, like Ron Wolf taught me. Evidence the staff has a proven legacy still going. Absolutely. Ron Wolf literally wrote the book, The Packer Way.
I bought that book. I haven't gotten to read it yet.
It's wonderful. It's very insightful. It does give you a lot of details about like the 96 Super Bowl team, but it really dives into not just, it doesn't give specifics on draft strategy, but what it does lead to is thoughts on the Packers management structure, character, leadership. You see that it still is there, like, so heavily, and like in specifics. It's really.
I'm working my way through Steve Belichick's scouting book.
Oh, okay, yeah, I have not yet hit that one. Ray saying Oladapo has 2 interceptions, 10 passes defended, and both of his career highs, and his career was 15.5 tackles for loss in 2021 or 6 in 2021. Sorry, go Pack, go Pack, go! I love this. Big Al, Packers have the strongest safety room. Now compared to last year. I
think he meant last year.
Yeah.
Now compared to last year.
With McKinney, Bullard, re-sign Rudy Ford. His safety has gone from a liability to what could very well be a point of emphasis in the defense. Very, very exciting stuff. Captain Kebbles, I'm 12 minutes behind, so forgive me if you already answered, but do you believe Goot didn't trade back when DeJean was taken? Or DeJean, sorry. I think he is honest, but I do think they would have taken him with the other second. It's hard to say. I did see that he said, like, that pick had nothing to do with it. We were trading back at 41 no matter what. Here's the thing. Like, I think the Packers liked DeJean, but maybe they had a second round evaluation on him. And given how the board had fallen at 41, what became 45, they probably had a whole cluster of dudes with second round evaluations. And so maybe then that's what made DeJean not so clear cut. I still believe fully that the Packers loved him. Just maybe he was part of a group of guys, not a clear cut, like last first round grade or anything like that.
Yeah.
If you were to believe Goody, which, yeah, I mean, I think Goody's maybe a little bit more honest than he gets credit for, but like his job is to hide.
Yeah.
And he does do it very, very well.
I think after the fact, you can be pretty honest about stuff like that. It's hard to find a reason to lie about things like that afterwards. You know what I mean?
I don't think anyone ever looked at Cooper DeJean and said, well, the Packers must hate him. He's very un-Packers-y.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the rest of the NFL probably knew Green Bay at least liked him somewhat. So, let's see. Bryant saying Goody building competition in that room for sure. Oh, undoubtedly.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, which was his big point of emphasis leading up to the draft. Richard saying Monk was also a second-team captain. Oh, cool.
Yep.
I'm down with that. They're picking all captains. David saying already bringing in competition for Williams. Certainly more bodies. Yeah. Oladapo may be our best pick so far. He's the one I'm most purely excited about, but I think others will probably contribute more in the immediacy. Blaine, I just looked at highlights. I love the Oladapo pick. I agree. Peter, now give me Joe Milton. Joe Milton's out there yet. He's there. Flats Max Egg Super Bowl or bust. Great. Looking great so far. It is funny. The Packers underwent like a 4-week rebuild. Like, it's insane. I remember talking last year's draft, the contention window is 2025. Like, follow that trajectory. Load up now. See what you got in 2023. Load up 2024. Then 2025, you go for it. And like, that's the timeline changed last year. So, Captain Kebble's funniest thing, my partner at work has the same guy come in as last year who they asked about AR going to the Jets. They need all the help they can get. He came in today, said, still true. That's awesome.
Did I miss a pick? Oh, Trevor Keegan went. I missed that one. Yep.
Okay. Joseph, guess all it took to get one of my favorites drafted was for my internet to spaz out.
Oh no. Oh no.
Well, that might give you a clue for future picks. Sorry, Joseph. Cody saying, all right, which safety are we taking with our next pick? Not another one, man. Not another one. Hey, if Johnny Wilson's still there, I'm down with that. Corner, get another corner. Edge, Cedric Johnson. I love Cedric Johnson as a late round addition to the edge room. He's a traits guy all the way, and is their size. Yeah, those are kind of the names that come screaming to the front of the head with next pick. Captain Kebbles, I want Ford as a gunner, was tackling people deep in their territory. Even with new rules, he could be a good dime guy for rotations and mixing coverages. Dude's a spark plug too. They got plenty of spark plugs now, but like, I want one. Also saying, is there a website I can watch all snaps of a specific player, or is that more a buy all 22 and start looking for him thing? All 22.
Yeah,
is my answer on that. I'm sure there are sites out there that you may be able to pirate or that you may find. I just mostly utilize like the official all 22.
I missed that pick.
So
Isaiah Davis, running back.
I missed Braden Fisk going. I don't know why.
Oh yeah, he went.
A while ago.
He was really early today, I thought.
Yeah.
But the Jets adding Isaiah Davis to Braylon Allen. And then Captain Kebbell saying Jeff saw our safety room last year and said, oh, hell no. I think you're probably right. All right, we are all caught up. Let me adjust here for Oladapo because it's not pick 169 anymore. Now it's the love of our hearts. Keaton Oladapo. Now I'm really going to have to get that name better in my mouth.
Okay, just a couple of guys, since you rattle off a couple of guys you liked. I still like Leonard Taylor a lot. I can't believe he's still sitting there. Jalen Sundell.
Yeah.
Still sitting out there.
Yep.
For a pure tackle, Frank Crum would be interesting.
Just to jump in and add another one, since you're talking tackle, Garrett Greenfield.
Yeah.
Very, very experienced both sides. I could see Garrett Greenfield fitting very well. Very high RAS too, from what I call. There we go. It should be updated on the bottom for everybody now. I am surprised Johnny Wilson is falling the way he is.
Yeah.
I wonder if some teams view him as a tight end.
Is Brandon Dorless still available, or he went, I think, actually?
He went.
He would have been interesting.
I think we talked about him because he was.
He was like tweener. Yeah, that's right.
From Oregon. He was another tweener type. We talked about him right after he got picked.
That's right.
Let's see. Captain Kebbell saying, I miss Simon, though, not going to lie. It had to be the Bears, just being me. Hurt more than Jones going to the Vikings, not being cut, but the destination. I still think Jones was more business than anything. I don't think Aaron Jones went to the Vikings out of spite. It wasn't a Favrean maneuver.
Yeah.
Because Favre absolutely wanted to play Green Bay. So, All right, we're all caught up on comments. All right, thanks everybody. Hey, since it's time, I'm just going to take a quick minute since we're all caught up and the Packers don't have a pick for a few minutes. Please consider. We just launched a Patreon today for Lombardi Time Brews. I'm going to say it again. If you do not have the disposal, things are hard right now. If you don't have any money, please don't give it to us. But if you like what we do, because like this is a part of my job. If you like what we do, consider supporting us. It would mean a ton. So go check out the Patreon. We got some really cool perks in there, including a Packer memorabilia giveaway that once we hit a certain number of Patreon, we're going to start doing giveaways every single month of mostly Packer autograph stuff, because that's my other job, is actually dealing in memorabilia, and I'm going to give it away. So please consider joining that Patreon. Go check it out. Just go to Patreon, search Lombardi Time Brews. I suppose I could even do this. Look at that. Oh, crap. There it is. But see, look at that. All different levels. We're going to start a fantasy football league. Some cool stuff there. So I'm done with my commercial. I hate selling like that. So just consider, please. All right. So Captain Keppel saying Jonathan Owen's wife, I meant, she really embraced the Simone.
Oh, yeah.
That's what you meant. Okay.
Yeah, I was like, who's Simon? And then that makes more sense. That makes sense.
Simone, I mean, it was cool to like get in on that and have a celebrity on the sidelines like that. I mean, that was neat. But yeah.
I do also love that everybody knew Simone Biles and nobody knew Jonathan Owen. It was like for the first time, it was Simone Biles' husband.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Let's see. Joseph saying, which pick did we give up for the move from 168 to 163? That would be 190. Right? Isn't that right, Simon?
What? No. We gave up 219.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm mixing up the trades. 219 was the one that we gave up to move up those 5 picks. So that was the last of their round 6s. So now coming up, we've got 202, 245, 255. So, and we are on, if you're not watching the telecast right now, we are on 174. So we've got, unless Goot makes another wheel and deal, we do have some time. So let me ask you this. We talked about what position scares you the most right now, or you're concerned about, you're skeptical of, et cetera, et cetera. What position, not just player, what overall position besides quarterback are you most excited for that you think can hit a new level of ceiling this year?
I don't know how it's not wide receiver. There was just so many young guys on the roster last year that if every single one of those guys hits the ceiling, it's going to be just nasty.
Thank you, Janelle.
And you just saw guys get better and better as the season went on, too. And then if we had Christian Watson with no injuries back, like that could be such a nasty force for the league to deal with for at least a couple of years before we have to start making decisions.
For sure. All right, now I have to give a different answer. So I guess I would answer it like this way, because I'll pick a defensive one. It's my most fragile position right now, but at the top end, what I'm very excited for. I call it fragile because a lot can go wrong, but at the same time, if it goes right, cornerback could go very, very, very right.
Yes.
Like if Jair is re-peaking Jair, reinvigorated by this new defense where he gets to just run around and maul people. If Valentine turns out, I mean, his greatest strength in college was press man. If he gets to do press man now, whoo! Like Valentine is very exciting. If Stokes can allow only the level of separation he did as a rookie, that's great. If Nixon can play like he did at the very end of the year, not like halfway through the year. Not that I'm ever going to be the biggest Nixon fan, but that's still more than competent. So I think in that way, like corner, if it hits, could be really exciting. But it also is quite scary at this point.
That's a really good answer too, because I think there is a world out there where the Packers cornerback group goes out there and just absolutely crushes it this season.
Yeah, it is. And I think that's the most compelling reasoning for Gutekunst to keep saying, I'm happy with our corners.
Mm-hmm.
And it should be noted too, like even granted, 100% different scheme, but it should be noted when the Packers got decimated by injuries last year, there was multiple weeks where they trotted out Valentine and Ballantyne and then Robert Rochelle and like others that were picked up mid-year. And those were not their worst coverage games of the year.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So like, it's just a lot to bank on that step will be taken. But if it is taken, it's going to be fun.
Yeah.
That's for sure. It's just, it is scary. And that's why it's like, it's both answers for me. Captain Kebble's asking, biggest later round steal by Goot since he's taken over? In my opinion, Rasheed Walker or Zach Tom. What do you think?
Yeah, those are fun answers.
Yeah.
Wicks might be up there too, depending on what type of step he takes this year. Obviously projecting a little bit. Carl Brooks is a good answer too. Like if I'm like, yeah, these last two drafts, like day 3, have been just phenomenal. Littered with guys that, like day 3 is like, if you get guys that can start for you and are like stick on the roster, that's a win. And there are plenty of the guys in the last couple of drafts that are going to do that this year.
For sure.
I didn't want to take too many answers from you. Sorry.
No, it's fine. Just name all of them.
I could.
I think I got to go with Zach Tom.
Yeah.
I mean, just because like they've gotten Tom, who we expected to be a nice, versatile piece with maybe some starting potential. Not many people expected year 2 the dude to be like a Pro Bowl caliber tackle who would allow like a top 5 pressure rate in the NFL.
Yeah.
And to steal that where they did in the earlier part of day 3, but still day 3 nonetheless. Yeah, like that is a steal of a steal. Rasheed Walker has played great. Carl Brooks, Dontavian Wicks, the early returns are phenomenal. But I don't think anyone's in the category yet of Tom and the return on investment that they've gotten there.
Yep.
So I got to go there. I was trying to even think of like some of the earlier drafts, like 2018, 2019, not 2020 or 2021, but 18 or 19 that Goot did.
I think 18 was kind of a toss too, minus like Jair.
Yeah, 2018 was kind of hit or miss. And then
like they had a couple guys. Oh yeah, that was the Josh Jackson one too.
Yep.
Yeah, that was I mean, MVS for a 5th round pick was good too. I would take that as a win.
As a 5th round contributor?
Yeah.
Yes.
But he had some misses this draft too.
Yeah. So I probably got to go Tom, and I'm just nothing standing out from those early years.
Yeah.
Like as like a super steal on Tom's level.
It was a 19 draft. I don't remember that one very well. Oh, that was Rashawn Brady's draft. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Elgron Rico saying linebackers and safety, we hitting this year. Yeah, no doubt about that. They're gonna be uber aggressive and violent.
Yeah, there wasn't much out of the 19 draft. You had Kingsley Kiki, who had a couple years. Hallman, Dexter Williams didn't stay around much. Ty Summers.
And I mean, Kadar Coleman was eventually traded for basically what his draft slot was. So that was kind of a wash. So yeah, okay. More typical day 3s than what we've seen the last couple of years.
So, sorry, I saw that comment real quick.
Yeah.
You got a guy in mind?
At corner?
Yep.
With Newton gone, I got to take a look at a list quick of who's chilling.
There was, what was that one guy that I remember? I forget his name, and I apologize in advance. Yep. The guy from the CFL, the corner, did they have a top 30 visit with him? I don't remember.
Well, their 30 visits at corner were Kool-Aid, Jarian Jones, Jaquan Shepard.
Here it is. I found it.
And then Omar Brown.
Quantez Stiggers from the Toronto Argonauts is a really interesting CFL prospect that fits kind of like the Packers mold for cornerback.
Okay.
That I think could be interesting.
I'm not gonna lie, that's not what I'm super familiar with, so I'm gonna take your word for it. Other corners on the board, I'll say just for Josh's sake, Ryan Watts, who very much fits their sizing for sure. From a name standpoint, it would be sweet as all goodness to root for Storm Duck. He doesn't fit the Packers way, but like, man, that'd be fun. Go get him, Storm Duck.
That would be fun.
You know, other than that, like Kamal Haddon is still there. He's like one of the more interesting ones. He's also kind of press-ish in what he's got going. Kalen King would be a lot of fun, but I think he's very off what they generally look for. So yeah, like corner, we are kind of beginning to get down. There might be some diamonds here, but we are beginning to get down to the bottom of the list at corner. That's why we've said before that corner, the meat of the corner class in this draft was earlier in the draft.
Like, so I'm starting to look at cornerbacks that like fit their mold.
Yeah.
Miles Jones could be interesting from Duke. Johnny Dixon from Penn State. Miles Harden from South Dakota State is just slightly under what they like, but I think they would still take him at this point.
Yeah. Just to answer your question quick, Connie, about DJ James. I mean, I like him. He should be very versatile. They could take him. Don't get me wrong. Yep. It's just, it would be uncharacteristic from the standpoint of they generally like their corners to be bigger bodied. And James is 6 foot, but he's very, very lean.
Yep.
And it's like, they totally could. Don't get me wrong. It's just, it would be a tendency breaker to go with James because he's so lean. He's almost Shamar Jean-Charles sizing. And based upon how that went, I'm not sure the Packers want to retry that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm with all the comments right now saying like corner would be neat. I'm with you. I think another O-lineman, maybe a wideout, but man, they're going to walk into a tough competition unless it's like Johnny Wilson, who does something totally different than any other wideout. Maybe H-back. Like I haven't seen Jaheim Bell's name go yet.
Maybe a tight end at this point. They like their skill set.
Maybe, or just a total like traits pick. Yeah. But I do think I'd be surprised if we don't walk out with one more lineman from these final three. And I also think one pick will be quarterback. Like we're going to see
could be.
I do think we're going to see a quarterback in these final three.
Christian Boyd's still out there.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, I'd forgotten about him. Christian Boyd absolutely would make a lot of sense for D-line. Connie noting that Christian Mahogany is still out there as well. He's still, I mean, he could probably take right guard right now and then relegate Jordan Morgan to being super sub. So, well, be very surprising, but it would be a good luxury to have. Michael saying, what about Josh Wallace from Michigan for corner? I don't remember his specs off the top of my head. Let me just look him up super quick. 5'11", 185, graduate transfer from UMass. Enough length. Possible. He's not one that I remember a lot about off the top of my head. Let me just look up a few more details quick and try to remind myself of Wallace. Let me get this out of the way. Let's see. Just catching up on a couple of those. Rocket Knees saying 202.
The cornerback goes to Jets to close out the fifth round.
Yeah, and that would be who we were just talking about. Rocket Knees 202, 245, and 255 we are here till the very end, boys and girls. Yes, we are. With the Packers hanging on to 255, they ensured we would be here for every minute of the draft. And Josh Wallace. Wallace is kind of interesting. His RAS was patently awful at 3.9 total score. Did not do any speed testing. And what he did do testing of did not come in well. 10 foot broad, 34.5 vertical. and then a shuttle of 4.35. So in terms of like, again, we're getting to the point where it doesn't matter as much, but from that standpoint, you'd be looking at some tendency breaking from the Green Bay's traditional aspects of cornerback. But like I said, we're getting to the point where they're just going to pick guys they want, and we've been there for a while. So, catching up on other things. I was asked earlier about free agent corners. If they wanted to go out and get a free agent, I think there is some to be, kind of depends on what they'd look for. Like there are a couple higher end ones. So I mentioned someone in the chat earlier talk about Adoree Jackson.
Oh, he just went.
Yeah.
This is why we don't talk about people we like.
Right. Anything I've read about Adoree Jackson has said that he's really fallen off. So that would be a surprise. Yeah. Stephon Gilmore's still there, but he's probably going to be out of the price bracket. It's not what they're looking for, I would think. Steven Nelson, maybe. He might come in and he might start for the Packers as of right now.
To the Vikings.
That's a good pick.
From Oklahoma.
Yeah, the big OT from Oklahoma. He was one that was at the tackle spot, was considered fairly Packersy. Yeah. Sorry, I know some of you hate that word. It's in my vocabulary. I'm sorry.
I like it.
But because it's true, they're just so definitive in what they look for. So Rocket Knee saying Brennan Rice, son of Jerry Rice. Yeah, we talked about him a little bit last night. Tyler said he asked the Packers scouts at the Senior Bowl who they were watching, and they were watching Brennan Rice. That got me a little something. But a lot of the profiles on Rice that I've kind of dove into were, here's a guy who's good at everything, great at nothing. Good route runner, good blocker, has good traits. He'll be good. It's like the final assessment on Brennan Rice. It wasn't like you're taking him to take the top off of defense, or you're taking him because it's Dontavian Wicks, who's a very good route runner, or he's a red zone threat, or he's Johnny Wilson, who's going to annihilate corners as he goes out and blocks. Like he's good at everything and great at waiting to be determined. So possible. I mean, if they see something there they think they can develop to raise the bar, then yeah. Gio, what's up, Gio? Is it completely crazy to think we should draft the best kicker with our last pick? Still don't trust Joseph or Carlson. This might be our most popular question of the day. I just don't think they're going to. They might.
I don't think it's crazy.
It wouldn't shock me either way. No, it's not crazy. I'm leaning towards they won't, because I really think, like I talked about earlier, in training camp, there are only so many kicks in a practice, especially in a simulation setting with a line. Generally, it's like 8 to 12. And when you get to splitting that between 3 kickers, you're barely giving yourself info about how they're kicking. So it's just very uncharacteristic for a team to walk into camp with 3 kickers. I think Joseph and Carlson is the competition. They still do have Podolski on their roster too. So I just think like we're going to see a Carlson versus Joseph battle, barring some other kind of free agent coming in. So I just don't see a draft pick. It wouldn't shock me. Yeah, but I just don't see it.
Logan Lee of Iowa to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Kind of a sleeper pick on D-line who fits some of the Packer way or Packer thresholds. So
I think he was just a little smaller in the weight aisle.
Yes. Yeah.
291.
Yeah.
Yep. So especially now that we're talking DTs, the Packers are more than likely looking at guys that are closer to 3.
And there goes guard Satoa Laumea.
Someone was calling for him earlier. I'm sorry, I don't recall who, but yes, it was a popular name earlier. Kind of around the time of picking Jacob Monk, he was mentioned. Yep. Connie, is Wake Forest Kalen Carson? Is he still there? No, I think he went fairly recently.
Yeah. And he went to the Cowboys.
Okay. Ross Uglum thought he could be a fit for Green Bay. Yes, if they were willing to bend size a little bit, from what I recall, because he was on the smaller side, but he had some traits that they would have liked for sure. Michael, guard, Mahogany, edge, Cole. Are you talking Miles Cole? Yep, he should still be around, I do believe.
He's still around.
So, yeah, I mean, the depth at edge at this point is actually not bad. You're looking at like Miles Cole, Cedric Johnson. Like, it's not uber plentiful, but those are two guys that come to mind. Gabriel Murphy from UCLA, they met with at the combine. He's not quite as big, but bigger. Like, they might entertain it. So they might kind of put him in the Enagbare type area. So, yeah. And then QB Pratt or Milton would be great to draft and develop. I know Peter would be just fine with
Milton.
Yeah, with Milton. So, let's see. Then we got Dan. Sorry, this is the first chance I've had to pay attention all day. What do you think of the day as a whole? There are some picks that the Evan Williams pick threw me for a loop. I'm not going to trash it until I hear more and see him. But to pick Evan Williams over Jaden Hicks was surprising. Makes me think that they have something in mind for Evan Williams. The rest, though, kind of right where we expected it to be. They got Jacob Monk, an interior offensive lineman. I'm over the moon about them picking Oladapo. He was one of my favorite prospects, totally. And that's kind of where we're at. They still do have some spots they got to plug in. I think we leave with one more O-lineman. I think edge could be addressed. We might see a receiver, quarterback. Like, they got options with these last three picks. But overall, like, I'm confused by Evan Williams a bit. Well, I'm eager to dive in more probably tomorrow and take a look. But overall, yeah, all right. Let's see. Zach saying Frank Crum, draft crush. Yeah,
I mentioned him earlier.
Yes. Another one that very much could fit on the offensive line would be Tylen Grable. He was a guy that kind of screamed what the Packers look for at tackle. Another guy, one of my favorites, was Jalen Sundle out of North Dakota. You talk about flexibility. A lot of people project him inside to go back to center where he played earlier in his career, but he started a tackle last year. Like, he did the inverse, starting at center and then kicking out to tackle, which you don't often see. He's one guy that I really like, even though he's on the older side. Garrett Greenfield, I don't think he's gone yet. He's kind of a interesting tackle candidate as well. Again, on the older side, but left-right versatility. So a guy I could see there as well. You got any thoughts on that?
What was the question? Sorry, I got distracted.
Just like other tackles you kind of like right now.
Oh, straight tackles?
Or just O-line. That's fine.
Yeah. Kind of nailed most of them, or we've talked about them recently. Yeah, I'm big on Frank Cum. Jalen Sundell, I'm high on as well.
Yeah.
Mahogany is still available. Let me see if I can find a couple tackles.
For sure. Chris Hayes, kicker was Anders Carlson. Joseph will compete with him. And then for punter, Dan Whelan, the Irishman.
Yep.
Who was above league average in most metrics last year as a rookie punter. So
I thought he was solid.
I think they're pretty set at punter, but the Irishman, he's got the job.
Tylen Grable from UCF
Yep.
would be very Packers type guy.
Extremely, yes.
Jaquan Jackson, the wide receiver from Tulane.
Goodbye, Jaquan. Oh, and then Vidal, the running back from the Chargers. Okay.
Yep.
And Dial, the corner, went to Patriots.
Travis Glover was another guy from Georgia State. The Packers, no one seems to know what really happened there. The Packers scheduled a top 30 with Travis Glover, and then something scheduling wise happened on his end. And he couldn't come to Green Bay on that day because he had other visits. Something fell through, whatever. And then no one really knows if it got rescheduled or not. They just know that Green Bay tried to get him in for a top 30, then it went awry. And so nobody knows if it happened or not, but he's a tackle from Georgia State that the Packers must have had some kind of level of at least wanting to find out more. So
One last guy I mocked a couple times is CJ Hansen from Holy Cross.
Oh, very
I thought
interesting.
he'd be interesting.
Yes, and I mean, you're looking for the versatility angle. He's got it covered. So I would agree. Very interesting. Let's see. Michael asking, would you take Tua's brother in the 7th from Maryland? There's other 7th rounders that I'm higher on.
I wouldn't love that, to be honest.
I'm with you. I would be significantly higher on Slovis.
Yeah.
On Sam Hartman. There's others that I would like better. I mean, Michael Pratt's still there. Devin Leary could make some sense from a Green Bay standpoint. Certainly Joe Milton is far higher than Tua's brother at this juncture. So Tua's kind of bottom of the list for me personally.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at.
Of which I don't even see Tua's brother at least on the ESPN board as to who's still available. Did he go?
I don't think so.
No.
But or they just don't even list him, which ouch.
I mean, he's not on he's on the top 300 list I kind of keep track off of.
Sure.
But sure. I don't think he would be very much what Green Bay is looking for anyways.
No, I'm very much in sync with you on that. Also, I didn't say it earlier, but massive thank you to Janelle for being our first Patreon patron. It means a lot to us. Thank you, Janelle. We just launched it today. So if you're interested, go check it out. And there's giveaways and the whole deal. Read the details as to what's included at each level. But really, sincerely, thank you for your support today, Patreon. And also, Janelle, thanks for everything all the way through for like a solid year. You've been there all the time. And it means so much to us. So thanks. Same to everybody out there. You know what? Screw it. I got time. I'm just going to say it now. Like we were at like last year, we were in a position where we had done our first draft and we were at like 500 subscribers. And now 1 year later, only our second draft doing this, our second year covering the Packers, we're closing in on 1,700 subs for Claudia and I at Lombardi Time Brews. It means everything to us and support means a lot. So that was my 7th round gushiness, but just know, I see you and I'm incredibly happy you're here. So thank you. Connie, is Kamal Hatton, cornerback, is he still available from Tennessee? Last I checked, he was.
I believe so, yeah. I don't think he's been taken yet.
Let me just double check for the immediacy here. Yes, he is. 6'1", 196. He is kind of more of a press corner. 5 picks over the last 2 seasons, according to ESPN's write-up. So he is officially still on the board.
Malik Washington, wide receiver of Virginia to Miami.
Oh, Steve, if you're still here, there goes your boy. Sorry, Steve.
Sorry, Steve.
Sean saying Christian Boyd. It's very possible if he's still there at 202.
Yeah, they had a top 30 visit with him.
Boyd?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, they did. He's the one that I mentioned earlier that like the Packers people ran his pro day. Mekhi Wingo is on the board too. Even though Wingo is a bit undersized for them, Boyd is more their prototypical D tackle size.
So top 30 visits that haven't gone yet. Christian Boyd, Jaquan Shepard from Maryland, Omar Brown from Nebraska, Chris Edmonds from Arizona State, Akeem Dent from Florida State, Donovan Jennings from USF, Gavin Hardison from UTEP, and Del Pettis from Troy. That's who I'm tracking so far.
All right. And it's like, frankly, the safeties that are still there, like Edmonds, Brown, they'd be a little bit of a surprise at this juncture. Yeah. But every other name that you listed is like, yeah, I mean, I could see it for sure. Yeah, Donovan Jennings from USF. Kind of an interesting story there. He's played his entire college career at tackle. And then for the draft process is converting to guard because he was told you're going to be a guard and you need to get your versatility up. So now he's been training as a guard and is officially registered in the draft, I believe, as a guard, but certainly someone with tackle know-how to some degree. So,
The site
Yeah.
I got him off just had him, excuse me, listed as an O line.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, but my favorites in O-line, I think like Mahogany would be neat. He would just be a tendency breaker, but like Grable, I've been very high on Jalen Sundle for a long time.
Yeah.
I think that would be a really nice one. Other players, defensive tackle that are still interesting. Makai Wingo would be a little small, but he would be a welcome addition to the defensive line. Let's say that. Christian Boyd. I know you're high on Leonard Taylor.
Yeah.
So few names left at D-line for sure.
Let me.
Mac Jerry, do what's up, saying I would like for Green Bay to pick up Kamal Hadden or Joe Milton with the next pick. Mm-hmm.
Kamal
That's
Hadden.
fine with either. Give me one of those two. Give me Cedric Johnson. Be very happy with Cedric Johnson at edge. I'm good at linebacker.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if they took a linebacker at this point too. Maybe they'll bring a guy in as a UDFA or something, but I'd be surprised.
Yeah. Jaheim Bell, if they're looking for an H-back, would make some sense.
There's a couple running backs that I still like left, but also would be kind of surprised if they took another one.
Yeah.
Johnny Wilson, wide receiver to the Eagles.
Of course, to the Eagles.
Why would they ruin my hopes and dreams?
Right. Enjoy him, Philly. Just like you're going to enjoy the Gene.
Interesting from Captain Cubbles. He says, in case not mentioned, Monk is allergic to cold water, but is fine in snow and drinking it. Just skin does not like the cold pools. To be honest, probably the skin not a fan of the chemicals mixed with harsh temperature.
That's interesting.
That's
wow.
Very interesting. So, like, what about rain?
Umbrella.
Got to be covered, and certainly no ice baths for him.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, that's his way of getting out of ice baths. He's like, I'm allergic. I can't.
He just doesn't want to do them.
It's all fine, but
I can't do it.
Right, and then the next practice, like he asks for water, and they all go, "Aren't you allergic?" "Oh no, I just can't have it touch me."
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
It's fine.
Going to the training staff, don't miss when you're squirting the water bottle. Don't miss.
Yeah, very, very interesting. Michael asking about Gabe Hall.
I mentioned him offhand earlier.
Baylor. Yep, I do remember reading about Gabe Hall. Let me just refresh my memory here.
Yeah, I always said he was like, he was one of the D tackles that's just like right under the Packers, like good thresholds for D tackles.
Right.
So I wouldn't mind that pick.
Oh, and another one, just to throw out another D-line name, Jaden Crumity. A Raz over 7. I remember I included him as like a 6th rounder in my final mock. I think it was anyway. Anyway, I talked about him before. Crumity, super interesting. 6th-year collegiate player, already has 2 degrees and a wife. Like, dude has been very productive.
Really?
Yeah.
How old is he?
Wow.
I think 24. And on the field, he's got a very interesting profile. He's considered a high ceiling, but the inconsistency has been pretty wild to this point. That his ceiling's been great. It's the occasional great play. And then it's the occasional, where did he go? So, if that motor can run hot all the time, then they might have a guy there. But Crumity is one who kind of piqued my interest here in terms of like later linemen as well.
Casey, wide receiver going to the Falcons.
The Washingtons are gone. Well, there it is saying quick sign Monk up for the polar plunge. That's how you test that allergy theory, right? But also, please don't kill our new lineman.
He's 6'1".
I did the polar plunge this year.
Because it's raining.
Oh my God.
Fair. I did the polar plunge this year. It was negative 15 degrees out.
Like in Alaska?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Why did you do that?
Because it was highly encouraged.
I see. I see.
Casey, Washington.
Yeah. Captain Kevel saying Monk broke out in hives when getting put in a cold tub. Suspiciously like ice bath, bro. See what I mean? That's super interesting to know. Like, it's all right.
I have a coworker that like that, but it's the opposite. Like if it's too hot out and she's like sweating, she'll break into like these nasty hives.
Sure. Okay.
That'd be a good pick, Joseph.
Dylan Lobb. Yeah. I would just be surprised if they went with another running back.
Same.
Like that's just where I'm at.
I wouldn't hate it.
But Lobb, the prospect, yeah, I think he's just
prospect. He's an interesting one.
Their hardcore cutoff at running back seems to be about 200 pounds. And so like 206, you're there. Gutekunst even said last night that he likes him at 220.
Yeah.
So, but I like the player of Love. Yes. Like, don't get me wrong. It's just I would be surprised if they went with another running back, and that kind of running back is, I guess, what I'd have to say there.
What Jones play, like 210, 214, 215, something like that?
That's what he was listed at when he was drafted. He was in like the 2.0s.
Okay.
It is believed, however, that was that he got his weight up for being drafted and everything. There were some comments from people at their locker last year that seemed to allude to, at this point, Jones being like 185, 190 soaking wet. Like that he had dropped weight.
Wow.
Yeah. And like, I can't say that for sure. They were speaking very vaguely, but that is like, they were definitely alluding to like he had dropped under 200. And that's where he had been playing for a bit.
I can see that. So, he had some spry in his step.
Yeah. Yeah. That could be part of the reason why. But I just like, I've also kind of speculated that knowing Goot's preference at running back, was that part of the rationale to move on from Aaron Jones, that Aaron Jones was truly not the Goot type at running back and was getting increasingly not so. It's just
interesting.
Not that that's the sole reason about Aaron Jones. I'm just saying is that part of the equation, But yeah. But there was a couple different references from fellow players about like, and they weren't knocks, they were more like jokes about how like little man getting it done because he's not where he was. So Justin saying, I've missed so much. I hate working night shift. Well, hey, welcome now, Justin. Thank you. We appreciate it. Sean, Cornelius Johnson, Mahogany, or Jennings. Oh, I can get with that. Cornelius Johnson, now that Johnny Wilson's gone, I've included him in several mocks. I like Johnson a lot. So the only question, really, like the big question with Cornelius Johnson is he's got all the physical traits. He played at a successful program. Granted, that didn't throw a whole much, but why was Roman Wilson more productive than him? And like the big thing is like, why didn't he have better collegiate stats?
Yeah.
And I'm not sure, was it partly because his route running needs refinement? Was it partly because his hands have been questionable at times collegiately? Like it's a question that a team that picks Cornelius Johnson is going to have to answer and believe that they can fix, because that's been the big knock on him is he's got all the traits in the world. Why didn't we see it at a successful program when he was a receiver too, statistically speaking anyway, with Roman?
At this point, that's what you're taking though, is sure. You're like, oh, I'm willing to bet on those, intangibles.
Yeah. Yes. Completely.
With pick 188, Houston Texans pick Jamal Hill, and then they traded their 189 to Detroit.
Man,
on the clock.
Detroit's moving all over.
Yes.
Wait, Detroit moved up?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
So yeah, Detroit now on the clock at 189. Packers do not go again until 202. We are in the lull, everyone.
We're getting there.
But we're waiting on it. So let's see. Justin saying, I'm sure it's been said, but how do you feel about day 3 so far? You haven't talked much. You want to give a couple thoughts?
Let me just get back to where we actually picked.
That is horrible now that it's warm. I'm going to put that down. Okay.
What is
Switch
it?
to water. It's just an energy drink. But
Oh.
like when we sat down today, it was cold. It is no longer cold, and it is no longer fine.
It's no longer fine.
That's kind of rough.
Evan Williams, I don't know if I'm super excited for.
There's some questions there for sure.
Right. But Monk seems super promising. I like everything that I've read on him. So it'll be interesting to see where he gets involved in this next year. But yeah, overall, I mean, we're trucking along. This is where Goody does what Goody does. So
that's a fact. You want to give your thoughts on the day so far? Just a rundown.
Yeah, I mean, I'm bad at this because, like, even if I initially question a pick, I'll go look at later, and you could probably talk me into it.
All right, that's fair.
But I like they built up the safety room, because a couple drafts ago, I was like, when we had Amos and Savage, and we're like, oh, we have the best corner, or like DB room in the league. Based on Eric Stokes come up, Jair playing top-notch ball. I was like, man, we need a safety, because like Amos is getting a little older. I still don't think we know what we necessarily have with Darnell Savage. And so it was like a couple years where I'm like, man, we didn't really do much in the safety room. So it's nice to see them really address it this draft. And
That's
Adapo
true.
is a good pick. I'm with John on this one. I like Adapo a lot.
Yes.
As a late round guy. And then bolstering up the offensive line. I think those hit the two biggest needs of the draft, and they're just taking shots on guys that they like and hoping they hit. So I'm big thumbs up for day 3 for me.
Well, and we talked about it earlier. Like last year was the fun draft, right? Of like, let's get playmakers. The cupboard is empty. We got to get some playmakers. This year feels a lot more targeted. And I know they say they're doing best player available, but this feels very, we have a role in mind for Hopper. I want him. Take him. Monk, put him in. I like him best at IOL, and we are going IOL right now. It just feels very targeted, this draft, that they are going and getting their guys, and the board be damned, or whatever have you. And for a team that certainly could use depth, but at least from a starter standpoint is almost set, that does make a lot of sense. For a team entering a very serious contending window, it makes sense to be targeted in, I want this guy to do this function. Yep. Go get the best one who's going to do it for me. Yeah. All right. You know what I mean? Rather than just like, we need these 7 different positions. Pick the top one. Like that's a rebuilding thing. Green Bay feels very, very purposeful in every selection that they are making right now. Some I have questions about for sure, but it's very difficult to say it's bad until I know the purpose.
Somebody we were just talking about, Mekhi Wingo.
Mekhi Wingo.
Detroit.
Yep. That's a good pick for them. I like Mekhi Wingo.
I hate that Detroit is smart now.
I know.
Go
back to being the Raiders.
Right? Like, oh man, Detroit they are doing very well. This is back-to-back good drafts for Detroit. Let's see. I see Janelle talking about Taj Washington, wide receiver still out there. Not all of the Washingtons are gone. That's true. That's true. I forgot about Taj. You're right, but the higher ranked 2 are off the board. Sorry, Steve.
There was like 6 Washingtons in this draft.
Yeah, that's true. Mac, see, that's what I'm talking about. It feels very strategic, very purposeful, very targeted. Pick a synonym. That's where I'm at. That they are, and the strategery is not coming in with the playing the board or accumulating extra picks. We've seen Goot do that before. This is not that. This is very purposeful to get guys to do things that they want.
Yeah.
And I mean, I can deal with that. We got to see. I'm very I can't tell you how excited I am for training camp in 4 months.
I know.
I want to
it's
see
so
these
far
guys.
away.
I know. Oh, we got so much time before that.
Yeah.
So Packers go now in about 11 picks as the Cardinals are turning in their pick at 191. Just to update. Michael saying not drafting a cornerback is a direct reflection to our current corners on our roster is my feeling. I do very much agree with that, Michael. I've talked about corner a lot. Good has said repeatedly and was apparently telling the truth that he really likes the cornerback room. I am very high on the corner room. I am very scared of the corner room because it just feels like if it goes bad, it could go bad quick, especially with injuries.
Yep.
However, if it goes good, it could go very, very good. And that's just a very scary proposition to be walking into the season with. But the ceiling is sky high for the cornerback group. There's no doubt about that. And then Joseph, wide receiver Johnny Wilson is no longer. Eagles got him at 185. Arrgh. Yes, I know. Yeah, I would say probably the top wide receiver at this juncture for me personally is probably Cornelius Johnson. That's the one that I look at and go, if they're going to take a late round flyer, let's go get Cornelius and see if we can fix him. See if we can make him productive. So
Tejan Palmer.
Connie, yeah, Ja getting hurt as much as he has really worries me. I very much agree with you. And it's that dang shoulder. Like, I don't know. This is 1,000,000% speculation, so please don't take this as law or anything like that. But it just leads me to believe that initial injury in 21 was a lot more damaging than we knew at the time. Like, we knew it was bad. He was missing a lot of games. I'm talking on a chronic level. That did the shoulder endure that injury and then get weakened, not just recover? Because he had another shoulder thing this year. He also is just not the same guy in run support that he was pre that injury. And I don't think it's got anything to do with Ja getting paid. I don't think it's got anything to do with him not wanting to or hating Joe Barry, which I do think he did not like Joe Barry. I think it's just you watch him play, and it's like a guy who is sheepish about almost half of himself right now. And it's not that can't be overcome, but it feels kind of deep seated in his head, and you hope that he can achieve a place of true full health. And I'm not sure that shoulder is ever going to get there again. He could still be the best cover corner in the league, but it's other parts of his game that have fallen. There's no doubt about it.
Corner DJ James of Auburn goes to the Seahawks.
There we go. Probably the top corner remaining, but just probably wasn't a great fit for Green Bay anyway. And then Dylan McMahon, one of the top centers left on the board as well. Definitely more center than guard in the case of McMahon, in my opinion. So just to say, we do have two channels here, Wisco Fanatics and Lombardi Time Brews. Most of you are on Lombardi Time Brews. That's us. And then we also have a guest here from Wisco Fanatics and Simon. So please do join, like, subscribe, both channels. Oh, well, there it is. Fun stat, 2025 draft picks traded away. Bears 1, Lions 2, Vikings 3. I'll take it.
Right?
I'll take it.
They can
for sure.
keep giving them away.
Yeah, absolutely. They're all just afraid to walk on the stage in Green Bay. That's all that means. Man, I can't tell you how excited I am for the 2025 drafts in Green Bay. I don't know what I'm doing for it yet. I'm going to hope to be in like the press area, but we will see. I can't wait.
Yeah, hopefully I can make it down. That'd be nice.
That'd be incredible. Yeah. So. All right. Captain Kebble's saying John needed surgery. He chose not to play again that year so he could be in a playoff push. I think that probably was a tie. He should have taken the lost season. Then Debo hit that shoulder again. Yeah, and that string of decisions could have led to an unfortunate recurrent weakening, etc., of that shoulder. I just think that's reality. I think that's where we at right now.
Bye, Joe.
Joe Melton gonna go play with Drake May in New England. Goodbye.
Sorry, Peter.
Sorry, Peter. Yeah. So, They get a cannon, and I wouldn't be shocked at all in New England with Gerard Mayo, and considering that Elliott Wolf just picked him, I would not be shocked if he's walking into a Taysom Hill style role in his future.
Yeah, he's got an absolute cannon.
Yeah. And yet the athletic traits to contribute in other ways.
Tight end from Arizona to the Bengals.
Okay, one of the top 10 items left on the board for sure. All right, so let's do this while we're still waiting on 202, because we still got like 8 picks to go.
No, we're moving faster, and it's so nice.
Yes, finally.
Like that was 2 picks in like a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
I'll take 3.
What do you got for a record prediction this year?
Oh boy, what were we last year?
9-8.
9-8. I think that's what I predicted too.
Yeah, I think you did actually.
I'll go. I don't know how hard. I don't want to be too ambitious.
Nobody will remember. It's early enough in the offseason. Time to be enthusiastic.
I'll do. How many games are there?
So base it on 17.
17.
Mm-hmm. Although it could be moving to 18 real soon. Not this year, but soon.
All right. I think we are going to lose. I'll say 6 games.
Lose 11 and 6?
Yeah.
Okay.
6.
What do you got?
Am I looking at the wrong thing? Maybe. I don't know. Like I like our away opponents a lot.
Mm-hmm.
We got the NFC North, and then we also got Jacksonville, LA, Rams, Eagles, Seahawks, Titans. A couple of tough. Like if I'm playing a tough opponent, I want them at home. Like San Francisco and Miami could be tough. And then obviously Detroit. I think we could win like 11, 12 games this year.
Yeah, I was going to
within the realm of possibility.
I was going to go with 11 and 6. It just feels right. Like it's an ascension without being like over the top. Mm-hmm. They're still going to have some weeks that they suck.
Right. Yeah,
like
there's still room for a lot of error.
Every team does. So, and then they'll drop 1 or 2 that we don't anticipate.
Still gotta have a couple games where we remind everybody that we're still babies.
Yeah. So I got them at 11-6.
Employing a new defense might have a little bit in that too. Excuse me.
True. It is going to take some time to sync up. There's no doubt about that. Especially
Brian Watts, cornerback from Texas.
Tough.
I think it was Justin was calling for him so much earlier. But especially, I don't want to say a complicated defense because Hafley is known for really simplifying things in a great way. But an aggressive defense requires balance. And it requires, in one part of the field, you're getting aggressive. So the other one's got to shift with it and cover more space, right? Like and that is everyone's got to be moving in synonymous time or in synced time, right? That's going to take some time. It's going to be an adjustment. And so I very much agree with that defense is going to take some time. But Justin's got faith. He says we lose 4. A 13-4 season.
Okay. I'm for it.
How many preseason games are there?
3.
3 and then a week off.
Do you think Love's going to play preseason? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All of them?
No.
I think he'll probably play 2.
Yeah.
But he is not yet to the
echelon of.
Yeah, they're still going to want him to practice. They're still going to want him to sync up with the receivers. He's not yet to the well, Rodgers is 34, and what's he really going to get out of this? So let him sit. I think they'll still play Love a bit. Connie, defense has 6 weeks to gel. That's what our offense took.
Yeah.
Hold them to the high standards. And then, well, there it is, saying 2023 was rough when we were building for those 6 whole weeks. I know. For one tiny glimmer, we got what it's like to be a Bears fan. And let's just say we're thankful that we're on this side.
Yeah.
But even then, not really, because we just kicked the crap out of him in week 1.
Right, yeah.
I know.
But it really was like everybody was very down on the Packers. Obviously, you're losing. Who's going to be like, yippee, we're losing?
Well, right.
But it was very just like, this is what teams that go through like the, and it sounds so like, we don't have to deal with this, but we don't. Like, we haven't had to deal with a like extremely bad run.
No.
For a while.
No, mid 2010s was probably like as rough as it's gotten in the last, like, in terms of a long duration. And even then, they were good.
Collarbones was about as low as it gets.
Yeah. Right. And even then, that was like we kind of saw this coming. Not the injury,
DeShone Kaiser.
The fact that they weren't great after.
Right. Yeah.
Even then, DeShone Kaiser beat the Bears.
Let's see. El Gran Rico saying we're definitely overwhelming every opponent this year. Between the offense and defense. Or no, sorry, it was El Gran Rico who really wanted Brian Watts. I'm sorry. Yeah, he gone. But between the chattiest defense in the NFL for sure, because our secondary is never going to shut up, and an offense with the weapons that they do being overwhelming in a different way, I'm inclined to agree. So Sean saying, I think Dallas was set to draft Morgan in round 1. Yeah, they actually talked about that. They were, once they traded back, they had their eyes on Morgan, and Green Bay knew they had to take him. So in Detroit, way overpaid to jump, it left Morgan for Goody. Yeah, I think that is exactly what happened. And from the Packers' perspective, supposedly Washington was also very, very high on Morgan. And if Morgan got past Dallas, Washington was going to take him with one of their 2 early seconds, both of which were before Green Bay was going to go at 41.
Yep.
So Green Bay obviously had Morgan high on their board, wanted him, took him. I think that's exactly how it went in round 1, because they knew he wasn't going to last.
That's not true. All the consensus mock boards had him in the 40s.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and they are omnipotent.
Yep.
Let's see. Justin saying Christian Boyd. Did Boyd just come off the board, or are you predicting next pick?
He's predicting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. Joseph saying at 6'3", 212 with a 989 RAS and good blocking, 4.40 special teams experience. Cornelius Johnson is a goody late round flyer. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I've been mocking him to the Packers, not mocking him. But like of late round receivers, find a goot type. Guys are goot type. Like, no doubt about it.
What's taking so long with this pick?
I was just gonna say, I think I jinxed it because I was just saying, like, I love how quick we're doing things, and now the Rams are taking forever.
Yeah.
I mean, not that it's the Rams' fault, but still, they're taking forever. Though they did give me puppies on the screen, so I won't be too mad because
that's fair. It's a good trade-off.
Yeah.
I didn't realize they played the Bears. Those of us that lived through the 70s and 80s think this extended successful Packers run is just a karmic payback.
They put little manes on some of the puppies, so they look like lions. It was adorable. I don't even like the lions, but that was adorable.
Yeah. I was not around for the 70s, 80s, but I know. My dad's told me a bit about it, and I will very much take your word for it. I hope to never go to those depths again. So, yeah. Rocket Knee saying, I just hope he's not another Sherrod. You know, the thing with Derek Sherrod, and I've thought about this a lot recently, and even after they picked Morgan, the Sherrod pick, like it made sense for where they were at the time.
Yep.
And he was a Packers O-lineman. That injury was catastrophic.
Yep.
That injury was a career ender. And that's why I kind of look at him and I go, well, I hope no player is a Derek Sherrod. Like, I don't look at Sherrod like a bust.
Yes.
I look at Sherrod like an injury that never healed. And that we know that all too well from dealing with like a David Bakhtiari. We've lost players to injury before.
Nick Collins.
Sure, Sterling Sharp, if you want to go back to the 90s. Like, we've seen this before. Shiraz was different. Closest comp being probably like Bakhtiari. It was a catastrophic knee injury
How's they going to show this?
that could have ended a career. And Sherrod tried to come back. It never worked. So, like, I don't look at Sherrod like a bust.
Tyler Davis, finally, to the Rams.
The Clemson DT,
Yep.
But Sherrod, to me, is more of a sad case of injury than it is a pick that didn't work. And there's just nothing you can do about that.
I hate throwing a bus label on guys like that.
Well, and it's different too than choosing, like when Ted chose Justin Harrell. They picked Justin Harrell hurt, like with the torn bicep and everything. It's different to pick a guy hurt than it is to pick a guy and then have him get hurt after. Like that's just unfortunate. Picking a dude who's chronically hurt is, you might be setting yourself up for something like they did with Harrell. Blaine saying it wasn't the 4-win seasons that hurt. It was the 2 decades of almost never competing. Hooray for the present.
Yeah.
Zion Logue.
Yeah.
DT from Georgia to Atlanta.
Goodbye, Zion. Let's see. Oh, do you want to head into studio, please? I have a setting I want to adjust quick. Let's see. You might have to do it through the, there you go. Let me just catch up here. Michael saying, hey, Michael, I like them to get one more O-lineman, still a little thin there. Yeah, I mean, with 3 picks remaining, I think an O-lineman is very possible. Yes. Rocket Knee saying injuries happen. I more so just meant first round disappointment. I get that 1,000%, right? It's tough to call an injury a bust, but like I get what you mean. A first rounder that just doesn't pan out the way you hope for any number of reasons.
Coming up quick on our pick here soon.
Oh, are we there?
Almost. I think we're 5 away.
Yeah, we're at 198. Packers coming up at 202. Connie saying those were really rough decades for Green Bay for sure. If you beat the Bears once a season, it was a successful season. Ugh, I don't want to go back to that. That's what the Bears are at now. Michael saying Boyd, Mahogany, Cohen, or Cole are my top 4 options for this pick. Boyd makes all the sense in the world. We know that they were at least semi-interested there. Mahogany would be anomalous, but like, at what point does the value outweigh what you normally do? And then Cole is one of the bigger edge left. I personally would prefer Cedric Johnson, but I very much get it with Cole. And then Cohen. Cohen. I'm blanking on
Javion Cohen.
Okay.
From Miami.
Okay. Rocket Knees clarifying further, not the player, but the pick wasted. I guess it's harsh, but still first round pick. Harrell's another good guy. I'm with you now, Rocket Knees. I very much understand what you're saying. Electric Pilot, welcome. I'd have preferred Devontae Walker pick over Evan Williams at 4th. Sorry, I'm late to show. No, don't be sorry. It's all good. It's okay.
Welcome.
I have questions about the Evan Williams pick. Certainly. More of a roster construction need than Devontae Walker would have been. I'll give you that. Like, they needed a safety at that juncture more than they needed a wide receiver. I honestly wish I could tell you why with specifics. Why did they choose Evan Williams? And at this point, I don't have the info to do so. I can theorize, I could speculate, but I think they just picked him for a particular role, just like they did Hopper the night before. But
they picked him because they liked him.
There you go. That is a fact. That I feel very confident in. All right, so pick is in for the Saints at 199. Green Bay is going at 202 now with their sole 6th rounder. After 202, we've got a layoff up until 245, barring any trades. So we're getting there. Justin, I'd take Brendan Rice for giggles. I get it, Justin. I get it. I would prefer Cornelius Johnson if we're going wide receiver. I think the ceiling is higher. Brendan Rice was a does it all good and then nothing great. Cornelius
is
a ceiling. What do we got?
Christian Boyd. Went to
Okay.
New Orleans.
Goodbye, Christian. Have fun in New Orleans. All right.
Have
Well,
a beignet.
call an audible.
What's the over/under on how many times they're gonna have Cade Stover massage that cow video? It's like the 6th time I've seen him play it today.
I'm sorry. I was reading. I'm sorry. Say again.
On NFL Network, they've shown the video of Cade Stover massaging the cow like 6 times. It's kind of weird. At this point.
Yeah, you're like day 3. You just fill up the time, right? They don't talk about the picks as much as they should.
Golly.
Rocket Knees 199 should be renamed the Brady pick. I get that. Scott, did I miss anything since Oladapo?
Nope.
No, that was their last pick. We just be chilling. We're waiting for 202.
Yep.
Coming up here.
Get theirs in, and then we're just waiting on Indy, and then it's us.
Yeah, but good timing. We're almost up.
2 more picks.
Donald saying, let's get Jerry's kid.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be upset with Brendan Rice at all. I just would prefer Cornelius Johnson at this juncture.
I don't think Green Bay would do it anyways, if I'm being honest.
I think it's just not there. If they're going to take a lottery ticket at wide receiver, they're going to pick someone high ceiling.
Yep.
And Rice is steady, not spectacular, which is not a knock on him. They absolutely have a place. It's just it would be more Green Bay to like take a lottery ticket here, especially given how their wide receiver room is right now. But if it's Rice, I'm not upset at all.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't be mad at all.
Connie saying Mahogany would be great depth for our interior line. No doubt about it. It is surprising that they went with Monk over Mahogany. I think that's probably got to be because of Monk's versatility, having played tackle before, and also being able to be a predominant center, whereas Mahogany is very, very guard.
Yeah.
Goody may have been drinking Evan Williams when he picked Evan Williams. And it's day 3. It's possible. He just looked at the bottle and went, that one.
You know what?
Give me that one.
He was on the phone and he was actually talking to one of the guys in the room. Hand me I want Evan Williams.
Right. And
okay, sounds good, Mr. Goodenkoontz. Oh, wait, hold on.
And they just wrote it down and handed it in. Yeah, it's maybe. Although Goody has admitted before he's a spotted cow man. So let's see. Welp, there it is. Tangent. Never was a bust, but the biggest career-ending injury during my 10 years of Packer backer was Jermichael Finley. His talent was enormous, and then poof, gone. I would put Nick Collins right there with it. Like Jermichael was special. He was an element that we had not seen in a very long time in Green Bay. Ditto for Nick Collins. And I kind of look at the difference between the two, and not at all a knock on Finley and not at all disagreeing with you even. I look at Finley like he was going to be a Pro Bowler a bunch of times in his career if it actually would have gotten there. I look at Nick Collins having the potential to have reached Canton. Yeah. He was on a very, very special trajectory that I think we often forget about. And it could have been special. And then, again, another one that was just poof, gone. 200. We're waiting on 200 right now. Blaine Sterling Stark would be in the Hall of Fame if not injured.
Yes.
I mean, based upon a lot of what's out there, he still has the stats to go into the Hall. He should go into the Hall.
I agree.
He might have gone in the Hall in the last 2 years if he wasn't so hostile towards media all the freaking time. So he'll get in eventually. I do believe that fully. I mean, they are in Detroit, so
right,
yeah.
Cute.
Okay.
The puppies are cute. If you're on the NFL Network, they have the puppies and they have them in lion's manes, and they're really cute.
Ray
Jaden Crumedy, the tackle from Mississippi State.
All right, another D lineman gone. I think Leonard Taylor's still there, isn't he?
He is.
Dang! At what point does that value just outweigh everything else and take Leonard Taylor?
I had him. I mean, in a lot of places, like going in the 2nd or 3rd round.
Yeah. Even on you mentioned Packer Report's draft guide earlier.
Yeah.
He's like in the top 40 on their big board. I think I saw it. So like Leonard Taylor falling. Let's see. Just catching up on a couple more here. Are we on the clock now?
For the Colts, which means we are on the clock.
Wait.
Green Bay's on the clock.
Who'd the Colts take?
Not revealed yet. Oh, there it is.
Micah Abraham, corner from Marshall.
NFL Network is commercialing, so I got nothing.
Yeah.
At least on my screen. She's got ESPN.
That's
I got all the sources. I got ESPN, I got NFL Network, I got ESPN on the tablet, which is different from the ESPN timing wise than the broadcast, but it's fine. Our pick is in.
Green Bay, the pick is in. All right, everybody, get your last bets in. What's it going to be? O-line versus, what are we doing here?
Someone that's not anywhere where I'm looking.
I would be good with Cornelius Johnson. Jaheim Bell even to come in and be your H-back. He's still chilling there, probably the type tight end on the board. There's some linemen that make sense. Tylen Grable, Jalen Sundell, Garrett Greenfield, Mahogany if they wanted to be a tendency breaker. Leonard Taylor is still there, which is the value's got to outweigh everything else at some point. I know Brandy's been in here before. She really likes Miles Murphy, the big dude from UNC, a little bit more run stuffer type. Also, don't forget, don't spoil if you know anything. Yeah. Don't spoil. Let us get there. So I mean, there is talent on the board here. I would not mind a corner in any way, shape, or form. Maybe Kamal Haddon from Tennessee, or maybe this will be the quarterback pick. They probably could wait on that, but maybe it will be. To go quarterback and scoop up someone. Or at edge. Just looking at my list here, Cedric Johnson is probably my top edge. Miles Cole would certainly qualify as well as being Packersy at edge. So we got options here, y'all.
I'm impatient. They didn't give me any puppies to look at. Give me the pick.
Let's see. Oh, I saw someone mention in the comments earlier, Gabe Hall, a little bit of a tweener type.
Yep.
He's got some traits that Green Bay could like. A lot of different ways that this pick could go.
All right. We got the selection. What is it?
What do we got? Travis Glover, the offensive tackle.
Offensive line help.
More O-line help. O-line number 3 now. And he was the guy that I was talking about earlier, that they had scheduled a top 30 visit. And then we don't know if they actually did it or not because scheduling things fell apart. It had to be rescheduled. No one outside of Lombardi, 1265 Lombardi, knows if it actually happened or not anymore. But Travis Glover, offensive tackle, now coming into Green Bay, further offensive line help, the 3rd offensive lineman for Green Bay in this draft to match the 3 safeties that have also been selected. So there were other linemen for sure. Sundell, Greenfield. I see someone mentioning Crum. I get it. Even Grable still would have been there as well. So lots of linemen. They opted for Glover. They obviously like him though. So what do you got on Glover?
We got 6'6", 317 pounds. It says, a 5-year starter at Georgia State, Glover lined up primarily at left tackle in former head coach Sean Elliott's balanced offense. With 57 career starts, second most in school history, he showed steady improvements over the years and played his best as a super senior. He continued that momentum with standout weeks at the Hula Bowl and Senior Bowl. A big-bodied blocker, Glover transfers his immense body force into his hands to jolt at contact, and he often gets back for seconds with his punishing mentality. Though he appears heavy at times in space, he relies on his length to reassert himself and save his feet from the quicksand. Overall, Glover is an explosive athlete, and achieving leverage will be a constant battle for him, but he also isn't a slug and looks for ways to unleash his power in all areas. Given his experience at both tackle and guard, he can provide depth at multiple spots on a team's depth chart.
There it is.
I'm glad he's not a slug.
The definition of Packers there with that versatility again. And yeah, I've seen some comments about he a big boy. And that is true. 6'6", 317 pounds. Will be turning 24 years old soon as well. So Donald, to answer your question, yeah, turning 24 soon. He's 23.6 according to the draft guide right now. So
there goes a kicker.
But yeah. A big guy who does not fit their typical like thresholds, but big, versatile between guard and tackle, coming off of his best season. I can get with this for sure.
Claudia, are you looking at the puppies?
I am. They
Yeah.
were just showing stats for the puppies.
Yeah, I saw it.
They're so cute.
I saw the stats. You see the fetch one?
It's adorable. How can you not?
Joseph pointing out that his arms are 35 inches. Yeah, dang. 34.75 on the RAS card. That's a tackle. Unless he's just so big he defaults into guard. But yeah. Let's see. Ran the 40-yard dash in 5.27, 20-yard split in 3.06, 10-yard split 1.81. And then in terms of explosion, he did the broad jump in 8 feet and then vertical 27.5. It's a lot of weight to throw around in those explosive things. So, but he's not a slug, according to Dane Brugler of The Athletic. So there is pick 202.
Central Michigan. That's funny.
Yeah, Donald pointing out that ESPN's got him listed at 323. Yeah. Honestly, like
it depends on where you look.
Yeah, like it's I always default sizings to RAS cards because I know Keith LaPlatte, who runs RAS, gets that directly from the school's pro days or the combine. So I don't know where ESPN pulls that from, but I know where LaPlatte. So I just go by those. Figure it's the most current. All right, let me update the banner here on the bottom.
Bumblebee the dog is from Central Michigan.
Oh, good Lord. All right, if you want to, why don't you, if you're good with it, Simon, why don't you spend a minute just talking about the state of the O-line at this juncture? I got to type some stuff here.
Yeah, sure. So I just think going into training camp, this is gonna be like a group to watch for me. You got 3 incoming guys, and then I think I said this a day or two ago or whatever. Like if we started the O-line or the year with Rasheed Walker, Elton Jenkins, Josh Myers, Sean Ryan, and Zach Tom, I don't think that's a bad starting 5. But now you introduce Jordan Morgan and Monk and the guy we just took.
Glover.
Glover, thank you. That adds a lot of competition, and who knows what spot, because the Packers have really done a job of like, let's insert the best starting 5 guys we have. Mm-hmm. And even though like the draft profiles and stuff will project them, as an inside guy, like Zach Tom was projected as like a center incoming on the draft. Yeah. And so a lot of people are like, like interior at best, but he's out there killing it at right tackle right now. So I could see Green Bay working this many ways. Mm-hmm. And they're going to make it like kind of, and I said this too, like Elton Jenkins is the guy. I think he's the only one where I think they're just not going to move him. Yeah. Like that's where he's going to sit and nobody else is competing for the left guard spot. Mm-hmm. I think Zach Tom's going to figure his way on there in some capacity, whether it's them moving him to center or letting maybe try right guard, who knows. But I think those 2 are the only 2 that have solidified them as a starting 5, as 2 of the starting 5 guys. And then the rest is going to be open competition.
Yeah, I think it's just to answer your question, Thomas, I see it there, who we just got. That would be Travis Lover, the very large offensive tackle from Georgia State. So, I mean, overall, like I would just differ in my opinion a little bit. I think Myers is safe for now. I think the Zach Tom switch comes after this year, just in my personal opinion.
I can see it.
So, and I see Connie's question here about, have we seen the last of Tenuta, the last of Caleb Jones, the guys that were tackles now, because they also added Dillard, who might be outside or inside. They still have Royce Newman. They've added Monk.
Way to hide your feelings on that one.
Right? He has such a poker face when it comes to music. You never know how he feels.
Look, I told y'all there's one guy that I've turned against on the team in his voice. All right. Norman. So like it's I just think it's they're setting up multiple spots in the O-line to be incredibly competitive. I think Elton Jenkins is locked in at left guard. I also would say Myers is locked in at center for this year. But then left tackle, right guard. Like there is some fluctuations there. My personal thing still could be Morgan starting at right guard, keep the tackles as they are. But when you're getting here with a player like Travis Glover, who the reports acknowledge he needs refinement to his technique. He's got the body, he's big, but there's some real questions about like getting him ready to appear in an NFL game. It is not at all inconceivable that a 6th round pick, especially for a team as deep in some ways as Green Bay, not the deepest on O-line, but still, not at all inconceivable that a 6th round pick may not make the 53. He could be stashed on the practice squad. And Caleb Jones could be the swing tackle this year, or Tenuta, or Morgan, or whatever, while Glover takes a year on the practice squad and becomes the latest iteration of Caleb Jones. So, I mean, keep that in mind with some of these draft picks. We're at this stage, not everyone's guaranteed to make the roster. And Glover is a very developmental offensive lineman who's got a lot of the traits, the versatility, and the body that they want.
Yep.
But he needs work. And maybe he'll surprise and become an impact player right away.
There goes Grable.
What we can say is that this offensive line is going to be very competitive in a number of different ways. And that is exactly what Goot set out to do. So,
and they're going to
not all of the names I would have picked, but the competition will be present undoubtedly.
So, they're going to carry like 13 offensive linemen into camp.
Yeah.
And so that's going to be one of the best roster competitions.
Yeah. I mean, well, you figure, let's see, you've got Caleb Jones and Tenuta as your backups at tackle. Kadeem Telford, they're supposedly very high on him. He's probably going into training camp as well. You already got 3. Then you got Walker and Tom, your starters at tackle. So you got 5 tackles alone that are like darn near guaranteed to get into camp. Well, then you had Glover. All right, so now you're at 6. On the interior, you've got your 3 starters in Myers, Ryan, as of now, and Jenkins. All right, so now you're at 9 linemen. Then you figure Royce Newman at least gets to camp. Then you got Monk. Then you got it's just there is a lot of I think we're going to walk in even with more than 13.
Oh, yeah.
And really whittle it down in camp and probably get to 9 to 10 offensive linemen that they're actually going to carry on the 53 within a couple who are going to be protected on the practice squad.
Yeah.
So let's see. Donald saying the running game should be beastly this year. Epileptic Pilot saying the Pack org tends to allow their O-linemen to develop before starting them. Yes. Kind of like quarterback in that way. The one position I feel that they really take their time with. Yes. Which could be part of the reason they're consistently above the average in offensive line play. Let's see. It's kind of what I was saying. Justin saying, got to win in the trenches. Yep.
Laramie's got a really good one. He says, how do you negotiate a contract with Zach Tom next year after he's played tackle for multiple years at a high level? Do you pay him tackle money to play center? It is a fascinating question. Donald, I didn't in that add up, but he's part of the math for sure. Fascinating question. And Russ Ball is going to have his hands full with that.
Yeah.
And I don't doubt that if Tom turns in a great year at right tackle this year, let's say he makes the Pro Bowl, I would not be shocked at all if Green Bay went to Zach Tom and said, hey, we're not going to re-sign Josh Myers. We believe you can have a limitless potential at center. We want you at center. One of Zach Tom's and his agents' first comments may be, well, then you're going to pay me like the last 2 years, right? Or like I played the last 2 years, right? Because the financial difference at center is the bottom paid offensive line spot.
Yep.
Versus tackle, the highest paid. Tom's going to want to get paid like a tackle. An example that may be out there could be the Elton Jenkins contract, who faced kind of a similar situation, just not as much, where they basically said, oh, there you go, Joseph. Where they basically said, here is your contract. We're going to pay you like one of the best guards in the NFL. But if you happen to start playing tackle again, we're going to elevate that to tackle money. We're going to throw a whole bunch of bonuses on there in an unconventional format. Maybe Zach Tom would go for that. Maybe not. I would be inclined to say not, because Tom's been more of a full-time tackle than Jenkins was. Jenkins was an injury fill-in who just could do it really well. It's going to be very, very complicated, and I won't be shocked at all if Tom just gets handed tackle money and is just paid like one of the best offensive linemen and give him that title in the NFL, regardless of where he goes. It's kind of where I think this is going to wind up, just because I think that they're not going to want to play around with like interior money or incentives or bonuses. And frankly, with how well Tom is playing, they don't need to. And that's to say, if Tom moves inside, which is far from a guarantee, they might find a different O-lineman. They might kick Jenkins to center. They have lots of options. And if Tom proves to be one of the best tackles in the league, leave me hell alone is my stance on it. Let's see here. David. Yeah, certainly, Simon. Go right ahead, and then I'll hit this comment.
So I gotta head to a lunch, so I gotta say bye as we jump into the last two picks of the draft. But I just want to thank the Lombardi Time Brew. It's been fun. Honestly, this is. It seems like it's just nothing but football talk, and I love it. So thanks for having us. If you're here from the Wisco Fanatics side, make sure to give them a follow on YouTube. They're great people, and this has been incredible, incredibly fun. But I gotta go. Thank you guys for having me on day 3. I love this.
Thank you for being here.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah,
have a great day and enjoy the last 2 picks.
Awesome. Thanks, Simon.
Take care.
All right. Oh, now you're just stuck with us. All right, let's get to it. Let's see here. David saying not much flash this draft, but that just means that we are drafting depth and plugging holes that cost us last year. I like this draft and can't wait to see how these guys fill in and grow. Super Bowl runs coming. Mm-hmm. That's what I was saying earlier. This draft feels targeted. Like, that's the word that I keep coming back to, that these picks are purposeful. You know what I mean? Like, that's like, it's not just like, oh, we need 8 positions, pick the top one there. Some of these picks feel very, very purposeful in what they're doing.
Another kicker off the board. Joshua Carden is going to the Rams.
Bye. Mm-hmm. All right. Captain Keble saying center seems more important than guard. I wonder why paid so low. I would agree. Center is more important than guard. Definitely more important than right guard. I think it's just in the last 2 years is when we've really seen the guard contracts escalate fast. And I think center just hasn't caught up. Like, that's kind of where I'm at with that. That pay may be coming. I also think we're at a place right now in the NFL where, like, there's just fewer great centers. Like, Kelsey just left. Mm-hmm. You know, like 5-7 years ago, we had a ton of great centers league-wide. Now, not so much. Center's kind of been devalued from a player performance standpoint as well as money. So, yeah, I think those are probably the reasons why. If you wouldn't mind reading the next couple.
Yeah, sure. From Epileptic Pilots, so much for it being a team sport, eh? I really wish the money could be spread a bit fairer, but I understand the way it works doesn't mean it's fair.
Oh, it's definitely not fair. No, and it's very purposefully not fair. Especially on lower tier players, the union has been just fine sometimes making sure that their lower tier guys don't get paid. That's kind of what leads to this.
Third says, what again was his YouTube channel name? Need to throw him a sub. They are Wisco Fanatics.
Yeah, and they do all Wisconsin sports, whereas we are just Packers. So don't abandon us, but yeah, do please like it.
Share the love. Don't need to transfer the love.
Yeah, and I will say too, like, just as a mini plug, if you like the way that we do things, like relatively optimistic while being semi-real and not being reactionary and not freaking out, you're gonna like them too. Mm-hmm. They're good guys
for sure.
Janelle.
3 safeties, 3 O-line, 2 linebackers, and 1 running back. Is that everything that we've gotten this far?
3 O, 2 linebacker, 1 running back. Yeah, and 2 picks to go.
I like it.
See the way it goes. I still wouldn't be shocked by a quarterback in round 7. 245, 255.
And Mahogany is gone to the Lions.
Man, the Lions are killing it. Yeah. All right. Cool. All right. Scott, yes, Joe Milton is gone. He went to the Patriots.
Epileptic Pilot says, I always like solid secondary picks because over the last few years, they've become expensive free agent signings. Yeah.
And that is something, especially in day 3, that you do see Gutekunst be aware of. Like, there's a little rust ball on his shoulder that goes, hey, we got to pay some people coming up soon. And by the way, like, this position's gone up X% every couple of years. So get them cheap. Like, Green Bay is not going to do that with a quarterback. They don't believe in contending on a quarterback rookie contract like you see so commonly around the NFL now. Like, that's just not how Green Bay does things. Other spots, they absolutely want to have locked in at rookie contracts. And I think wide receiver is one of the best examples of that.
Cornerback Kamal Haddon going to K-City.
Here you go. So one of the top corners left, one of the more packery ones for sure. Off the board.
We got Kevin Keppel saying, won't lie, did not expect this many safeties or linemen, guys. I love it.
Linemen, I was thinking, is certainly possible with 3. I'd be surprised if they take 4, but 3, like, yeah, right. Safeties did not see 3.
Yeah.
Knew they would address it. Didn't see 3 coming.
Yeah, I figured a double dip, maybe not a keep going.
Right.
But not mad at it.
Yep.
We got Dan asking, has Josh Myers reached his ceiling? That's a great question.
No. I'm going to say this. His good games, yes. The issue with Josh Myers is not can he capably block. The issue with Josh Myers is he'll play great for a half. He'll be one of the best centers in the league for a half. And then quarters 3 and 4, it's like, what the hell's that? What happened to that guy? Right. And then week to week, it gets even worse. So, like, the issue with Myers is not ceiling. It's not good play. He can do it.
It's inconsistency.
It's just so all over the map. And so, like, if he were to achieve consistency, we'd be a lot happier with him. But the drawback there is consistency. And as long as he's inconsistent, he won't be at his ceiling. That's the way I would answer that.
Donald saying, still can't believe the Bears took a punter with their last pick, especially with how limited their number of picks was, which then turned out to not be their last pick, which is very interesting because you would think that they would try to, if all they wanted was a punter, you'd think they would have tried to trade back. Because, I mean, when did they draft their punter? Was that round 4?
Yeah. Yeah, it was their last pick of the day when they did it.
So it's very interesting to see because they must have been at least trying to, you would think, though, you know, the management of the Bears has been questionable, but you would think that they tried to trade back, but I don't know. That's very interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Bill saying thank you to Simon and all. Yes, don't forget. I do believe that all of Wisco Fanatics socials and stuff should be linked in the bio below.
Not today.
Not today.
But if you go basically on any social and just search Wisco Fanatics, they're the top thing that comes up.
Then we got Kevin Keppel saying, agree with you about the number of greats leaving the O-line positions. Few truly elite tackles, too fewer every year.
Yeah. O-line play overall league-wide has just gone down. It's true.
Kicker Cam Little to the Jaguars.
Another kicker off the board. For those who have asked earlier about like kickers and kickers and whether the Packers would take a lottery every kicker that you're seeing taken right now greatly diminishes that chance. Like greatly.
Then we got Joseph saying, oops, I did it again. Dylan Love to Raiders. I best keep my faves to myself.
It's a thing.
Yes,
it's a thing every year. Yeah.
You speak it to the universe and other teams hear you.
Yeah, for sure.
And we got Rocket Knees saying Sam Hartman, quarterback for the Packers. Ladies, I'm calling it now.
I mean, dude's handsome. Hey, like, you know, you've been following my mocks. Like, Sam Hartman is one of my preferred 7th round quarterbacks. I think he did not have a good Senior Bowl. He did not do a good combine. But I think some ways his reputation got worse than his play at Notre Dame. And I would be just fine with him coming in as quarterback number 3.
We got Chris asking, does Lombardi Time Brews have an email address? I want to discuss something not Packer related in private.
Certainly, Chris. So if you were to go shop Clubhouse Sports at Gmail, that would come right to us. Otherwise,
if you want a direct message on any of our socials, we will be willing to respond there too.
Yep, we're there. So yeah, shoot that over today. I just, if you're ready, shoot it over today so I don't forget and it get lost in the shuffle as I start prepping for Monday and sleep today.
We got Justin saying, with safeties, no chance we grab Simmons. Would have liked him and grab a stud cornerback next year, but I'm not mad at it.
I very much agree. Like, having chosen 3 safeties now, the Simmons thing, gone. There's no way now. And that's even if Anthony Johnson Jr. switches to corner, which I still think is a possibility. Way more likely that they'd re-sign Rudy Ford if he wants to come back, rather than going for like a splash play like Simmons.
We got Dan saying, might be interesting when Myers gets pushed.
Potentially. I really think Myers is still the starting center on this team, and will be for this year. And then the bigger question in my mind is, will he be re-signed next year? Because he's entering the last year of his deal. So in my mind, the question is not, is he still the center this year? I think he is. It's more, is he going to get re-signed? I tend to doubt.
And we got Joseph saying, does extra safeties possibly mean Anthony Johnson Jr. cross-trains in the cornerback room? 4 of his 5 years in college there.
Yes, we've talked about that a few times. I think it very well might. So.
Then we got Captain Kibble saying, I wonder if Green Bay wants to go back to more dime looks with Jeff. It was the preferred base under Mike, and Joe did go more dime to try and have better tackling sometimes. Hafley seems like mixing things up.
I think it's really hard to guess right now, but I think ultimately with Hafley, we're going to be a very multiple defense. And I don't mean 4-3 versus 3-4 or anything like that, but I mean like base is going to be 4-3, right? Base. We're going to see 4-2-5. I would not be shocked given the personnel alignments if we see some 52, some old school 46. Like, I think we're going to see a bunch of different configurations given how Hafley coached at Boston College, given some of his background at other places. Yeah, it's totally possible we're going to see a pretty wild assortment of alignments used sparingly when need be. And dime will be a part for sure.
Rocket Knee saying, can't wait for Mike Wall's breakdown of these new O-linemen.
Yeah, all right. Like, Mike Wall is I do really enjoy his stuff. I've shared this before. I don't go out and watch a lot of other stuff anymore since doing my own thing. I'm afraid it would taint or like whatever. I try to stay knowledgeable, but like, I don't actively watch a ton. Mike Wall and his O-line breakdowns are very informative, and I would recommend his pod regarding O-line play if you're at all curious. It's called On the Block.
Justin saying, I'm from Arkansas, and the Jags just got the best kicker in the draft. Good.
Well, there you go. There you go. Not the Packers.
He's also saying, I like Sam Hartman.
With you.
Joe saying, do you think we will get some great unsigned free guys? Any prospects?
Really, really like impossible to say right now because like we got to see who's going to be drafted, right? Like, there's always a few surprising ones that everyone thought was going to get drafted, and then there's a UDFA, or there's always a guy like Brenton Cox Jr. from last year who like was 3rd, 4th round, but because he got kicked out of 2 schools, he became a UDFA. So like, it's really, really hard to say, and there's still a good portion of draft to go before we get to the UDFA stage. Green Bay will get some. Certainly, they will fill up their roster with them. I do think, though, that given the number of picks that they've made today, given the fact that they already had 72 on their roster coming into the draft, I think we may see them be more conservative in the number that they bring in this year than we have seen versus other years. So will they get some? Yes, absolutely. Just maybe not 15 of them like we've seen before. Thank you, Scott.
We got Cam Kill saying, someone in Green Bay mentioned some 3-4 looks in passing situations, and I was giddy.
It's possible. Sure. Yeah, especially with some of the backers that they've taken. Possible.
We got Joe saying, what's nice is that with us changing to a 4-3, teams are not used to this and can't scheme us that well for this year.
True. I mean, again, like Halfley alone, they can't scheme as much for. And it's not just because he's new. It's because he's very varied in his background, in his what he did at Boston College, what he did at Ohio State. They're all like he can roll out a number of different things. Joe Barry had worked in a number of different systems, but was so definitively the Fangio school, right? Like he was a disciple, and that came from the Monty Kiffin school. Like he was very one-tracked, and he did try some other stuff this year with the Packers, and it worked to varying results, but like he was very a disciple of one school. Halfley, yes, the big thing, his reputation is press man, no doubt about it. However, he's way more multiple in his background, and that's something to look forward to. We've not had that in Green Bay since, like, someone this multiple a defensive coordinator. We have not had since Fritz Shermer, late 90s. Like, because Dom, Pettin, Barry, all very set in what they do. Halfley, not so much, and that's really exciting.
We got Joseph saying Green Bay is known for their UDFA signings. Best bet is check the top 30 visits list the Packers had in.
Really good point, Joseph. Yeah, and I'll point it out again. I know I've said it before, but I'll just point it out. In the last 2 years, they've done 60 top 30 visits. 10 of them wound up as Packers, which is just stupid high. And then if you factor in guys that they've gotten from other teams, UDFAs and all that, it becomes 16 out of the 60 and become Packers. So very informative, Joseph. Thank you. Yes, great point. That could be very informational, like Akeem Dent, Omar Brown, etc., if they're not picked.
We got Donald saying Mike Wall is good, but between this channel and Andy Herman, I'm content.
Well, thank you, Donald. Really appreciate that.
Joe saying, I hate those mad about us getting a running back. To get one to train under Jacobs and million is perfect.
Well, I mean, like a lot of people thought it was going to happen.
Yeah.
Like Jacobs is on a 4-year deal. Yes. All the money is in like 2 years. They can get out from Jacobs' contract if they want in 2 years. Plus, Dylan's making like $1 million. Like in terms of cap space, he's making like $1 million. And then they've got Emmanuel Wilson. Like, sure, you could have walked out of this draft with not a single running back taken and been comfortable with your running back room. They chose to future-proof it a little bit more, and they choose to brought in another prospect for it who's a little bit different than some of the other guys. And I think a lot of people thought that was going to happen.
Joe adding, plus the size and speed, awesome.
Yes. He profiles very well in that way. Definitely.
Kevin Kebbell saying Halfley being worried why he kept being asked about press man was funny. You guys sure like asking about press man, huh? See some things. Okay.
I mean, that's true. Like that was part of it. Like we got to ask him about this because he's known as a press man guy, and we've been allergic to press man on a heavy usage basis for a long time. It's like he should have known that was coming.
Read the room, man.
Right.
Then we got Epileptic Pilot saying, yeah, but what they claim as a 3-4 has mostly been 4-3-D. I mean, when we had Clay Matthews, we supposedly ran a 3-4. How often was he on the line rushing the passer? 95%.
I mean, right. And that's why when you're talking about the base conversation, first of all, by like NFL standards, base set 3-4 or 4-3 is used generally league-wide, like under 20% of plays. So it's not like it's down in, down out for your defense anyway. But the functions of them are predominantly the same. What is way more important from a personnel usage standpoint is zone versus man. Because 3-4, 4-3, you ultimately wind up with the same number of guys rushing the passer anyway. So on some level, I get what you're saying. You're kind of splitting hairs there for sure.
I got Donald saying, love the youth of this staff. Goody in his 50s and Halfley and LaFleur in their 40s.
I got to agree with that.
I mean, not just the players are young.
It's true.
We got Joe asking, why do you think we didn't go for DeJean or Kool-Aid?
So my guess with Kool-Aid is the Jones fracture. I don't know that for sure. I'm just speculating. But an injury like that, very well. And considering they brought him in for a top 30 visit, really got their hands on him, it would not surprise me if they did not believe in that foot long term and that crossed them off their board. When it comes to Eugene, I think they really liked him. I just wouldn't be shocked if they had a second round grade on him. And then when it came down to, all right, Eugene, Cooper, all right, well, if we go back a couple, we can still get Cooper and get a couple picks. That's really valuable to us. So for that one. Eugene, I can't say for certain. Maybe they felt it wasn't a great match. Maybe they felt that Gene was, even though Goot said he could do both, maybe they thought he was more safety than corner, and they liked Bullard better as a true safety, right? But with Kool-Aid, I think it came down to the foot.
I mean, he dropped so far.
Yeah, I mean, Kool-Aid
Like,
was
it
getting some
had to
play
be
as
something.
Kool-Aid was getting play as round 1, and then where did he actually go? Like late 2? I don't think he went that far.
Kool-Aid? No, he went further than that.
I mean, we're not talking Tampa. I got to relook it up, but yeah,
Oh yeah,
I think it's the foot.
yeah, you might have gone.
Tampa was the one who
Yeah,
dropped
yeah.
like insane amount.
Josh saying, and I'm sorry, he's a great kid, but AJ Dillon is not an NFL running back. He's a fullback. We needed Lloyd. I thought we would target Benson in the 3rd.
Yeah, I mean, Benson was a Packers type, sure. They opted for Lloyd, and then I do wonder if we're going to see Dillon and the H-back role this year. If they're going to try to have him in some ways, not every way, replace DeGuara in that H-back style role. Dillon's got some traits that could really work there. So we'll see.
Yeah, Joe saying, I would have liked us to get Lad McConkey. Watch his combine and reels. Dude is godly.
Yeah, it would have been cool, but he's a slot receiver. That's where he projects in the NFL. And Green Bay, like, 1, does not pick those often, and 2, they got Jaden Reed. Like, that's their one slot guy, even though he plays outside sometimes. They classify him as their slot guy. And so I did not see them picking another slot-ish receiver in this draft. It would be a surprise.
Well, there it is. Says Def digging your channel and stream, but have to ask, looking at your background, are you streaming for the House on the Rock?
No. Okay. So this is our living room, honestly.
Yes.
This is actually a 1908 Hamilton piano that I have converted to being a desk. So what you're actually seeing, this is my desk back here. And then up here, it might look like clutter and poor lighting, but up there actually is just some Packers stuff, like the 1966 Danbury Mint statue team. Got like Rodgers touchdown tracker bobblehead there, J Love signed mini helmet, like Curly Lambeau statue over there. So it's just some Packer stuff on top of my desk.
Woodson whiskey.
Yeah, that too.
Vodka.
But yeah, it's all in front of my piano. So there you go.
That our sign.
By the way, we're on pick 218. We're waiting on the Packers at 245.
Long time.
Yeah, we're chilling.
Joe saying our zone was too loose. They could not close it up when they needed to.
Agreed. And it was not just the it wasn't just the lining up 8 yards off line of scrimmage. It was the fact that at times the safeties were so deep, spaced out so far from the corners, spaced out so far from the linebackers. It's just everything was too much space. And it wasn't just depth. But yeah, you're right.
Epileptic Pilot says, I think they traded back in the 2nd, expecting Max Melton to fall to them. Then took Cooper, which wasn't bad at all.
I think they were really high on Cooper, though. Like that, Cooper has been rumored as of Packers' interest for a long time. And then they brought him in for a top 30. And I think they met with him at the combine. And like they did as much homework as humanly possible on Edgerrin Cooper. And I think they really like him. So he might have been the guy all along.
We got Captain Kevel saying AJ as an H-back was supposed to be the secret weapon of 2022 and the pony package. Oof.
Man, I know. Pony package was a massive disappointment because that's when they rolled out AJ Dillon and Aaron Jones together on the field. It was supposed to be awesome. And then they didn't do well with it at all. Like at all. So, let's hope for better returns this time around if that's what they do. Like, that's what I'll say. Pony was very disappointing. And I also can't tell you why. Like when you would go back and watch those plays, like I never had a clear cut, like they just didn't work. But it wasn't because like, oh, this person screwed up or like this just isn't working. It was always just like, I don't know. It just didn't go. It was one of the more baffling things in the last few years for Green Bay for sure.
Just saying, I'm shocked we didn't offer a 6th and a 7th and a future pick for someone. Did anyone offer big futures for a big player?
Minnesota early on when they did some shuffling, they gave away a portion of their draft next year.
Bears gave up some of their next year. Lions did.
Yeah, the division. Except for Green Bay. But I would say like with Green Bay, I think like next year they are not projected to get any comp picks. And they like getting comp picks a lot, but because they signed Josh Jacobs and Xavier McKinney this year, that is going to more than offset the free agents that they lost in John Runyon Jr., Darnell Savage, etc. So next year they've got 7 draft picks, and it looks to stay that way at 7 draft picks. I don't think Gutekunst wanted to give any of those away. I think he might have been trying to get a couple from trading around here, and it just didn't work out. So I don't see him trading away next year's stuff at all.
Kevin Kebble's wondering, does your Packers memorabilia job have a shop or online only? Or if you feel like sharing, wondering where I can take a look, boss man.
I appreciate you asking. Right now, it's just online. I do most of it through Facebook, honestly. But we're hoping in the next couple of years to get a shop up and running. And then it would also have a little room that's a podcast studio. That's the vision. So we'll get there. But yeah, thanks for asking, man.
Well, there it is. Says, I do hope we make a player transition with Dylan. Packs have William Henderson in their legacy and would love him in that sort of role. Rare carries, but still used in passing.
Yep. I mean, like that just, it kind of goes along with what I'm saying. Yes, sign me up.
Joe's saying, I think Green Bay loves to break all of our mock drafts. Seems like they shock us with picks that most of us don't see coming. First and second round, or is it me that it seems that way?
I mean, Jordan Morgan was pretty heavily considered by a lot of mocks. I think maybe more so in early round 2, but from everything we've heard in the last 48 hours.
I think the big shock with Morgan wasn't the fact that we chose Morgan.
Yeah.
Like in general, I think it was more just that we chose Morgan and not DeJean.
Well, and plus I would say too, like as time has gone on, we've learned like Morgan was not getting out of round 1. Mm-hmm. So in that way, it makes a lot more sense. The shocker for me has been Evan Williams and then Tyron Hopper last night. I'm less shocked by Hopper, but Evan Williams really seemed to come out of nowhere. So yeah, mid rounds, especially round 3. Goot's got to make sure no one's making money on the draft, I guess. You're a betting man.
Yeah. We got Kevin Kebbell saying, funny enough, in 2021, when we could get no push, Dylan did better than Jonesy, if I could recall. Just shows how you never know how a guy will do any given year.
I wish I understood more of what was going on with Dylan and why he has not ascended. It may be an example of a back who had already reached his ceiling in college and came into the NFL and just keeps doing the same stuff. My personal opinion is like the big flaw when I watch AJ Dillon isn't like, yeah, his footing needs work, etc. In my opinion, it's sometimes the dude forgets that he is a 250-pound running back and he tries to run like a 200-pound running back. That's what I see. That's my number one. If I had to fix him, I'd reconvince him he's 250 pounds and say, dude, punish people for thinking they can tackle you. Stop trying to get around them.
Yeah, I agree. Joseph saying Goody hates to give up future picks. He likes to acquire future picks, especially with draft in Green Bay next year. Oh yeah, we want to be on that stage all day.
Yeah.
Epileptic Pilot saying, are they still restricted on trading compensatory picks to trade up? I imagine if that's still in play, that's why you don't see a lot of end round trades.
I mean, we did earlier, but no, comp picks can now be traded. So do with that what you will.
Joe's asking, is next year's draft heavy on defense or offense?
I don't know. To be totally, I have not really looked at the 2025 draft at all. So if you're asking like,
let's get through this one first, please.
Yeah, if you're asking like what are the positions that are deeper next year versus others, I'm not gonna lie to you. I haven't really looked at 2025 at all yet. So
Kevin Kebbell saying, I think they trade Smith next season for more picks, to be honest. Goody likes ammo and to move on when he can. Goody not picking a corner is surprising, but he definitely seems confident trading away Soul.
Goot's been apparently he's been honest because he's been saying he loves the cornerback room and they're rolling with it. Yeah, I'd agree with that part totally. Smith, I don't know. If he falls off this year due to age-related issues or shows any signs of it that he might fall off the next year, I think it's more likely that he would be a veteran release as opposed to a trade.
We got Joe saying, I think Dylan is a great blocker and has hands to catch. He is a better Eddie Lacy.
I hadn't really thought about the two of them in that way. He's more varied than Lacy, but Lacy is probably a better pure runner. Yeah, I can go with that. Okay.
Kind of as to what you were talking about before, I think AJ reached his ceiling, but also them trying so hard to make him more like Jones. He tries to dodge contact and then makes odd choices when trying to truck someone. Always felt odd.
I would agree. And see, that's what I mean. I don't know if it's Green Bay doing that or if it's Dylan doing that.
No.
And I would just get him to be a 250-pound runner again. Punish people. Don't try to dance around him. It's not your job.
Joe saying, well, asking it next year because they knew this year was heavy on offensive linemen and others on offense.
Yeah, very offense heavy draft this year. I can't give you an honest answer. I'm going to assume it's more balanced because this has been a record-breaking offensive draft, which has led to some nice values on the defensive side of the ball, but not that Green Bay's taken that much advantage. But I think so. I would just assume it's more balanced by default.
We got Kevin Kebbell saying AJ is so good in the passing game as it is. Just get ball and go and not thinking. Hoping Jacobs gets him back to 2020-21 form.
It would be nice. No doubt about it. It would be nice.
And Joseph saying, and we are on to round 7, 245 and 255. Here we go.
Yes, indeedy. Yeah, we're moving on. 245, 255. Let's get to it. We are on exactly pick 221 right now. So we still got 23 picks to go before Green Bay.
Let's see. Connor saying, do we see any of the safeties playing outside corner or safety and nickel only?
Goot has talked before about how he wants his safeties and nickels to be interchangeable. I think they consider outside corner to be different. I think we may see Anthony Johnson Jr. convert to corner and have them actually join that room. That's what I could see being most likely. But other than that, like any other safeties to play outside corner, no, I think we'll see him line up in slots. We'll see him line up in traditional safety roles. Outside corner feels like a little bit too much of a stretch.
We got your homeboy Dirk saying, I wouldn't mind Brendan Rice. I was actually super interested in Troy Franklin. It's just getting behind Christian Watson is hard with him injured all the time.
Understand 1,000% on Christian Watson. I really hope they figure out the hamstring issues. Franklin, I understand the want for him, but he is tiny compared to how they like their wide receivers. I have a very hard time seeing that they would even entertain the thought of Franklin. And Brendan Rice, I talked about him a little bit earlier. He's kind of a guy who's good at everything. Not really great at anything. Steady, not spectacular. And I do think it's more likely in this era of the draft that you might see Green Bay go with more of a lottery ticket, a guy with a higher ceiling, a guy that they think they can coach up. So, I mean, like just to go the other way on that, if he's still available, I haven't been watching the picks much. But like I would go with Cornelius Johnson instead of Brendan Rice. But Brendan Rice, steady as she goes.
We got Joe comparing Dylan to Mike Allstott from Tampa Bay back in the day.
I mean, that would be a dream come true, right? And it does feel like that's how he should run. He's done. But yeah, that would be a dream.
Richard's saying, I don't think it will be long for Dylan to be let go. Marshawn is coming for the job.
Yeah. I mean, but they're going to keep 3 running backs no matter what. So there's certainly possibility of Josh Jacobs, Dylan, and Lloyd. And then, Emmanuel Wilson being the one that they would let go, or have Dylan become the H-back and be his own thing. In which case, then you could keep the other 3 running backs, depending on what you do at other positions. Like, it's just really early to see. But I don't think Marshawn and Dylan are necessarily like direct competition.
We got an Englishman being drafted to the Buffalo Bills. Neat. Kevin Keppel is saying, do we know why Green Bay likes their wide receivers bigger, other than Jedi Master Wolf saying so?
I'm sure it's out there somewhere. I'm not remembering it off the top of my head right now, but yes, Ron Wolf said the wide receivers need to be XYZ. And then Ted Thompson and Brian Gutekunst went, aye, Captain, and have kept them at XYZ. So, you're right. Ron Wolf said so, and they have followed suit. In terms of why, I don't really want to BS an answer. I mean, I could guess, but I'm sure it's out there somewhere. It might even be in Ron Wolf's book, The Packer Way. I cannot recall why off the top of my head. So I might have to look into that and address that later this week.
We got Joe saying, can't wait to see if we go with a 2 tight end formation. Can't remember if we did that last year.
We did some, and I do think we'll see it this year with Musgrave and Kraft. Or even if you want to bring in 2 more inline tight ends, give Musgrave a playoff, but Kraft and Sims out there, it's coming. It'll be a wrinkle in the offense for sure. Not the standard, but it will be a wrinkle.
Your homeboy Dirk says, I am putting my marbles in for Wicks to be wide receiver 1, Reed wide receiver 2, and Dobbs wide receiver 3.
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit earlier. I think if Watson's healthy, he's wide receiver 1 in my mind. Then I would go in pecking order: Reed, Wicks, Dobbs. I would put Reed above Wicks. I think Wicks has the potential, but Reed has the current usage. So that's kind of the order I would go with, but I understand where you're at.
And then Rocket Knees wants to know your thoughts about the 3 safeties. Supposedly this was to be a weak class according to the so-called experts. I know you're going to break it down in depth later, but what do you think?
Well, I'll just start with Evan Williams. I'm confused. And I understand some traits that they like. I don't understand why they liked his traits better than they liked Jaden Hicks's traits, or, others that were available at the time. So I admittedly have to dive into Evan Williams. He's not someone I saw coming so early. But I think Bullard is kind of your typical round 2 safety. Overall, yes, this is a weak safety class. And I think they say that for 2 reasons. One, there was no Kyle Hamilton. There was no safety that you're looking at and going, that's perfect. Take him in pick 15. Take him in pick 10. There wasn't any of those this year. There was a lot of second roundish type safeties. DeGene, who knows each team classifies him at probably safety, but then you've got Bullard, you've got Hicks, you've got DDT, you've got there's others, but they're all in that rounds 2, 3 kind of collective. Now we're at the other part of the draft where it's okay, a lot of the ones that are more than just tremendous projects are gone. So it's this is a weaker safety class because it's not top heavy. It also doesn't have unlimited depth, but it was good in the middle. And so that's where Green Bay kind of lived. Bullard, I think, is a sensational fit. He is a little undersized, but they really like his nickel safety versatility. If you made me pick, even though I think they're going to be interchangeable, I think he's more so the box one for McKinney to go play post, but he can play some post safety. He tackles well. He's fiery as hell. He can come downhill. He does have, well, they're not the best. They're not Cooper DeGene ball skills. He does have good ball skills. He's a leader. It's heavy reputation for that in Georgia. So I really like Bullard. Great fit for what they're looking for. The other one I'm confused by. I'll be looking at him later. And then Oladapo, yeah, I was one of my favorite players of the entire draft. And then they wound up with him. So I'm very, very happy about Oladapo. Like he is a box safety with range to go if they need him to, but certainly preference should be more box. He's got experience at nickel as well. He's going to be an immediate contributor on special teams. He's a strong tackler, sometimes a little over aggressive in that area, but overall a strong tackler. He also, like the big thing, you just go watch any Oladapo game and all you see is intensity. And he just like oozes all the time. It's a very, very fun watch. So there you go. That's a quick rundown on all three safeties. And like you said, this week is going to be spent diving into the picks and discussing why, what did they do, who dat, and just kind of going through all those different elements.
I got Joe saying we all want that Megatron receiver.
Yeah. Yeah, no doubt about it. That's the gold standard, right? And if you think you can get a guy in round 7 who you can unlock a couple things and he can become wish.com Megatron, well, all the power to you. Those are so incredibly rare. Closest one left in my mind is Cornelius Johnson, who they got to fix whatever is going on there that he wasn't more productive.
Then we got Joe asking, am I wrong to say that after this draft, the NFC North is the toughest or top 3 toughest divisions now?
I'd probably go top 3 without thinking about it too much. It's going to be competitive. That's for sure. I still think the clear cuts 1 and 2 are Detroit and Green Bay. And then there's a gap to Chicago and Minnesota. But it's going to be competitive. Yeah, for sure.
Got Kevin Keppel saying, I found the Packer way for a steal of a deal at a used bookstore,
Nice.
but it was in such rough shape, could not do it. But it was signed by Wolf. Just was going to turn to dust if you even flipped pages.
Yeah, that's about as rough as it gets in the book world. Yeah. Yeesh.
Rocket Knees saying, so 1 top safety and 2 box safeties. Fair enough. We got McKinney, a top safety.
Yeah, exactly. And they paired Bullard, who some people consider to be the top safety in this draft. If not top, then one of the 3 in this draft, like top 3. So, yeah, I think that's a very safe assessment. Yes.
We got your boy Dirk, or your homeboy Dirk. Oh, I had a hard time saying.
Long day.
Man, these last 3 days have been rough. First day of draft at 2 a.m. Second, what are you? Where are you?
Oh, yeah, we've had a few people like that. Well, thank you for joining us at these times, but yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Sorry.
Jobs is saying UDFA potential player agents and team personnel staff are likely bumming up the phones as we speak. Cannot sign until Mr. Relevant is picked.
Yes.
Pick 257 of Jets. But the fax machines are warming up.
Absolutely. That's exactly what's going on in a war room right now. You also are in a spot, very curiously. Yes, 7th round picks might get more money than a UDFA. Not always, though. It is possible for UDFAs to make more. But you do wind up in situations where sometimes these guys who, when faced with the choice, not that it's their pick, right? But when faced with the options of, do I want to be a UDFA where I can pick where I want to go and be a priority UDFA, or do I want to be a 7th round pick? A bunch of them may very well prefer the UDFA route. And so, like, some beyond just the beginning to negotiate, saying, hey, you interested in my player, et cetera, some of them may be like saying, hey, we know you may be interested. We know you got some picks coming up. Please don't. We would prefer to take the UDFA route. I have heard of that happening before. So that is very much, now that we're in round 7, yes, you are spot on. The fax machines are warming up. The phones are working. Everyone's getting ready for the UDFA sprint that occurs the second this is done.
Joe saying Chicago and Minnesota got some good players, and the receivers now have some hope for themselves.
Yeah. I mean, Chicago did get better. I think it's like we can acknowledge that. I think they're still a ways away from the contending teams, but they did get better. Minnesota got better in their way. Like, they have a very different way of drafting the last couple of years than even conventional, certainly different than Green Bay. Yeah, I mean, they got some players for sure. The whole division did get better this weekend, no doubt.
We got Peter saying, I can't believe defensive tackle Leonard Taylor III from Miami is still available.
I agree. I mean, there was some talk about him going round 2, and here he is chilling around. Again, kind of like Tampa. There's got to be something here that we are not privy to. Like, did he punch a baby? Is there issues going on with substances? But there generally always is an explanation for a guy who is projected to go round 2 to go all the way to 7. That's a big slide. So we may find out soon, but yeah.
Epileptic Pilot saying, gotta remember that they drafted 3 safeties for the position, but also solid special teams players.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they did. I mean, Oladapo should absolutely contribute on teams right away. Evan Williams, the scouting report said the same thing about him, that he, at the very least, he can do teams right now. Plus, they've got Zane Anderson, who I don't even really count as a safety anymore. Dude just plays teams. And then you got Benny Sapp, who contributed on teams a little bit. Anthony Johnson contributed on teams a little bit. So they've got guys that can contribute on teams. Absolutely.
Your homeboy Dirk saying stationed in Italy.
Yeah, it throws off the timing a bit.
I mean, at least like Italy's pretty. Then we got El Gran Rico saying, I like Kalen King. Think we should go get him.
Yeah, I know some scouts are really high on him. And the only thing from Green Bay's stance is he would be itty bitty for how they generally like their corners. And that probably has him not going to be a Packer. But I know some across the league were very high on him. He's not what Green Bay looks for at the cornerback spot. He'd probably be slot only, if that.
Epileptic Pilot says, I honestly think the shining spot for Green Bay last year was how fast the wide receivers developed and shined. And I'm happy the team showed their love by not drafting to replace them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. With 2 years left on the contracts of Dobbs and Watson, 3 years left for Reed, Wicks. Melton's under contract for this year. Heath, as well as a UDFA, he's got like ERFA years ahead of him and the whole deal. So, like, the wide receiver position is secured for the next stretch of time. Next offseason, unless contract extensions are done with Reed or like with Watson or Dobbs, then we might see some future proofing next offseason to grab a wide receiver and prepare for someone inevitably leaving.
Joe saying, I thought Tampa was gone mid-3rd.
Yeah, a lot of people did. He was even getting some late 1 play, but
he hung out for a long time.
Yeah.
Wide receiver Brennan Rice and safety Trey Taylor off the board, so not gonna be Packers.
Mm-hmm.
Grand Rico saying, does anybody know Goot's email? I'm gonna go with no for reasons you can probably guess.
Hey, I know though that he's acknowledged before. Kebbles and I have talked about this. He's acknowledged before that he does have a burner Twitter account. So if you can find it, there you go. That's probably as close as you're getting to talking to Good.
We got Kevin Kebble saying, I promised myself I'd not assume we are winning the division just because of who we drafted. The Green Bay went and gave us a new middle of the field.
It's true. They did. That's not even an exaggeration. They did. Yeah.
Joe saying, we get any guy that could be a beast on special teams?
Hopper, Oladapo, Evan Williams. Yes. Very much yes.
Raglanese wants to know your opinion. What do you think about adding another round 8 or even 9? All these UFDA will be drafted by teams.
I think yes. Like I was saying, though, some players at this juncture would prefer to be UDFA so that they have choice. I think in terms of expanding the draft, in some ways, the NFL may be for it, like the teams may be more for it than the players. And so I think everyone's happy enough with what we got going on here.
It's gonna be
and they're set up right now.
Stream.
Yeah.
We'll be here all day and night.
Yeah.
Richard saying, so how do our safeties compare with Brian Branch? Do we feel better about losing into Detroit last year?
I don't think Brian Branch was ever going to be a Packer because of how he tested athletically. Bullard could compare. I don't want to say better than Branch, but like in a similar mold to Brian Branch. There is a positional difference. Branch plays what is basically nickel for Detroit versus Bullard, which is expected to be a true safety for Green Bay, at least as of now. So like it's not apples to apples, but in terms of skill set, Bullard and Branch, they can be comped. Sure. Yes. Evan Williams, Oladapo, no, they're different types. They're different. They play a different style than you would see a Branch or a Bullard do.
Then we have Joe saying, we got a center, but would Zach Tom move to that spot after this year?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've been talking about that a bunch, Joe, I think before you came in. I think Zach Tom stays put this year. And then the Packers may want to move him, especially if they don't re-sign Myers after this year, move him to center. Then, if Tom doesn't completely object to that because he's going to get paid dramatically less, or they got to pay him offensive lineman money, not center money. So, yeah, I think it's quite possible.
Then we got Mr. Bull Goat saying, I'm preaching it, untethered, skies fall. If we have an inch of defense, Love will win the MVP this season.
Preach. Yeah, I'm down with it. And the defense is going to be very frustrating at times. They are switching schemes. It is a very aggressive defense that is not going to work in their favor sometimes. So be ready for that, certainly. But I do think overall the defense should be a lot more dynamic than what we have seen in the last couple of years, both because of personnel additions and scheme changes. Plus just maybe more complementary football from the offense, being able to put them in better positions. Keep in mind, sometimes this year when the offense was stagnant, the defense got screwed by having to go out there again and again and again and not in good field position. So a better offense will make a better defense as well.
Kevin Keppel saying, I'm still betting Goody's handle is something like Rogers is God, fired God.
It would be the ultimate Goody humor. Yeah, for sure. Definitely.
Justin saying, Yaheem tight end fullback hybrid, him and Dylan at H-back?
Well, they're only going to carry one H-back. But of the tight ends available, Jaheim Bell is definitely the most H-backy. And I got to believe any team that picks him has that kind of role in mind for Bell. If they're moving Dylan to H-back officially, which we can't know yet, but if they do, which is just pure speculation, then we probably don't see them pick an H-back. Keep in mind, too, there also is Henry Pearson. Henry Pearson is about as close to a traditional fullback as is on the roster. And maybe he's going to enter into the mix. Supposedly they're high on him. He was practice squad last year, elevated, I think, once. So just don't forget about him as well. But yeah, if they do pick Bell, absolutely. He would be the H-back in all likelihood.
Well, there it is. Says, every time I want to start questioning our picks, I go back to the mantra, trust the process.
Mm-hmm. Not every pick is going to work. That is a stone cold fact. People seem to forget sometimes the draft is a lot like baseball. Baseball, if you get 3 hits out of 10 at bats, you're really good. And the draft is not quite that, but you don't got to be perfect to be good at this. And at least, like he's had a few rough years, 2020, 2021, were not good. They were very bad. Last few years, Good is hitting well above board average.
Joe saying Zach is a monster.
He's been a blessing for Green Bay is what he's been, for sure.
Kevin Keppel saying, what game for you was the we good Jordan Love game? For me, it was the Steelers game, believe it or not. I fully expected us to win that game had we not had a weird middle of the field fill-in call.
Steelers game is certainly up there. Mine comes even earlier, and that was the Saints. The Saints game, when they came back in the fourth, scored 18 points the fourth to come back and win that thing, wasn't necessarily like, oh, we're like face of franchise good forever. But it was like, oh, that's his stealing? Oh, he can do that for a quarter? Okay, do that a lot, and we good. And that was the thinking there. And then I would agree the Steelers game, even though they lost, was one of the more complete performances in that portion of the year for Jordan Love. And that certainly came. But then Let's see. After the Steelers, Kansas City was a strong performance. Detroit on Thanksgiving was like, oh, the whole team is arriving. Oh, this is fun. And then, to go from there to now, like, he can be him. No doubt about it. So kind of a vague answer, but that's what you get.
Peter's saying that Josh Myers' brother Michael could be a scary center in the near future.
He doesn't talk much, but man, look out for that knife.
We got Joseph saying, H. Becky, add that to Packzy in Fountain's lexicon.
Yeah. Pair that with at watch parties when the other team makes a penalty and I just go, can't do that. Yeah, it's added to the lexicon, I guess. Oh, man.
Rackney saying, what do you think about Caleb Williams and JJ McCarthy joining our division? If Caleb lives up to his hype, we're going to compete with Bears for division every year. That would suck because I love picking on my cousins who are Bears fans from Chicago.
Yeah, I like people are all over on Caleb Williams, right? And like, I think some want to hate him because he's a Bear, and I very much understand it. But I think he does have the capacity to be a really good quarterback. Boy, but history's on the other side there. For some reason, the Bears are just a curse for quarterbacks. So, I mean, like, look, I don't want to say concerned about Chicago's offense, but it's going to be better than it's been in all likelihood. Sure. JJ McCarthy, I'm not all that high on JJ McCarthy. I think some are too low. I think some are way too high. Him going to Minnesota doesn't scare me. Let's just say that. They're still going to Viking. Like, they'll still put up points because Kevin O'Connell's going to give him a really good scheme. McCarthy is a good match for O'Connell's scheme. They'll put up some points. They're still not really a good enough team for me to be concerned. That's what I would go with.
Big B.
Big B! How you doing, man? How you doing? Oh, we good. We're hanging in there. We got just update everybody. We are on pick 230 now. Packers go next at 245. So
15 picks away.
15, and then 10 more until 255, and then it's get the freak out of here. Like that's what we're looking at. So we're closing in on it, no doubt about it.
We got there it is saying the specific play for me when I said that's my franchise quarterback is the touchdown pass against the Chiefs when he stepped up in the pocket rather than running away.
Mm-hmm. There was one dot to Romeo Doubs. Can't remember it came in. I'm just picturing the end zone. But I do recall that was something we saw Jordan really progress through as the year evolved, right? Earlier in the year, he was more likely to not just trust what was going on and he would kick out, right? Later in the year, though, he really began to take command, not just be victim to what was going on around him. And that's not the right word, but I think you get what I'm going for. We saw a lot more stepping into pockets. We saw a lot more trusting that his receivers would make the play when he puts it in a small window, and also trusting his protection. And that went a long way to helping the offense for sure.
We got Mark saying, joining late. Can you give a Packers Day 3 recap?
Oh, you betcha. So here's a quick rundown. Round 4, they wound up choosing Evan Williams, safety. It was a surprising pick. A lot of consensus boards had him significantly later. Even Brugler from The Athletic had him round 6. But the Packers picked him in round 4. He is a downhill crashing safety who should be able to help on teams right away. Don't ask him to do a lot of coverage. But I will say, Green Bay must have seen something here. They must have heard that he was going to go soon and they just really wanted him. Whatever. That's Evan Williams. After Evan Williams, they chose Jacob Monk, interior offensive lineman from Duke. I've been calling him a Wish.com Graham Barton. Very versatile. Not quite as strong, not as polished, but has started at 3 different positions for Duke. Probably profiles most as a center in the NFL, although he can go to guard if need be. Let's see. After Jacob Monk, who's
Oladapo.
Your
favorite.
Keaton Oladapo. So from Oregon State, very, very good safety. I'm very excited about this one. One of my favorite picks in the draft. More box safety than anything else, but he has played nickel before, and he's also got the range to drop back and be more of a traditional center fielder. So fun, really, really fun player, very intense player that is going to be a perfect match for this chirping defense. Beyond Oladapo, my memory's failing. Who did we get after Oladapo? Then we also grabbed Travis Glover, the offensive tackle from Georgia State. Big boy. He is a very large individual. It needs a lot of technical refinement. The Packers tried to get him in for a top 30 visit. Not sure if it was actually completed because there were some scheduling problems. But regardless, they obviously had some interest there. His RAS ain't good if you go look up his RAS card. But big dude, not overall that explosive, but he can take up a lot of space. And certainly, looks like they got another big guy who's going to be a bit of a project at tackle. Wouldn't expect to see him play anytime soon. There's also some murmurs that maybe he'll kick inside, maybe he'll be a tackle. He's got almost 35-inch arms, so tackle may still be in his future, kind of like a Caleb Jones type. So there you go. I think that was all the picks of today. Yes, and now we got 245 and 255 upcoming. So there you have it.
Well, there it is. Says it will really help Caleb and the Bears if they have a solid tight end to give him an out when needed.
I mean, yeah, don't sleep on Cole Kmet though. He's good, even if he was underutilized. But he's a good tight end.
All right, then we got Kevin Kebbell saying Saints were good. I actually left the first Lions game feeling good. The second half Packers was a very different offense.
Mm-hmm.
Thanksgiving partners messaged me. I hate you. It said we'd win.
Yeah. The earlier that early season Detroit game in September. That was still very much the baby Packers are growing up. Yeah, no doubt.
We got Ed Madden saying, with all the picks at safety, could you see the Packers using Anthony Johnson Jr. at corner, where he had a lot of experience in college?
I talked about that a little bit ago, Ed. I mean, he spent 4 of his 5 years in college at corner. I would not be shocked at all if he's going to transition back to the cornerback room, or at least be some kind of hybrid. Would not be surprising in the least to see them at least try that.
We got Dan saying, I heard someone compare Marshawn Lloyd to DeAndre Swift. Accurate?
Yeah, someone did that in here earlier. I mean, I can see it. It's not the first thing that comes to mind. I think the most prevalent comp is Josh Jacobs, which how relevant. But the distinction that I would draw there is that Josh Jacobs, not that he goes for contact, but he's more likely to miss a tackle by hitting a dude, whereas Lloyd is more likely to make a dude miss. But in terms of running styles and being able to receive, I do see Josh Jacobs. Swift being a little muscle hamster like Swift, like Doug Martin used to be. I mean, I can get with that. I just see shades more play style being Jacobs and a couple others.
We got Kevin Kibble saying, I love that instead of getting into game manager stuff, Matt let J-Love sink or swim on Thanksgiving per Jordan's request. Mm-hmm. And oh boy, did he swim.
And that's one of my gripes with Matt earlier in the year. I even did I remember, I said, it may be time for him to let someone else play call for a little while, because I felt like he was keeping the reins on too tight. And then that went away. And then it got even looser and looser. And then it really became Jordan's offense. And that's what we get to look forward to this year.
Justin asking, so what's next? Do we find a project with high ceiling at edge or D-line? Or we still looking at a late blue collar pick on offense?
Honestly, they got options. I mean, I think it's more, I really like the idea of edge. Cedric Johnson is still there. I'm pretty sure. I've been keeping up with the picks as well as I've been doing comments, but Cedric Johnson, I think, is a sky high ceiling if he can learn how to, the nuance of pass rush. Let's say that. So could see it. Also, I think one of these two picks could very well be a quarterback. Gutekunst said that he wants to do that. So I think we very well could see a quarterback. Could see a developmental corner. Although the list of corners that meet with the Packers is itty bitty at this point. Don't think an linebacker. Maybe a big boy on the D line. Let me see who's left the D line. I mean, Leonard Taylor's still there. Talk about value, but like, I don't know what baby he punched. Miles Murphy, if they're looking for like a bigger run stopping type, Miles Murphy would make some sense. And so there's a couple D linemen. I personally do really like the idea of edge, or I mean, we're at the point where it's like you're going to pick a lottery ticket, or you're at the point where you're just like looking to fill out the bottom spot on the depth chart. So we're now in range where it could go anywhere.
We got Martin asking if Kalen King is still available.
He is.
Yes,
He is. And I mentioned earlier that he was little by the Packers standards. ESPN has him listed at 5'11", 191, which is not that little by Packers standards. I think there's other outlets that have him listed smaller than what ESPN has him at. I'm going to have to look into that. But yeah, he is still on the board, to answer your question.
And we got Namneez saying Yaheem Bell just went to the Pats. Yes, he did.
There goes the H-back. Yeah,
yep.
For sure.
We got Joseph saying, Senior Bowl director Jim Nagy, Packers just got a guy that bunch of teams were quietly hoping would fall to them in round 4.
Mm-hmm.
Evan Williams is an instinctive dude, voted as one of 2 top safeties there.
Yeah, at the Senior Bowl. Yeah. And someone said that earlier, that like there were other teams that were hoping Williams would be available. And that has to be the kind of thing that Good has to hear to pick someone so early, right? He's got to have a round 4 grade on Williams. He's got to hear like, oh, Williams isn't going to be there if I wait. And I really like Williams. So I think maybe just the draft industry undervalued the type of box safety, the type of disruptor that maybe NFL teams project Williams to be if multiple teams wanted him in round 4. We don't know. And so we will see. That is one that I'm obviously I can't listen to the teams like pressers and thoughts like while I'm here, but it's one thing that I'm eager to look into more and see what they were thinking.
All right. We got Joseph saying, oof, I did it again. I had earlier hoped and touted Yaheem Bell for Packers. I learned to keep it on the down low now.
There you go. All right.
Then we got Captain Keppel saying Jacobs have an insane missed tackle number, makes me very happy.
Mm-hmm.
Topping the NFL with 90 in 2022 and still being good last year till the third guy would get him because he had no O-line.
Yeah, I mean, that's like the whole Raiders offense was garbage throughout most of last year. So like it's when they first signed him, I said, I think the Packers are projecting that the real Josh Jacobs is the 2022 Josh Jacobs. And that's who they're signing to a big contract. And even 2023, even in a disastrous year for the Raiders, must have shown them enough to still say, well, even in a bad setting, he can still do XYZ. We still like XYZ. So go get him. That had to be part of the rationale in signing Josh Jacobs to the contract that they did, but you'd certainly would think that they're projecting forward that 2022 is the real Josh Jacobs and that's who they just got. Certainly.
We got El Gran Rico saying Kalen King is a dog and we need to grab him.
Yeah, like I said earlier, I know a lot of people around the league were or at least analysts were high on Kalen King, no doubt about it. And the fact that he, in some points in his collegiate career for individual games, flashed shutdown corner traits. It's just, you know, I don't know. I want to go look up his size elsewhere, but like ESPN's got him listed at 191. I remember thinking that he was very small and would probably be slot in Green Bay, like a feisty little slot dude, which it'd be hard pressed to believe that they pick.
We got Justin saying Gabe Hall at edge would be nice.
Yeah, Gabe Hall, I looked him up a little bit earlier, kind of a tweener type, defensive tackle, defensive end, like somewhere in the middle there. Maybe, I mean, in terms of like, let me take a look at DTs. It's not how they generally do it, but it's my gut right now that just says like, if they go DT, they would get a bigger one to help future-proof against TJ Slayton entering the last year of his contract. In terms of like guys who can play 3-tech, guys who can play 5-tech, guys who are tweeners, they got them in the form of Brooks and Wooden and Wyatt and Clark. So like, it's like, if they're going to fill in a gap on the D line, it feels like they'd pick some big guy who, like almost like a Jonathan Ford, like they did a couple of years ago, sign one of those guys to help future-proof against Slayton, a true nose tackle heading out, potentially.
We got Don saying, Trey Taylor from Air Force. Are they still obligated to serve 4 years?
I don't know exactly what the rules are right now, Don. I do believe that it got changed. Maybe someone else out there knows it better than me. I don't remember the technicalities. I do believe it got changed now to be where they can delay that service until their NFL career is complete.
Where's Simon, our military guy? When
Right, no kidding. Yeah. So in theory, like if that's true, which I believe it is, then Trey Taylor could play, do his career, then go fulfill his military obligation afterwards.
We got Miserable Goat saying, I can't wait for the Performance Love Show this season. For you to say, Miserable Goat, you got him again. Love for MVP.
I would be happy to do that, Miserable Goat. Absolutely. Definitely.
Oh. Well, Joseph's saying in regards to Dunn that he got drafted in round 7 by Oakland. Trey Taylor.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we're not keeping up on picks so well until the Packers go.
Yeah.
But the other one that I would say is Zion. I think we saw his
picked,
name go. Yeah, so he went in earlier today. So Zion's gone.
And we got Mark saying they can get waivers to alternate duty assignments as well.
Okay. Thank you, Mark.
Then Justin saying, but if we do go QB, who's your pick? Pratt, Slavis, Hartman, maybe even Reed from Western Kentucky?
Yeah, the other one that I wouldn't discount, although he maybe more in the UDFA category, is the one that they did a top 30 visit with, Hardison from Utah. Hardison, I don't remember all of the exact specs around him, but like he had a down year this last year. I think it was injury related. The year prior, he performed quite well. And a lot of people at the time were saying like he could be a mid-round-ish type profile at quarterback. He got hurt, had a down year, and now here he is, UDFA 7th round type. Green Bay brought him in for a top 30 visit, quite possibly to check on his medical status, see if they're comfortable with it. So I wouldn't totally discount that. Another one, although definitely in the UDFA category, would be Rocky Lombardi. A guy that they brought in for their local pro day. I think he's from one of the Southern Illinois schools.
Is he related?
Not that I know of. I don't think he is, but the name would work in Green Bay.
Pretty awesome.
We'd have to have him on the show.
Right?
And then my choice at this juncture with who's available would be probably either, I think you kind of hit it, Pratt, Hartman, or Slovis. Each one brings something a little bit different. Slovis, a little bit more mobility than the other ones. Maybe Green Bay would want to go that direction with 3. All 3 of them, though, display the typical 7th round trait quarterback Green Bay thing, like Matt Flynn. They're all leader types. They all are accurate in the short range. They all have some traits that you can work with that can be fixed and coached up too. So, like, no matter what, if they pick a quarterback in round 7, it's going to be someone that is a leader type. Green Bay so values that in their depth QBs. So overall, if I got to rank them, probably go Pratt, Hartman, Slovis, and is how I would probably rank them right now.
With 2 picks left.
Surprising Pratt's still here, by the way.
Would you want them to choose a quarterback, or would you rather them use those 2 picks elsewhere? Seeing as we already have Sean Clifford and Magoo.
I would rather. That's hard. That's hard. Oh, that's a good question. I would rather say that they Shit, now I'm changing my mind. Give me a minute. Take another comment. I'm so sorry.
Oh, hey, you're saved by the bell. Thank you so much, Wayne. He says,
Oh, Wayne,
glad
thanks,
I could
man.
finally catch a live stream from Lombardi Time Brews. Glad to have been here the whole stream, but gotta go. Proud of your community's growth this year. We're proud that you're here.
Thanks,
Thank
Wayne.
you so much for your contribution.
Thank you for the super chat. It means the world.
Yes.
Thanks, man. Okay, that bought me a little bit of time. I see pros and cons all over the board.
Right, Justin? He's speechless. I ask a question.
It's so rare. I would say I would rather they wait for where the roster is right now. The reason for taking one is the hope eventually down the road that Clifford has another very strong preseason, and then we're sitting here next year discussing whether some team is interested in trading draft capital for Sean Clifford. And then we've got a different guy from day 3 that has spent a year in the system and can take over as quarterback too. Kind of like the Ron Wolf, like earlier Ted Thompson years when they used to do that all the freaking time. And Brian Gutekunst said that he wants to get back to that. But at the same time, choosing someone like a Cedric Johnson at edge is real tantalizing right now for the state of where edge is. Choosing someone at corner to put another body in the corner room, it kind of tantalizing. Even another old lineman like a Jalen Sundle, like another one, kind of tempting. So like, I think right now, my ideal structure is spend these 7ths on positions that there are not so many left at the position. Like edge, there's only a few Packer edge types left that were draft eligible at all. So go get one of them. And then prioritize getting a quarterback as a UDFA, because the way things are shaping up right now, there could be some that we thought that were going to get drafted that are going to get out there. And you sell them on the fact of come back up Jordan Love, come work with Sean Clifford, and come work with Tom Clements before he goes. You're a UDFA. You're not going to get a lot of playing time a lot of other places. Come here and learn and let us set you up for a future in the NFL and see if you can get one of the better ones to bite on that.
And then he's saying, soon all QBs in the league will have previously been Packers. Hey, I mean, we had Favre, then we had Rodgers, now we have Love. I mean, I think that the league would be pretty happy with that.
Think of the draft capital we could get. Like, yeah, definitely.
If we just become a quarterback camp, okay,
yeah, right?
Sounds good.
Think of the capital.
Right. Then we got Whiskey 61 saying with Enigbare out to start the season, an edge could make some sense here.
I would agree. The only considerations with edge is they do have 10 on the roster right now because they've got so many practice squad guys or guys who signed futures contracts at edge. The other thing that I can say too is like, I won't be surprised given that they are 5 deep at defensive tackle. I know Kobe Wooden talked about bulking up to stay at defensive tackle. I know, but I'm saying maybe more on early downs, maybe certainly goal line situation. Oh yeah. Maybe we see Carl Brooks return to his collegiate roots and do some edge. Maybe we see Kobe Wooden occasionally kicked out at edge. Maybe they're going to make up for a lack of depth by putting some of their lighter DTs or experienced DTs out there in certain situations. I could see that.
As Joseph says, we're getting closer. We're at 241 with Miami picking Taj Washington, the wide receiver.
Almost there.
We're almost there.
Almost there.
We got Namni saying Brenton Cox still on the team too.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, certainly a little bit more of a project, although so would have 7th round draft pick. But as of right now, he's edge 4. Certainly, yes.
And then we got Justin saying, any chance they'd grab another running back? I see Blake Watson is still on the board.
Maybe. Like, it's a maybe, but I would be surprised.
Yeah.
That room does feel crowded, especially depending on what they do with A.J. Dillon. So I'm going to go maybe unlikely as kind of the camp I'm in. But it wouldn't bowl me over shocked.
Kevin Kevel says, the day Tom Clements retires is the day I scream into a pillow. Won't lie, dude is the greatest.
It's going to be a sad day. I agree. He's been a welcome addition back to the coaching staff.
All right, the Titans pick James Williams, safety from Miami.
There you go. I mean, you want to talk about a Viper. There's James Williams.
We're going to pick number 243 with the Cleveland Browns. Let's get moving. and then it's Dallas, and then it's your boy the Packers.
Let's see.
Just have to wait forever. Check it.
Yeah. We still got a couple picks to go here. Oh man, miserable goat. That is the highest compliment ever. Thanks, dude. Thanks. And like, I know I say it a lot of times, but like, you have been so like there for us over the last couple of months, and I just want you to know I appreciate that, man.
Yes.
All right, so I just want to actually write these down. 25, Jordan Morgan. I've been talking too much. 45, Edwin Cooper.
58, Javon Bullard.
Yeah, he was 58.
88, Marshawn Lloyd. 91, Tyrone Hopper.
And
Round 4, Evan Williams.
yeah, what was he in round 4?
I don't know. 163 is Jacob Monk.
Okay. 163, Jacob Monk.
169, Keaton Oladapo. 202, Travis Glover. And the rest is to be determined. I believe that the one that we don't have a number for is 163.
All right. So Joseph saying here could be next offseason as they brought in a quarterback assistant. Yeah. For Clement to mentor. So be sure to videotape that for us. Yeah, because they did. They brought in Sean Mannion, who has been revered. Like, he's been a quarterback in the league for a few years. And others have talked about how, like, when he's done playing, he's going to be a coach. He's going to be a coach. It's just who he is.
And then the Packers.
And he was on the Vikings roster to still be a quarterback.
He still was a player. And then the Packers called him and said, hey, I know everybody's projecting that once you're done, you're going to be a coach. Why don't you just be done now?
Yeah.
And come be a coach with us. And train under, the best of the best.
And he said yes. Just so fantastic. So, yeah, the guy that you're referring to is Sean Mannion.
Oh, epileptic Violet, you got to be quick. We're at 2:43.
Oh, man. Yeah, you got to go.
Run. Kevin Kebble's saying about to head to dinner, so in case I missed the pick.
Oh, no.
Well, go pick to you too. Have a great weekend.
You too, Kevin Kells. Thanks for being here.
Then we got Mark saying Jeff Coat Edge from Arkansas.
Okay. Those of you who are out there, just a reminder, no spoilers. Let us get there. Okay. Just let us get there. But yeah. Oh, and Cedric Johnson's gone, I think. Sad day. Let's see. Okay, we're still waiting on 243 to flash.
Yep. They gotta talk about anything other than the Browns pick.
I'm retaking a look at Jeff Coat here since you brought him up. I hope that wasn't a spoiler, but okay, wild guess. It would make sense. He is one of the few Packer types at edge left. ESPN has him listed at 6'4", 266. That's Packer edge body right there. So at least in terms of like human sizing, he's one of the few options left at edge. It could be.
Yeah, and the Titans took James Williams. We saw that one.
Yep. Viper prospect. Exactly, Joseph. That's where he is projected to be, is like this weird linebacker safety hybrid. Like maybe Tyrone Hopper or Evan Williams is going to be.
All right, the pick is in for the Dallas Cowboys, which means
Green Bay's on the clock. Green Bay probably already has their pick in. They're just catching up. Definitely. But yeah, Green Bay is a 245, which means they are next. They're announcing the Cowboy pick right now.
Justin Rogers, tackle from Auburn.
Hey, here we go. This one could really go any direction. I'm very eager to see this one.
I'm forward, baby.
Come on.
We are on the clock.
That's the part that takes forever.
And the pick is in.
All right, pick is in for Green Bay. This is pick 245. After this, in 10 more picks, they still do have 1050 or 255. That's God, we'd be here forever.
Right. Oh my goodness.
But they do still have 255 in 10 picks. And then the Packers draft is complete, barring some trade to sneak into 7, which is highly unlikely.
Yeah.
So, because there's only 2 picks after Green Bay goes to 255. So, but 245, we're on the verge of it. We're on the verge.
Pick is in. Come on, y'all.
Let's see what we got.
I didn't need suspense.
Remember, no spoilers in the chat until we get to it.
Thank you, Justin.
Thank you.
We appreciate your love of our graphics. All right. What do we get?
Come on. Dude walking out in a Favre jersey.
Interesting choice. All right. Yep.
Come on.
Right.
Yes. I know.
Michael Pratt, quarterback from Tulane.
Hey! And I'm good with that for sure. I mean, I know I just talked about like get him in UDFA, like because some are going to slip. Michael Pratt is clear and away the top quarterback left on the board. No doubt. Considered very high character, has a very interesting story that I'll go into this week in the pod and everything. But you see there that like he's 6, I forget exactly what the measurements were, but like in the ballpark of 6'2". They like their quarterbacks to be 6'2", 220 in that neighborhood. Packers have liked that in their quarterbacks forever. Michael Pratt fits the bill. So Michael Pratt from Tulane, clearly the top quarterback left on the board now is a Green Bay Packer. He's going to walk right in as quarterback 3. Maybe he'll make the 53-man roster as that. Maybe they're going to end up having to cut him. I think they like Clifford a lot as QB2, so I'd be surprised if he competes to that level. But this is a guy that I really like here in this pick. It's a steal at this pick, to be honest, per the consensus board. So a very, very fun quarterback. This is cool. Yeah. And like, we don't know if he's going to be the scout team quarterback, if they got to kick him to practice squad, if they're going to carry 3 on the 53-man roster, but clear and away the top quarterback left on the board. Goot gets his guy in round 7.
Bye, Janelle. Thank you for your support. Thank you again for
Bye, Janelle.
Patreon.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Which is a reminder.
Yes.
Be like Janelle. Join our Patreon. It just debuted today. Go search Lombardi Time Brews on Patreon if you can. Please. I'd appreciate it.
That's ours. How cool. All right. Let's catch up on some comments. We got some amazing excitement. Let's see. Kevin Kevel saying, speaking of edge, seems Green Bay is comfortable mixing up their edges and inside guys since JJ is out for most of the year and so far have not taken anyone of the perks of 4-3 and nickel being base.
Agreed.
Love. Well, there it is. Says, I hope Pack trades the 255 back with the Jets for 257. # just Mr. Irrelevant things.
Yeah, I don't blame you. But man, that's 2 more picks.
No, I think they want to switch
to 257 from 255.
That's true.
We'll get it later. Yeah.
Well, we're not leaving after the pick.
I know. Let's see. So I just want to read about Pratt. So per Brugler and The Athletic, Pratt was the 8th rated quarterback in this draft. Not the 8th drafted one, the 8th rated quarterback in this draft, right after Spencer Rattler. The summary from Brugler here, I'm pulling it up so I can read it to you verbatim.
Rocket and he's saying maybe in a few years Michael Pratt will start his own YouTube channel and play Madden.
I'm down with it. If you would please read that. Thank you.
So about Michael Pratt. It says, a 4-year starter at Tulane, Pratt thrived in former offensive coordinator Slade Nagel's scheme. After not playing football until high school, he showed steady improvements each season with the Green Wave, throwing a touchdown pass in 44 of his 45 games and breaking Patrick Ramsey's school record for passing yards and passing touchdowns. Pratt is very clean in his setup and delivers a quick, accurate stroke, showing the ability to feather passes in between levels of the defense. Though he operates with rhythm from the pocket, he needs to continue developing his feel to spot the rush and hasten his process when needed. Overall, Pratt might not have the high-level physical traits to carry an NFL offense, but you don't see panic in his game, and he has a natural sense for where to go with the football. He projects as a quality NFL backup with starting upside in the right role.
I'm down with it.
Right?
For sure. So there you go.
Sounds great.
There's the read through on Michael Pratt from Dan Bruller's The Beast, which he writes for The Athletic, a 350-page draft guide. So like I was saying before we read that, for QB3 this year, at this point, very clearly the best quarterback on the board. Done. Like, sign me up for it. I'm very, very happy with it.
Let's see. We got Sam Bryn saying, to me, this is a very successful draft unless Mitchell or Arnold develop into elite cornerbacks. That happens and Morgan just ends up being a solid starter. Goot F this draft up. He follows that saying, that being said, in Goot I trust because I've been wrong a lot.
I do see what you mean, Sam. All right. And there's good possibility that Mitchell and Arnold could develop into being top tier corners. But they would have had to trade up to get one of them. And we don't know if Arnold would have been there at 25. Like, did Detroit purposefully get in front of Green Bay at 25 to get Arnold? Like, these are the things we can't know. I do believe that Jordan Morgan was very high on the Packers board. But, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but they would have had to trade up for one of those guys. And so I don't think there was anything wrong with sitting at 25 with the way that the board came to them. So, but like you said, got to see how it pans out.
Mhm.
And Goot, based upon the last 2 years of drafting, has earned some runway for us to trust him. I would go with that for sure.
Poor Anna. She goes, and again, they went to freaking commercial and didn't show
Man,
the pick here.
Anna, like every pick. I'm so sorry,
She goes,
Anna.
I hope next you go to commercials on every Bears pick too.
Right?
We got JH saying, agree with that. Missing the move up on Mitchell and Arnold could turn out to be a huge blunder, even accounting for the trades.
I get it. I don't completely disagree. It's just, yeah, like trading up would have hurt. And maybe Detroit knew Green Bay was going to take Arnold. And that's why they pulled off the trade. And Goot couldn't do what he wanted. Like, these are just things we just can't know. We just got to hope Jordan Morgan pans out.
Mm-hmm. Justin saying, who's had the best draft so far in your opinion? Eagles and Lions stand out for me. I agree with the Lions. I would also throw in Washington. Washington's has some pretty great picks.
I like that. Those are probably the top three. To be completely honest, it is really hard for me to follow other teams while I'm talking constantly. So, but the names that I've seen flash across, those are probably the top three. Washington, Eagles, who have done some stealing from Green Bay, not just a Gene, and then Lions. I could absolutely get with those three.
Scott Joseph saying, cannot judge a 7-round draft based on a singular round 1 pick.
Yeah, I agree in principle. However, Jordan Love has saved the 2020 draft because the 2020 draft is not great. But you found your quarterback, so who cares? Like, at some level. So, like, in extreme circumstances, I agree in principle, but in extreme circumstances, yeah, you might be able to. Yeah.
Namni is saying Arizona has had a good early draft.
Okay. Yeah, no, I can go with that. Yep. Rocket Knee's also telling Anna that you're here, Anna. You got us breaking it down for you. We got you, Anna. We got you.
Darius Henderson, the tackle from Michigan, going to the Texans, which brings us to pick 250 with Baltimore,
Yes.
which means we're only 5 picks away from picking again.
We're getting there. We're getting there. Might as well plug what we got in other comments. On Monday, I'll be breaking down like all the draft picks. I'm not going to go into like super detail right away. Monday is going to be more like I want to keep it around 20 to 30 minutes. So here's 12 picks, like blurbs on each, right? How I feel about each quick. And then over the course of the offseason, I'll dive in more thoroughly on a lot of these guys. Wednesday will be our typical live show on Wednesday. So where you can ask for in-depth stuff on some of these guys. But that's going to be the programming note for this week. Friday, I do have a personal thing. There may be no episode on Friday. I will let you know about that as the week evolves. So thanks everybody for being here. Just want to say that as we are waiting.
Yep. We got Ravens pick is in.
Yeah. Let's see. So we're at 250 right now. And we're waiting on 255. And then Green Bay's draft will be complete. And then the focus is rookie camp, mini camps, training camp.
And then
we're in football season, y'all. Cannot wait for training camp. Cannot wait to drive to Green Bay every day in sometimes sweltering heat and watch this team go. I'm very excited.
all right, got Scott saying, hey, John, Claudia just wanted to thank you for the fun on draft weekend. Normally, I sit and watch by myself. Well, now you don't have to. You can watch it with us.
Thanks, Scott. Thanks. I appreciate it.
And we got JH asking, any predictions on starting 5 OL at game 1?
So my prediction is subject to change. But as of right now, got to put in that disclaimer. As of right now, I think the tackles maintain their jobs. That Jordan Morgan does not come in right away and force switching all over the place or relegate Rasheed Walker to the bench. I just don't see that yet. I think like game 1 offensive line in my mind is probably Rasheed Walker at left tackle, Elton Jenkins left guard, Josh Myers still at center. I think he gets this year yet. And then right guard, let's call the starter Jordan Morgan, but a JRJ Sean Ryan rotation style between Morgan and Sean Ryan wouldn't be shocking as Morgan continues to get his feet. And then right tackle Zach Tom. That is my stamp it for now. Stamp it in non-permanent ink.
Asterisk.
Offensive line week 1. That's where I'm focusing right now.
All right. We are just waiting.
Yep. And then I would say too, like Caleb Jones still could very well be the swing tackle. I would not surprise me at all if Travis Glover, their 6th round pick of today, actually winds up on the practice squad because he's very developmental and they have invested a lot of time in both Tenuta and Caleb Jones. And then like in the event that an injury occurs, Jordan Morgan kind of becomes your super sub. Like Zach Tom was his rookie year. He just goes wherever the injury is because that's what they're really going to try to do with Jordan Morgan, I do believe. And then I got to say, I think Royce Newman's time is done. I will say Dillard back up on the interior. I think if Dillard switches to guard, then maybe it'll be a surprise. Maybe he'll press Sean Ryan. Maybe he'll be involved in the mix there. Dillard is a tackle. He's not pressing for a starting job. So I think Dillard is a worthwhile consideration. Thank you for bringing that up. I just look at Dillard like backup IOL right now. But yeah, in theory, he could press for right guard time.
All right. The Baltimore Ravens selection is...
Oh my God, say it.
Sanusi Kane, the safety from Purdue.
Yeah, NFL Network's like, I feel like they're not even showing the picks anymore. I got to keep looking at the other screen for ESPN.
There it is. You just get it.
Oh, they're just behind. Okay.
Yeah. You know, NFL Network is behind on the NFL draft.
He got one job.
Mark's saying Jordan Morgan is smart. I could see him being used like that.
And he's got the projected versatility to do it. Yeah, I that's why in my video yesterday, like the live that I did where I talked a bunch about Morgan, I just see him like at this juncture, more refined, slightly more athletic, a little bit more sized Zach Tom. And that's worth a first round pick if he can come even close to Tom. Like, don't get me wrong, he's got to get there. But in that mold, certainly. And I think rookie year will be used fairly similarly.
All right, Frisco's pick is in.
251. So again, Green Bay is at 255. We got just a couple picks to go.
All right, Rockany saying, real quick trivia question. Who did we lose in free agency to receive the 255th compensatory pick?
Cobb? Was it Randall? I could see that being the case because he wasn't cut. He was just not signed. And then the Jets signed him to not a large contract and he didn't play a lot. I'm going to go with Randall. I do not know for sure, but I'm going to go with that. Rocky
Tatum Bouthane, linebacker from Florida State, is going to Frisco.
That is not who we lost in free agency. But yeah, he's going to the Niners. We're on pick 252 now.
Joseph saying, which site do you like to use to track the UDFAs that the Packers sign? Oh, it was Dean Lowry.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, all right. Predominantly just Twitter. Like I just follow that and then just kind of build my own list off of what I'm seeing, and then in like a month I'll revisit it against the Packers roster once that finally gets updated, which they are not the quickest to always do. So yeah, and then I might like over the next like 2-3 weeks, because I'm not gonna lie, it's not that I'm gonna do less stuff, it's just the content like takes more of a long view approach. Their stuff's still our regular schedule, but
all right, Jalen Harrell, edge from Michigan, for the 252nd pick of the draft goes to the Titans. So which means just 2 away.
But I will say, like, there might, like, if they do get a good number of UDFAs in, maybe I'll do a video concentrated on just them, giving a UDFA rundown, maybe like the week after we get through draft picks, stuff like that. So
Joe saying, so we draft a quarterback.
We did indeed.
We don't need another one, but we did.
And
got the one.
And I'm totally good with it because we got by far the best quarterback left in this phase of the draft. Like Pratt was expected. Pratt was talked about before the TV coverage began today with Rattler of like a dude. Well, we could see him in round 4, round 5 to get him at 245 is great.
Commercial. Poor Anna.
Oh no.
All right, the Chargers take us in.
All right. And NFL Network still sitting on 252. My goodness.
Oh yeah, they are totally out of sync.
There's a difference right now. So yeah, and Leonard Taylor. What is going on with Leonard Taylor? Joe, what's his details? You read off the summary. You want to just summarize it?
Yeah. So he's quick, accurate, works well in the pocket. Trying to think of
known for deep ball accuracy.
Yes, yep.
Also has Packers prototypical size at about 6'2", 220, roughly.
Yeah. Just one line from it quick. He says, though he operates with rhythm from the pocket, he needs to continue developing his feel to spot the rush and hasten his process. So good. Needs development.
Without getting overly detailed, know that at this juncture, he was by far the best quarterback.
I think he was ranked 8th.
On Brugler's listings, he's the 8th best quarterback in this draft. Right. So
wide receiver Cornelius Johnson from Michigan goes to the Chargers.
There he goes. That would have been my wide receiver pick if they were going to do that. But that makes sense for the Chargers. I don't think so. Not this year. I think he's like, I don't want to say going to boot out Magoo, but probably. And then be number 3 quarterback if they carry 53. Otherwise, scout team quarterback on the practice squad for hopefully the Packers will just have to protect him or something like, or keep him on the 53. Like I could see other teams being interested in Pratt though, if the Packers just relegate him to practice squad. But I don't think he competes with Clifford yet. So, all right. So 253 is in. It was Cornelius Johnson, my top wide receiver pick. Now we're moving on to 254 and then 255. And that is the Green Bay Packers. So we are closing in on the Packers' final pick. Thank you, everybody, for being here, really. Because probably after Mr. Irrelevant is picked, we're probably going to dip real soon. To get out to dinner and do something that's not this for a little while. So I'll say the thank you now, really, genuinely. Thank you, everybody, for being here. It's been a lot of fun.
We appreciate you. Joe saying, I hear buzz on Clifford being better than most of us realize. Yeah.
Yes, the Packers are very high on Clifford from what I understand, and it makes sense. And that's why I've kind of been saying, like, this year, because if Clifford balls out in the preseason again, then maybe next year we're talking about, moving Clifford for some capital or like something. And then Pratt takes over in 2 there. But they love Clifford, the human, a lot. And it's very easy to see why. On the sideline, he's the team's biggest cheerleader. He was a 6-time captain in his life before getting drafted in the NFL. Like the dude is off the charts character. And it's easy to see why Green Bay fell in love.
Rams pick is in, which means Green Bay is on.
Here we go. It's tired.
You could be a jazz singer.
Da-da-da-da.
Joseph saying, there we go again, John. We talked another team into drafting our guys, Cornelius Johnson.
I know. I'll let you talk more next year.
Just as I have rookie cards on him and I have people asking for them.
He is a popular, and he's been in some really nice products. Like he was in Panini Immaculate this year as well.
That's when the Wisco Fanatics guys kept talking about immaculate vibes. All I can think of was the immaculate
the card.
cards.
Yeah. All right. So
We're
Rams,
still waiting on it.
yeah, Rams pick still in. We're waiting on Green Bay to have that screen flash.
Mark says pre-draft chatter about Packers moving on from Clark. No sign of it in this draft.
See, I don't know about that. Plus, I mean, like it was a month ago. Tom Silverstein said that the Packers had talked to Clark about an extension, because Clark is still only 28 years old somehow. So, yeah, nah, I don't believe that chatter.
Epileptic pilot said, I missed it. Wife stopped me on the way in. Saw 5 neighbor kids outside.
no.
So bought a box of ice cream sandwiches and dished them out. Parents always happy when I spoil them.
Yeah, all right.
Good for you, man.
You're a better person than needing to sit here and watch a draft pick. So
Anywho, we drafted a quarterback. We drafted Michael Pratt from Tulane.
there you go. Yeah.
But you're gonna be in time for the last one. So that's
For sure. And then after 255,
A.T. Leviston, guard from Kansas State to the Rams.
after 255 is done, in the last couple minutes of the draft, I will give a very quick talking, maybe one breath between it, rundown of every single pick in this draft. Very, very quick. Talk about what kind of player they are, like a sentence on if I like it or not. So that will be a complete rundown. If you've lost any of the picks or lost track of anything, I'll run it down right after 255.
Isn't.
All right, I got you ready.
All right, people. Do you think it's going to be a kicker or a long snapper?
You shut your mouth.
It's a quarterback, Kalen King.
Hey, there you go. There you go. All right. I can take that for sure. I am surprised. Like they're bending some thresholds there to get King. But as I've been saying, as he's been brought up by, I think it was like LeGron Rico who brought him up a lot earlier. This is a guy that some evaluators are really high on because he had individual games collegiately that like he crushed it, that he looked like a shutdown corner. And so the reason why I was a little surprised in choosing Kalen King is because some outlets do have him being a little dude. And for Green Bay, that's generally slot. And they don't really like to pick those. In round 7, all bets are off. So Green Bay got another K King. I'm sorry, it's for your PTSD purposes. But another like a guy who can very much still contribute in the right kind of setting. So yeah, Kalen King, corner, selected in pick 255. We'll give you the summary here to get you some good details, and then I'll give you a full rundown. So yeah, good to see a lot of positive reaction to King. Rocket Knees, thanks for being here, man. Appreciate it. So thank you for being here. And then Jeff, to be honest, this draft feels like we got Edrin Cooper and some other guys. Whatever. I think it's like I was saying last night. It's more of an eat your vegetables, a more purposeful. This was probably never going to be a fun draft with a lot of playmakers. This was a lot of, we got some holes to fill at some relatively low value positions, and we're going to fill them up. And so I think I'm eager to dive into a lot of these guys.
All right. So from the Beast says a 2-year starter, King was an outside cornerback in former Penn State defensive coordinator Manny Diaz's split coverage scheme. He put himself on the NFL radar with a standout 2022 season. He was the number 3 in the FBS with 21 passes defended and looked like a future first-round pick. However, cornerback is a volatile position, and King's 2023 tape exemplified that. He managed just 2 passes defended in his final college season, although he saw fewer targets, and struggled against the top opponents on his schedule, most notably in a tough matchup against Ohio State Marvin Harrison Jr. Growing up with a twin who shared the same passion for football meant King had a lifelong competitor, which helped develop his tenacity and toughness. Though he is a springy athlete, his twitch can be negated by below average long speed and underdeveloped route anticipation versus savvy receivers. Overall, King is a fluid athlete with the aggressive play personality desired for the position, but his inconsistent tackling, coverage spacing, and feel for when to take chances while continue to result in volatility in his game. He is viewed as a possible safety candidate by several NFL teams. I already updated that.
Yeah, very good. Okay, so I don't like. I am surprised that they went in this direction. You just heard too from Brugler. This is from the Beast, projecting him potentially more so as a safety down the line. In which case, like another one. But this is a guy that does have some good movement skills for sure. He's another one from what I've read. I was doing other things, so I don't know if that one specifically mentioned it, but he's another guy who's like he's not afraid to mix it up at all. So. Green Bay is developing a type in their secondary, and it's good human who's a jerk to the right people. Like that's becoming their type, which is kind of perfect. So I can get with this for sure. And it is a little bit, I was talking earlier about how cornerback realistically is one of the more fragile positions on the team because, yeah, you've got Jair, but Jair's got an injury history. Stokes, talk about an injury history. Valentine, a 7th round pick. Are you banking on doing it again? And then Valentine, a former like bottom of the roster practice squad guy who did some nice things last year, but he was only on a 1-year deal. Like, so corner could be great. It could collapse quick. So it's one of those. And so like adding King to it, I don't mind that in the least, especially when you're talking like they obviously wanted to get him before he gets into the UDFA scramble. So they prioritized getting this guy over somebody else, including an edge. And I will say too, I think that this pick is very indicative of they haven't added edge. I think we're going to see Brooks and Wooden occasionally on the edge. That's the only real answer that I've got here to say, like, why are they not picking more edge to help make up for Enigbari's injury, to help like do the, they've already got 4. And now to supplant the position, we might see some interior, not all the time. There's still going to be defensive tackles, but in certain settings, certain packages, kick them out. That's what I think we could see coming. So let's just handle these last couple comments, and then I will give you a rundown as Mr. Irrelevant is being picked right now.
We got Epileptic Pilot saying, I'd say for me, this was a good draft. I like that we didn't do outrageous moves, but yet made moves for players they've done their research on.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed. He also says, this whole draft feels like once again went with speed and tenacity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. And aggression on the defensive side of the ball.
Bill saying, great job. Thank you, Bill.
Thanks, Bill.
Jeff saying, I was expecting more cornerbacks.
I was too. Don't be shocked just to supplant the position, just kind of like some guys kicking out. I would not be shocked if Anthony Johnson Jr. switches rooms now and heads over to the cornerback room instead of the safety room. Again, I don't know. It's just speculation based on numbers, but he spent 4 of his 5 collegiate years at corner, so it's very possible.
Then we got Naomi saying Boulard might be my favorite pick along with Keaton.
Yeah, certainly the most fun.
And then Joseph's asking, so was that 11 or 12 total picks after all was said and done for DePack?
11.
All
right.
And
I got to see one with no commercial. Good for you, Anna. Very good.
I'm happy for you.
The name King at defensive back makes me shiver. I said, I'm sorry for those of you with PTSD. I get it. All right. So I'm just going to run this down super fast. First selection, first round, Jordan Morgan. We've talked about him a lot. Highly versatile, highly athletic. A lot of people project him inside. Packer said he's going to play all 4. So we might very well see him at tackle. I think year 1, he very well might start at right guard or be in a rotation with Sean Ryan at right guard. Regardless, smart, athletic, pretty technically proficient, does have some stuff to work on. Overall, very Packers first round pick. Then at 45, they grabbed Edgerrin Cooper, linebacker, disruptive, a little redundant with Quay, but Brian Gutekunst acknowledged in his presser that they want all of their linebackers to have the same traits. And they are showing that by not diversifying that room at all and getting Edgerrin Cooper to be the partner in crime, as Quay Walker called it on Twitter. Highly disruptive, very violent, a run and chase linebacker who does have some coverage ability. So Edrin Cooper going to be a very, very fun and aggressive addition to this defense. Next, at 58, they grab Javon Bullard, safety from Georgia. Gutekunst mentioned last night that he's probably going to be the starting safety on the defense as things stand right now. Another guy, kind of like Cooper, ultra aggressive. He's a strong tackler, one of the better tackling safeties in this entire draft. Little undersized for how the Packers generally like them. He's a little closer to Darnell Savage, more other than most of their historical proficiencies, but nonetheless, Javon Bullard going to be a very, very fun addition to this defense. And I will just throw in one more note of a secondary that starts Jair, Valentine, Stokes, Nixon, and Bullard, along with Xavier McKinney, is going to be the trash talkiest, loudest secondary ever. And I think a lot of us are going to be here for it. Then after Bullard at pick 88, they went with Marshawn Lloyd, running back from USC, comped most commonly to Josh Jacobs, although some people in the stream have talked about like, well, he's a little bit of DeAndre Swift. He's a little less, he's a little... Basically, last year he had 13 receptions, but Brian Gutekunst said that at the combine, he proved that he has excellent hands and could certainly be a receiver. He's known for vision, patience, being able to read a defense very, very well. By the way, he's 5'8 3/4 and 220 pounds. The man is thick with 3 C's, and he's going to be a little bit of a bowling ball, although he does really enjoy people making people miss. He's got one of the highest elusive ratings in college football from PFF last year and averages over 4 yards per carry after contact. So Marshawn Lloyd at pick 88. Then at 91, by many considered to be a reach, but Packers must have had some intel that he's going to go, and that would be Tyron Hopper, linebacker out of Missouri. Little bit lighter. He's like 230 on a good day, sometimes under the 220s. My personal belief is that they have a role in mind for him. Maybe Viper, maybe they just wanted more of a coverage backer, but certainly with Quay, McDuffie, and probably Edrin Cooper ahead of him on the depth chart, Tyron Hopper is going to be a special team contributor immediately, as well as someone who we're going to see, I believe, in specialty packages, but someone that they brought in on a top 30 visit, certainly someone that they had great interest in. After Tyron Hopper in round 4, another a little bit puzzling. This is where things went a little weird. They grabbed Evan Williams, another safety, downhill all the way. A lot of the profiles said, like, don't count on him in coverage. Maybe this is your Viper in Jeff Hafley's defense. Also, there's been a bunch of reports since they picked him in round 4 that like there were other teams that were hoping to have him drop in round 4. So maybe they felt the need to do it. But anyway, ultra aggressive. He does need to work on his tackling technique, but when he does, he closes well. He gets good number of tackles, but every so often he goes a little over aggressive. So this is probably the pick the most on the day that I am actively questioning. I am eager to hear what they had to say about it and also dive into him more. You'll hear about that on the channel this week. Then at 163, they grabbed Jacob Monk, predominantly a center, can kick out to guard if need be. Started out a bunch of different positions at Duke, highly versatile. I'm calling him Graham Barton Wish.com. So it's just kind of an offshoot, not as refined, not as polished as Graham Barton, but coming from the same school, someone who started with Barton, someone who started the center instead of Barton. So like definitely interior offensive line depth. Also, like Hebbles threw in that he's allergic to cold water, the touch of cold water. So like do with that information what you will. Then at 169, probably my favorite pick of the entire draft, maybe second favorite, they grabbed Keaton Oladapo. Yes, out of Oregon State. Yes, I said Oregon, not Oregon, but Oladapo, he's great, very fun player, extremely intense. He is more of a box safety, but he's got the flexibility to play both nickel as well as deep if need be, but certainly probably best suited for more of a box safety role. Again, one of the better tackling, certainly one of the more aggressive tackling safeties in this draft. He's a leader, he's aggressive, he's intense, he's gonna be fun, and I would expect him to contribute heavily on special teams right away. Then at 202, they grabbed Travis Glover. He's a big boy and very developmental at tackle. He was kind of going to be a top 30 visit. I talked about that a lot, but well, no one knows if they actually got in a top 30 visit with him or not. But anyway, he big, like real big. He also very, very raw, very, very developmental. Won't be shocking at all to potentially see him like be the next Caleb Jones, and then he spends a little bit of time on the practice squad and then weans in his way onto the depth chart at tackle. But certainly an intriguing prospect from his size. He does have, while not the most explosion, he does have a good amount of athletic traits that are still evident in the short term. If you ask him to run far down the field, they don't look so good anymore. but in close, the dude's got some athletic traits. And of course, that's what may matter most for the Green Bay Packers in this context. Then at 245, they grab quarterback from Tulane, Michael Pratt, by far the best quarterback on the board at this juncture. I will talk about his personal story later on this week. If you haven't seen it yet, then I would encourage you to go look it up. But certainly I'll be talking about it as we get to all the draft picks this week. Definitely a leader type. He's been productive every year that he's had the chance to be so. He's known as accurate, and he's also renowned for his deep ball accuracy. By the way, depending on which site you look at, he's like 6'2", 220, which is literally the ideal Packers sizing at quarterback for how they like them. And then the last pick, 255, Kalen King, cornerback from Penn State. I thought he was going to be small. I thought he was going to play the slot. Green Bay said, don't care. And they drafted him anyway at 255. He's got some games collegiately where he was a shut down corner. And then he's got other games collegiately where like he was beat. There's a reason he was in round 7. Obviously, the Packers are hoping to get something there to get him up closer to his ceiling. But still, for the state of the cornerback position, it's a very worthwhile insurance policy for someone who's played a lot. And it fits into the room pretty well. Brugler projects him potentially more as a safety rather than corner. I'm not sure I've seen a lot of people agreeing with that, so it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. It'll be very surprising if they grab another safety, but maybe at both safety if they're going to switch Anthony Johnson Jr. to corner. Ultimately, I don't know, but we will find out soon. There it is, your 11 draft picks. I will be back on Monday to give you a little bit more in depth for every single one of these. So, y'all, we're going to go eat some dinner now.
Don't forget to like, subscribe to both our channel and our friends over at Wisco Fanatics. We really enjoyed having them over. Like their Patreon. We have a new Patreon. If you feel like contributing, we appreciate it. If you don't have the means, please don't. It's just a way that you can help support us.
Certainly.
We appreciate you all for being here. We thank you so much for helping us grow as a channel. So we are going to go.
It's time for dinner. We're going to go. But sincerely, thank you everyone out there. It's we love doing this every year. We look forward to the draft. This is our 2nd year doing it, and we anticipate in the future doing this forever, being here for every single pick for you to answer as many questions and comments as we humanly can. So thank you. Sincerely, thank you. It is now time to go. I will see you on Monday for another episode of Lombardi Time Brews. And as always, go Pack, go.